Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see. What if little Harry rescued from GODRICS of Hollow by Sirius Black?
Harry Décimo Luna lo vegó.
Part 3. That is just it, isn't it? If she is still there, Dolores should have come to us immediately and then come to you. By her coming to you first, it can be seen as a breach in security and an attempt at allowing a dangerous fugitive to escape. Every minute counts when it comes to someone like Bellatrix Lestrange, and 20 minutes means the trail has gone cold and we may or may not have a trail to locate her at all. Dolores' foolishness may have just cost us a fugitive, and you wasting our time in here talking, instead of allowing us to be out there in the field, could very well be detouring from that capture as well. Amelia glared harder and leaned on the minister's desk. The minister swallowed hard and cleared his neck. Well, yes. But what I wanted to call you all in here for was to see what you thought of calling out the Dementors to that area and having them search the area. Croaker was the first speak at that. Are you insane? There are over 300 individuals living in Hogsmeade that would be in danger of Dementors if one just so happened to get a wild hair up its cloak and wander off to play. Those things are not as in control by the ministry as you think. They are creatures, and creatures follow their base needs. Those things need to feed. We can tell them who we want them to hunt and give them a basic area they can hunt in, but we have no guarantee that they will stay within those boundaries. You are putting the life of every single individual in Hogsmeade in danger if you call them out. That was when Minerva McGonagall spoke up. Let's not forget Hogwarts. I have almost 350 students and teachers at that school and another 80 house elves. I will not have Dementors that close to my school, loose and wandering about. I don't care how well trained you claim them to be. They are hungry savages and are designed to torture and kill. That is their job. I will not have them near a bunch of helpless, innocent children. Not while I am headmistress. McGonagall threw out her chest and glared at Fudge as if he was a misbehaving first year, which made him shrink back even more. Maybe Dolores' idea of the Dementors wasn't such a good idea after all, he thought. My people must be in that area, and are looking for traces of apparition and are trying to track her movements. They can't be held back by trying to fight a bunch of Dementors as well. Amelia stated, still glaring at the minister. Releasing the Dementors will not only be dangerous to the people of Hogsmeade and Hogwarts, but it will hinder our investigation. Even with the proper handlers. You have no guarantee they will not endanger innocent citizens. Do you want to read tomorrow's headlines when it states Fudge encourages death of innocent citizens and face a full Wisengamot hearing about that little choice you made? Minister Fudge paled as he thought about the possible headlines that would appear with his name on it. No, that wasn't what he wanted at all. Okay, he needed advice on how to handle this situation. If we can't use Dementors, what is our best course of action then? He asked. Croaker looked over to Amelia and nodded. I suggest you send a couple of my people to join up with Amelia's to see if we can help with her investigation. We can do some level of spells that they may or may not be familiar with and might help in the process, but at least it is an offer of assistance. Amelia nodded. Offer accepted. We will take all the help we can get. 2 of your people per team. Your choice of who to send and what their qualifications are will be kept top secret. Need to know only. Me and Shacklebolt only will have that information. That way we can put them to use where they will be most useful and most comfortable. They call the shots in their specialty. No questions asked. Or answers required. Croaker nodded at that and took out a small mirror, then turned his back and spoke into it, speaking softly so that the others couldn't hear what he was saying. A few moments later he turned back around and stated, 2 of my best will be reporting to Shacklebolt in a few minutes. He can give them directions to where he wants them to go. Thanks for the assist. Amelia simply stated. Now that that is settled, I would not be offended if we had some Auror presence at Hogwarts. In fact, it would be welcome. If Bellatrix is in the area, that means she is probably after a student or one of my teachers, and I do not want to risk her getting into the school and risking the lives of any of my students. If she got into the school, she could take hostages, or just go on a killing spree before we could call to arms, and who knows how many innocent lives would be lost. Minerva looked over to Amelia and sighed. Professor Black believes that Bellatrix Lestrange is after Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, that she is seeking revenge for her capture and imprisonment all those years ago, and that their lives are in danger. They almost didn't let them come back to school this year, although Hogwarts is one of the most protected places next to Gringotts. We spent quite a bit of time checking our wards this summer, after the breakout, and patching up troubled spots. So I hope that our wards are strong enough to keep even her out. But the extra help of some Auror presence would be appreciated. Amelia nodded and leaned back away from Fudge's desk. Right away. We will get a series of round-the-clock guards watching the school. If we set up 2 at each exit and do 8-hour shifts, that is 18 people. We can do that. We will get some of the cadets and a few of our off-duty people on it right away. It won't take any of our people off the streets, and it will give you full coverage. With that, the 3 guests headed back to work, and the minister was left wondering what just happened. A few minutes later, a very disgruntled undersecretary came into the minister's office, upset that she had missed the others and the meeting entirely. Unfortunately, Dolores, decisions had to be made quickly, and you were not available at the time, so they were made without your input, the minister stated. But Cornelius, it was my idea to start with. I should have been here to discuss it. You should have postponed the discussion until I was available, and that way I could have assisted you. Umbridge responded. Dolores, while I find your input to be quite helpful at times, it is not invaluable. Your idea was rash and foolhardy. It could have led to the loss of innocent lives and endangered school children, which we could not risk. So it was deemed as too great a risk to take. I will not go down in history, known as the minister that allowed his constituents to be murdered by Dementors by accident when it could easily be prevented. Helpless school children and innocent villagers are at stake, and I am not risking their lives just so you can throw a little weight around. No, the solutions that we came up with are more realistic and less deadly or dangerous to my people than sending Dementors out into the countryside. Cornelius then picked up a folder on his desk and opened it up and began to read its contents. But Cornelius, the likelihood of a Dementor disobeying a direct command is slim. I considered it an acceptable level of risk when I did my research. Dolores' voice was beginning to take on that simpering sound she makes whenever she doesn't get her way, and it was starting grate on the minister's nerves. Well, the 3 experts that I contacted didn't agree with you. Each one stated the same thing. While Dementors are useful at Azkaban, they are still creatures. Creatures that are bred and trained to torture and kill. They live in a constant state of flux, so they are constantly hungry and will always crave the hunt. If they have the opportunity to hunt and kill, they will take it, no matter the number of handlers we have available to see otherwise. It only takes 2 minutes for them to successfully drain the soul from a human body, and what then? There is no antivenom, no cure, no magic pill or potion or wand waving that will make things all better. The person is gone. A vegetable until their body dies without its functioning soul. Living on for a matter of days or weeks, even until it finally stops functioning itself. Cornelius stated, still going through the file before him. Now it has been decided. There is no more discussion on the subject. Well, I feel that you are making a huge mistake, and I just feel that it is my place to tell you so. Dolores sniffed and lifted her head up into the air, offended that the minister had dismissed her idea so easily. Dolores, you forget your station. You are my senior undersecretary. Your job is to gather information I might need and present it to me in a timely fashion. Not to demand that I make decisions that you want me to make or to force me to take your advice over the advice of my other constituents. I spoke to 3 experts in this field, not some flunkies who didn't know their file folders from their notepads, and each one stated the same thing. Using Dementors was rash, foolhardy, and dangerous. Now this subject is closed. I want to see the folder on the Minister of France. He wrote me offering to close his borders to all incoming non-essential apparition and portkeys until further notice. It is the 3rd one on your left side, Minister. Dolores sniffed. She wasn't giving up hope just yet. Oh no. She would get her Dementors. Maybe not today, but she would get them. Harry rode Storm as fast as his Darkhorn could go, the wind whipping through his hair and his stallion galloping at full steam across Hogwarts grounds. Storm, Ventus, Tonytrue, Fulgura and Procella hot on his heels. Thunder nipping at his heels and almost catching up to him. It was neck and neck as they raced around the Black Lake and back to Hagrid's hut, back to the stalls and stable. They had mucked out the stalls earlier that morning and had decided to take the Darkhorns on a real run and let them have a little fun. after which they would brush them down and feed them, then head into the castle and take a shower and then get ready for classes. Storm won the race to the stalls and stood there with his sides heaving and stomping the ground, throwing his neck back and snorting, proud of himself. Harry got off his Darkhorn and grabbed a fat rat out of the ever-available bucket and handed it over to his friend, who immediately devoured his gift. He had earned it after all. A whinny and a snort, he brushed his neck against Harry's leg, showing his appreciation of his snack, and then the beautiful Darkhorn stood trembling as the adrenaline from the race wore off and his rider brushed him down. Each of the riders were brushing down their Darkhorn and talking softly to them, checking their hooves and making sure their rides were in top condition before they walked them into their stable and gave them their morning meal. Professor Lovegood was going to use the Darkhorns in a class later this week, so they had to look their best, and that meant everyone got special attention today. Their coats gleamed and shone in the early morning sunshine, and the little bangles in Tony True and Fulgura's manis just sparkled like crazy, catching every ray of sunshine and every sparkly dewdrop that glistened on the grass outside. Hermione even put some beautiful ribbons in Priscilla's mane and tail and braided some of it, to hold it in place. The Darkhorn seemed to like it because she was flipping it back and forth as if to say, "Look and see, look and see." Storm just whinnied and tossed his head about at the antics of his fellow Darkhorns and pranced about showing off for the fillies as he normally did. He and Thunder were so glad they had their little herd back together again. They had missed their companions and were being extra friendly with their fillies now that they had them back. He would brush his neck up against them or nuzzle them every now and then and nibble at their ears, just a friendly nibble, mind you, something gentle and loving. The fillies would whinny and move closer to the large stallion, trying to vie for attention, each wanting to be the focus of his affection. They were getting to be that age, you know, the age to foal. Professor Lovegood suggested that either Storm, as the dominant stallion, would get first choice of fillies and get to pick 2, or maybe 3. Or Storm and Thunder would both take 2 fillies and breed them. But he was pretty sure that the fillies would breed this year. Breeding season for Darkhorn starts in September to November, so they should be seeing some form of dominance competition between Storm and Thunder soon. Then it would be the winner of the dominance competition picking out who they wish to breed with. Harry just hoped whoever bred with Tony True also bred with Fulgura, that way the twins would be happy. It would be a shame if one got chosen and the other didn't. If they timed it just right, the foals would be born during the summer months, somewhere between June and August, which meant that they would have to stay the summer months at the school, since the Maras would not be able to travel while pregnant. The idea of having foals running around and playing all over the place was thrilling, and the others were excited about it, although they all would have to be careful with the Maras while they were foaling, and in transition they all knew they would be spoiled rotten. Harry couldn't wait for their little herd to increase in size. After they finished up with the Darkhorns, Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti raced into the school to get showered and changed into fresh clothes and ready for class. Herbology this semester was a little more interesting than last year. This year they were going to be working with several plants instead of just one. Their first plant had been the Abyssinian shrivel fig. They were taught how to prune the plant and that it was used in 3 separate potions: the shrinking solution, the elixir to induce euphoria, and the thunder brew. A potion which when consumed creates a storm around an individual that can stun and damage enemies nearby. It is commonly used in combat and was well known back in the 1890s, and could affect an area of about 10 feet around the individual that consumed the potion. Today they were going to be working with leaping toadstools, which are used in Baruffio's brain elixir and the invisibility potion. Baruffio's brain elixir is a dangerous potion, if brewed wrong, and is viewed as questionable at best, harboring many side effects and unnatural effects if the complex recipe is deviated even in the slightest. That is one recipe that is best left to history. The invisibility potion is a smashing success though, and is used when one does not have an invisibility cloak or know how to do a disillusionment charm. The powdered leaping toadstools are quite expensive though, and cost almost 3 galleons for enough to make 1 batch of the potion. So it was almost worth investing in the invisibility cloak, especially if you are an Auror, or work in that field where you might need something like that on a regular basis. Neville was brushing the toadstools with fertilizer mix that Professor Sprout was passing out, and watching how the active little things would hop around their containers afterwards, all happy and excited, now that they were well fed. He couldn't help but laugh at their antics. Plants were always so fascinating to him, even weird ones like leaping toadstools. He sprinkled the last of the fertilizer into the container and closed the lid, not wanting the little guys to get away, especially with all their jumping and dancing about. Harry stood a couple of feet away from Neville with his own case of toadstools and noticed a couple of toadstools that were almost limp while the rest were hopping around. He called Professor Sprout over and showed her the two that looked, well, blah, and she tooted, and shook her head, then reached into the crate and lifted the two out and took them over to a separate case and began to sprinkle a different powder on them. Apparently those toadstools weren't doing so hot and needed special care. But Harry had caught it early enough that all they needed was a little TLC and they would be right as rain shortly. Pavarti and Luna giggled as they worked with their toadstools, watching them bounce around their crate and hop here and there. Luna had an especially active one that kept trying to bounce the lid off the crate, but she put a heavy stone on the crate and that stopped that. Lavender Brown didn't look happy as she was handling the ick fertilizer. But she did it anyway. She had her gloves on and could make sure that she didn't actually touch any of the stuff, but that didn't mean she had to like it anyway. It still smelled like fertilizer and oh gross. Looked like fertilizer. Oh, she hated this class. But she just had to think that she had a hot shower waiting on her in a few minutes and she could make it that long. At least this year she only had Herbology once a week, and Care of Magical Creatures once a week, and both of them were on the same day, thank goodness. Hot shower, hot shower, hot shower. Now after you have gotten the fertilizer on evenly, I want you to place the lids back on your crates and clean up your station. Remember that next week we will be working with Fluxweed, so I want you to read chapter 12 in your book and be prepared to work with your plants and repotting them next week. Also, I want a 10-inch essay on the dangers of Baruffio's brain elixir or the evolution of the invisibility potion by next class time. When you finish cleaning your station, you may leave, Professor Sprout announced. It was a quarter till the hour, but people still took the opportunity to head out early. All except Neville, that is. He stuck around and helped Professor Sprout clean up all the stations and made sure everything was put away properly. Care of Magical Creatures was about demiguises today. A demiguise looks like a cross between a sloth and an ape, with long flowing, silky hair and oversized bright black eyes. They are said to be precognitive, so catching one to kill it is extremely difficult. Showing it off to a bunch of kids at a school seemed to be quite acceptable to the little fellows, and so Professor Lovegood managed to get 5 demiguises to volunteer to come for a little show and tell. The demiguise is native to the Far East. China, Japan, and Tibet are its natural habitats. Although you can find them in other areas, I can guarantee you they have been smuggled in, and it is not where they are familiar with or native to. Professor Lovegood began. They are a protected species and are labeled a Class XXXX magical beast by the Ministry of Magic. They are peaceful and gentle to handle most of the time, but if threatened they will turn invisible and hide for extended periods of time. Padma Patil raised her hand and the professor pointed to her. Is it true that they use their hair to make invisibility cloaks from? Professor Lovegood nodded. Yes, that is one of the reasons that they are a protected species. A demiguise pelt is extremely valuable, since it is used in the making of invisibility cloaks. Most cloaks can go 3 to 5 years without needing to be replaced, but at some point the threads lose their power of invisibility and become opaque as time passes. Some of the stronger, more resilient cloaks, those made from the ancient demiguises, may last up to 20, even 30 years. But that is rare and is truly uncommon today. They are herbivorous, so they eat only plants. They enjoy just about anything that is leafy and green, although they seem to enjoy ferns more than any other plant. They live in colonies where the older ones or elders watch the youngest of the colony, while the healthy breeding age individuals of the colony will forage for juicy ferns and bring them back to the elders so they can sit and watch the young. Professor Lovegood explained. He then pointed to 2 smaller ones and stated, "These are younger females. You will notice they are about 10% smaller than the other larger ones in the group that are here before you today. The female demiguise will always be slightly smaller than her male counterpart. We have also noticed that the lighter colors seem to attract the most sizable males." Harry raised his hand and Professor Lovegood pointed at him. "How big can a colony get? And will it divide off if the colony gets too big?" To your first question, an average colony is about 20 to 25 demiguise, both male and female. Ancients breeding males and females and young or kits as they are called. If a colony gets over about 20 individuals in it, it may have too many adult males in it and start to compete for the female's attention, so they will separate off into smaller groups. On an average, it is about 1 adult male to 3 adult females. It can be more or less, but that is the average," he explained. Then Seamus raised his hand and Professor Lovegood pointed at him. "If they are peaceful and gentle, why are they listed as a class for creature?" Seamus asked. "Very good question, Mr. Finnegan," Professor Lovegood started. "The demiguise is said to have precognitive sight and hence is very hard to capture or kill. The only way to capture or kill one is to do something unexpected. Personally, I found that gathering these little fellows wasn't hard at all, especially since I have no intention of keeping them longer than necessary and I intend to take them right back to where I found them. Perhaps that is why I was allowed to gather them up and bring them with me. They seemed to be quite happy about the idea actually. It was almost as if they were looking forward to the vacation." "Ha ha ha." Professor Lovegood laughed. The rest of the class laughed and Luna raised her hand, then he pointed to her. "So intent is everything when it comes to the demiguise?" "Exactly. They can judge your intent, and if they feel threatened in any manner you simply won't be able to find them or their colony. Even those that are trained in their capture and harvest have problems when it comes to trying to cull the colonies. That is one reason that demiguise parts are so expensive in potions," Professor Lovegood stressed. Anthony Goldstein raised his hand and asked, "What potions can be made from a demiguise?" The professor was feeding the older demiguise some fern leaves and petting it gently, then turned to the young Ravenclaw and said, "There are several actually. The tincture of demiguise is used in several potions and unfortunately highly sought after. While the pelts are used in invisibility cloaks, the nail clippings and teeth are used in awareness potion. The tincture of demiguise is used in the draught of peace. Dried and ground up demiguise eyes are said to give 1 second sight, although I don't know if that is a fact or not. It doesn't seem to stop people from hunting these gentle creatures, unfortunately. Demiguise liver is used in wakefulness potion, and demiguise injury is used in class 5 calming draught. So just about every part of this little fellow here is useful in some manner or the other, unfortunately." The little demiguise cooed under Professor Lovegood's ministrations and leaned into his gentle hand, wanting more pettings, somehow knowing that he was no threat to them. Everyone couldn't help but be won over by the gentle little creatures. How could anyone hurt such a small and gentle creatures? Now you will notice that they are about 2 feet tall, that is about the average height of an adult. When they are born they are no longer than your thumb though and grow quite quickly. Believe it or not, they are born bald but gain their hair quickly as well. The mother will take and hide them within her own fur, and use her own fur to cloak their presence from possible onlookers. A young mother will hide her young in her own fur and keep it close to her for up to 6 to 8 months before she allows it to wander around, making sure that it has the ability to cloak itself before she allows it to wander off alone. A demiguise will reach full maturity at 2 years old and breeding age at approximately 3 years of age. Most of the time they have single births, but it is not that uncommon for a mother to have twins, although it takes a special female to be able to keep track of 2 young at once. There has been recorded on 2 occasions of a mother barring 3 young, but on both occasions one of the young died shortly after birth. So only 2 of the triples lived to adulthood. And both those deliveries were in a shelter, not in the wild. There are no known multiple births on record outside a shelter. Hermione raised her hand and Professor Lovegood pointed to her. "Is the reason that there is no multiple births due to the higher level of observation, or something else?" "I personally think it is due to the fact that the food is more readily available and there is less hunting and foraging, more just going and picking out what they are in the mood for right then. Food is more readily available, fresh clean water source year-round, easily guarded shelter, no known threats, no predators, less disease or illness. It all just makes them to where the creatures are naturally evolving and we are seeing multiple births as the next step in their evolution." Hermione nodded and wrote down everything he was saying feverishly, trying not to miss anything. This was so fascinating. Demiguises come in white and silver most of the time, but they have been known to be an almost blue color and even gray. And before you ask, there doesn't seem to be any difference in their fur color and the strength of their pelts or their usefulness in potions. Professor Lovegood pointed over to Terry Boot, who had his hand raised. "I know that the dragon reserves get some ingredients from their dragons even if they don't kill them. Is the same true for demiguises?" "Yes, it is. A demiguise will go through a normal shedding season where the handlers will brush them on a daily basis and that fur is used in invisibility cloaks but does not harm the creatures at all. In fact, it helps them have a more healthy coat and grow a stronger coat. Also, they routinely take injury and saliva samples, toenail clippings, and check for loose teeth which are shed on a regular basis. Any of those things can be used in potions. When a demiguise dies of natural causes, its body is harvested after it is verified that it was a natural death, and the portions are usually sold sparingly. All the proceeds of the sales go right back into the care and welfare of the shelter, and none of the profit goes into the pockets of the individuals tending the animals. Anyone caught killing a demiguise from a shelter or aiding in the death of a shelter demiguise is sentenced to Azkaban after being fined quite heavily, and again the funds going right back into the shelter. These shelters are not-for-profit shelters and are there for the protection and well-being of a protected species, not to make some pathetic beast hunter wealthy. Professor Lovegood couldn't help but grind out the last few words of his last comment, but he was quite opinionated when it came to his creatures. Well, now, it is about time for the bell, so we need to finish up here. I want you all to read Chapter 6 in your books, and draw me a rendition of a demiguise, label each part of their anatomy, and make sure you note the colors of their anatomy. That will be all for today. With that, he turned and began to herd his little friends back into their carrier and away from prying eyes, giving them extra juicy ferns and a few broccoli spears just to tide them over until dinner time as well. Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti spent 2 hours working out with Master Chin on karate before they were excused to cycle through their taekwondo katas. Next, they did a brisk run around the Black Lake and then grabbed their swords and began dueling under the overhang near the entryway at the front of the Hanging Gardens. Harry and Neville went against each other, while Luna and Pavarti went against each other. Luna and Pavarti had about the same amount of experience, so they worked well together, and they were both using short swords that were lighter and more versatile than the ones that the boys were using. "Guard your left side," Harry stated as he came at Neville again, swinging low. "Quit holding back," Neville repeated. "I'm not holding back, you big buffoon. You're moving too quickly for that." Harry came at him again, this time high on his right side. Neville swung and blocked, then aimed at Harry's unprotected ribs, and almost made contact, but Harry was able to block just in time. "Oof! Now that is more like it," Harry shouted. Back and forth they went for almost an hour, each giving it their best, neither giving in an inch. Clank, clank, clank as their swords bashed against one another, trying to build up their stamina and hold their own in a true sword fight. Sweat pouring down their faces and into their eyes by the time they called it quits. "Hold!" Harry shouted, and all movement stopped. The girls stopped circling each other, looking for weak spots, dodging in and attacking when each one was least expecting it. Neville's strong forward thrusts and attacks stopped, and he took a step back, wiping the sweat from his brow. Breathing heavily, Neville gasped out, "Geez, that is the longest we have gone yet." Harry was breathing heavily and nodded, barely able to gasp out, "I know, we have got to work on our stamina. We have gotten lax over the summer some. Not practicing as much as we used to. Let's go in and grab a shower. I stink," Harry stated. "You most certainly do," Luna said in response, wrinkling her nose so cute. Just now realizing how tired she really was, she put her sword back into its scabbard and took several deep breaths, trying to calm her breathing. Once they finished exercising, they all went up to their rooms and showered and changed, then grabbed their instruments and headed over to the room of requirements and met with the others to play some music. The twins, Percy, Susan, Hannah, Cedric, Padma, and Hermione were all waiting for them when they showed up. Jeeves and Misty popped in and provided snacks and drinks for everyone, just to make sure they didn't go without. The kids had spent the rest of the morning playing a variety of smooth jazz and easy listening tunes that they enjoyed playing. Anything from American soul to true classical, even some rhythm and blues thrown in here and there just for fun. Whatever they played, it was slow and easy with a lot of heart to it. First they played some Ray Charles, Smokey Robinson, James Brown, and Stevie Wonder. They played some Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, Nat King Cole, Dizzy Gillespie, and even some Kenny G. Then they went into some Henry Mancini, Richard Clayderman, Frank Sinatra, James Last, and Andy Williams, finishing up with a little Beethoven, Bach, and Mozart. All in all, it calmed them down from all their exercise earlier quite nicely. After they played their music for a while, then they turned on their Wizarding wireless and found a good station with lots of rhythm and danced their little hearts out. Everyone joined in and they danced. Free dancing. Luna finally got to show Pavarti what free dancing was, and finally she understood. And Harry was right, that was definitely what Luna did best. She was over there bouncing around to some 70s and 80s hits that had gone out of style a long time ago, but thankfully was making a comeback. But everyone loved Elton John and Queen, then bounced around to Bruce Springsteen and Mick Jagger for a while. Next came the Rolling Stones and of course the Beatles, the Eurythmics and Prince. Through it all they danced. Finally everyone got tired and it was getting close to dinner time, so they all headed down to the Great Hall to grab a bite to eat. Practically starving by now, with as much energy as they had burned off. Later that evening everyone focused on their schoolwork and getting their essays finished, wanting to get as much done as possible before Sunday, so they could relax and enjoy their day with their families. It took until almost midnight, but Harry managed to get all but his Care of Magical Creatures assignment finished before he zoned out and headed to bed. Weary feet dragging as he made his way up to his dorm room, and he was asleep before his head hit the pillow. Sunday was a combination of relaxing and playing with family. Harry and Neville played with Lillian while she tried to figure out what blowing bubbles with her mouth was like. She kept blowing raspberries and making the cutest noises, then giggling when she made bubbles with her tongue, clapping her hands or trying to, missing more often than not, every time she made the bubbles with her mouth. She was getting old enough to sit up by herself and crawl for short distances and even push herself up just a little. In no time at all she should be able to pull herself up and walk with help. Time was flying by so quickly anymore. Thankfully the boys were not missing any of their sister's formidable years, and were getting to watch her grow up, instead of just being able to see it in a pen sieve. Monday started off truly interesting. Charms class, they learned the Expelliarmus charm, which is a charm that will remove an object from a combatant's grasp. It is a common charm that is used to force whatever an opponent was holding to fly out of their hand, and if done right, it will fly right into your hand. It is common to see this charm used in duels to make an opponent lose their wand and end a duel. Harry was busy taking notes on the charm. Even though he learned it during the summer, he was still interested in what Flitwick had to say about it. While it is not known the true history of the spell, it is said it may have been invented by Merlin himself. But the first known widespread use was in Madagascar in the 11th century. The popular belief is that it was invented by Elizabeth Smudgeling, who used it in a dueling contest in Dartmoor in 1339. No matter its history, it wasn't very popular until Madame Smudgeling in Dartmoor. Her fabled wins in dueling went down in history as some of the fastest duels on record, and she still holds several records, due to this charm. Flitwick explained. Harry raised his hand and the professor pointed to him. Is there any way to block the Expelliarmus? There are several ways actually. The simplest is a basic shield. Protego will do it. A sticking charm on your hand so that your wand remains firmly attached to your hand will do it too. A block and flick method is possible with the right aim. Placing an anti-summoning charm on your wand is also a possibility. Flitwick listed off some of the most simple methods to block or counter the charm quickly. Hermione raised her hand and Flitwick pointed to her. What sticking charm would you suggest we use? That would be a Strictus. While others might work in a pinch, a Strictus lasts for quite some time, but is not a permanent sticking charm, so you won't have to worry about your wand being permanently attached to your hand. And it is strong enough that even a skilled duelist cannot break it, unless they are prepared to take your arm with the wand. The wand movement for that spell is to simply point the wand at the items you want to stick together and do a slow circular motion clockwise while saying the incantation. Remember to focus on what you want to happen or else this charm will fail. Willpower is everything with this charm. Flitwick started. A Strictus was originally invented to keep sailors stuck to their ship during bad weather in approximately 100 BC, and it has been used in many a battle during the Roman wars. This is not to be confused with Collishoe, which basically sticks a person's shoes to the floor. This charm is focused on whatever you point your wand at, not specifically at an individual's shoes. A Strictus was designed to stick the sailors to the different parts of the ship, like the wheel of the ship, to keep them from being swept overboard while the bad weather threatened to take their ship down. Now, when used on the dueling circuit, it was found that if you use the point and flick method of wand movement, that you can direct where the object will end up. So what you want is for the wand to end up, is you wand in question or object in question to end up is back in your hand. So you point your wand at your opponent's hand that is holding the offending object, then flick it back at you or away from you. Remember, if you have control of another individual's wand, then you have control of the duel. So let's see that point and flick movement, people. Ready, point and flick, excellent. Flitwick smiled. You all seem to have that part down pat. I am going to have 2 groups at a time come down and work on this and see how they do, since there isn't a whole lot of space at the front of the class. But we should be able to make it through everyone today. And with that, Professor Flitwick began to call out names and had groups of 2 began to walk to the front of the class and practice the charm. He also continued to answer questions when they popped up. Harry disarmed Neville, then Neville disarmed Harry. Both with ease, and they made the charm look like child's play. Luna and Pavarti did the same at the front of the class, taking turns disarming their opponent. Harry even managed to catch Neville's wand, although Neville flicked too hard and Harry's wand landed over his shoulder and behind him about 10 feet. He was going to have to work on that. Luna and Pavarti were not focusing on that portion of the charm yet, only on the disarming portion, so both their wands ended up a distance away and out of harm's way. The only problem with that is that in a real duel the combatant could always dodge over and retrieve their wand if you were not quick with a Stupefy or Immobilis charm after your Expelliarmus. What you needed to do was set up a spell chain with all 3. Expelliarmus, Immobilis, and finally Stupefy. One right after the other, and then your combatant would be out for the count. Then you needed to break your opponent's wand if they were a true threat like a Death Eater or in more recent times, Bellatrix Lestrange. That way if they had somehow got loose, they couldn't come back at you with their wand in hand. Once you got their wand, game over. Most wizards and witches consider it sacrilegious to even think about breaking someone's wand. But in a life or death fight, Harry was breaking as many of the injured things as he could get his hand on, that was for sure. Then he would hand over the left-over pieces to the ministry for them to have. The only problem was that along with the broken wand goes any proof that they had raised a wand against you. They couldn't do a priori incantatem and have a list of all the spells that wand has done recently. But as far as Harry was concerned, his immediate safety and the immediate safety of others was more important than the possibility of future prosecution. If necessary, they could use Veritaserum or pensive memories to prove the individual's actions against them. Another charm that is very similar to Expelliarmus is Accio. Only with Accio you may end up pulling the whole person towards you and not just their wand if you are not careful. You have to remember to state, Accio wand, and be specific, or you may Accio all your companions' wands as well. So, Accio Bellatrix Lestrange's wand would be the right incantation. But that is a bit of a mouthful when you can simply state Expelliarmus and be done with it. Also, Accio is easier to fight than Expelliarmus, so that is another reason to use it when dueling. Flitwick explained. Another thing to point out is that most people will put on their wand anti-summoning charms to fight against Accio, but they forget about Expelliarmus, thinking it child's play. Well, child's play ended many a duel over the centuries because people overlooked it or underestimated it. Then Flitwick had Granger and Padma Patil come up front. Those 2 had also practiced it during the summer, and again they made it look simple. Next was Terry Boot and Anthony Goldstein. Those 2 didn't have as much luck with the charm and had to have some extra help from the professor. They couldn't seem to get the wand movement part down for some reason. Lavender ended up against Lisa Turpin and lost her wand to her, but she couldn't do the same for Turpin until Flitwick helped her with her wand movement. Then she was able to perform the charm without a problem. By the time the class ended, everyone had a chance to perform the charm at least once. And get it right, that is. Then the bell rang. Alright people, before you go, I want you to read chapter 5 in your book and write me up a 10-inch essay on Expelliarmus. Make sure to use compare and contrast. Use some of the examples that I used in the class today if you must, but give me your own examples. Off you go. They had a study hall next, so everyone headed down to the library to see about getting a couple of reference books and start on their charms essay. By the time they quick looking around, they had 8 different reference books, and they figured that would give them all something different to choose from, so they checked out and headed up to study hall to work on their essays. They had barely started their essays when they realized it was time for potions class. So they packed up and headed over to potions. Harry thought they were going to work on the fire protection potion, but it turns out that Professor Lovegood had a different one in mind. Today we are going to work on the smoke screen potion. This potion, when you break the container against something, will create a thick smoke screen about 10 feet in diameter that will last for about 10 to 20 minutes, then dissipate. It will be a grayish-blue color smoke, but the potion itself will be pearlescent purple in color. So this is what your end product should look like. And with that, the professor held up a crystal vial with a purple potion swirling inside it. This potion has a shelf life of 6 months, so if you plan on keeping it in stock for longer, then that you will need to check your dates on a regular basis. 6 months and 2 days and you get a wad of goo on the ground, no smoke, nothing, the effect is null, she stated. Everyone craned their neck to get a better look at the swirling masterpiece in the crystal vial, and were practically mesmerized by the whirls of pearl and purple that twirled around inside. Harry raised his hand and the professor pointed over to him. Is it possible to do different colors of smoke, or is the gray smoke the only color this can come in? Harry asked. There is a variance of this potion that you will learn in 4th year that will allow you to make it in multiple colors, but you will not be introduced to that until 4th year. The professor stated. Zabini raised his hand and the professor nodded to him. I read somewhere that the smoke screen potion can have a certain level of toxicity. Is it true for this potion? Not for the one you are learning today. The potion you will learn in your 4th year, there are variations that can be considered toxic, although we will only cover those lightly. In general, you will be taught how to make the non-toxic versions and how to recognize the toxic ones, and that is as in-depth as it is going to go. Yes, Miss Brown. Does the smoke leave any smoke smell or lingering after effect on your clothes or person? Lavender asked. The orange version of this potion is designed to leave a pungent odor and a bright orange pigment to the skin that may last for several days. But it is the only one that was specifically designed with those effects. All the other versions of the smoke screen potion are harmless. They leave no lasting odor or color whatsoever. Yes, Mr. Longbottom. I have read where you can add certain ingredients to the smoke screen, and it will make anyone caught in it fall deep asleep. Is that true? Neville asked. That is the blue version, and yes, it is sometimes referred to as the dreamless sleep smoke, or sweet dream smoke just for that reason. Again, you will learn that version in your 4th year, but not this year. The professor went over to her station and placed the vial in the top drawer of her station, then began to set up her equipment. Letting everyone know it was time to get down to business. Harry grabbed his equipment out of his bag and began to set it up, calibrating his scales first and then setting up his cauldron and his rack of test tubes. He looked up and the professor had flipped the chalkboard around and the instructions for the smoke screen potion was on the chalkboard, so he began to read through it. This is one potion that they had never made and he was excited to make it now. He guessed this had something to do with Bellatrix Lestrange as well. But in a way he was kind of glad. He wasn't sure if this potion was on the normal curriculum until 4th year under normal circumstances. Harry finished setting up his equipment first, so he headed into the storeroom to gather the ingredients for everyone. When he got back, Harry handed the little manila envelopes over to each of the individuals and they thanked him as they took their share. Within 10 minutes they were all working on chopping, grinding, or dicing their first ingredient. This potion was extremely complex. It managed to go through every form of preparation that Harry and Neville were familiar with, even one that Luna had only used once or twice. What in the world is emulsifying? Neither Harry or Neville knew, and had to ask Luna, who patiently explained what to do with the dried chameleon eyeballs. So you made them into their own potion, then after 20 minutes added them to the other completed potion, giving it the pearliness effect to the primary potion. Geez, this was a complex potion for sure. Each one of the students was working quietly, checking the board and their book religiously, determined not to make a mistake. Pansy Parkinson raised her hand and the professor went over to look into her cauldron and shook her head, vanishing the contents. You are supposed to have emulsified the chameleon eyes before you added them to your potion, Miss Parkinson. If you didn't know what that meant, you could have read the instructions on the board, or those in your book. Both explain it quite well. Now you will be getting a 0 for this class and you will have to make the potion again next class. Then she looked over Malfoy's shoulder at Goyle's potion and did the same. I would suggest that you also read the book, Mr. Goyle. Emulsification is explained quite simply and is a 3-step process. Even Mr. Crabbe managed to follow those instructions this time, although for some reason his potion is green and not purple, and he too will be making his potion over again as well. With that she vanished both their potions and turned to Draco's potion. Excellent work, Mr. Malfoy. Proper emulsification. The pearlescent appearance ratio is perfect and your color is perfect. A perfect O for today, I would say. Professor Lovegood bragged, placing a hand on Malfoy's shoulder, causing him to sit up a little prouder and smirk. Bottle that up and label it properly. Make sure to date it nice and big. Just then there was a poof of smoke across the room at Seamus Station and Professor Lovegood rushed over there. Mr. Finnegan, you did not wait the full 20 minutes to pour in the emulsified chameleon eyes. Your potion is ruined. You two will get a 0 for today. And we'll be making it over. Then she noticed the bottles of potion waiting at the 4 stations at the front of that side of the room and went to inspect them. Neville, Harry, Luna and Pavarti were carefully dividing the remaining portions of their potions into extra bottles. They had already set their ones for class up for the professor to inspect, which she did. Each one was exact. Each one was swirling pearlescent liquid inside of deep purple liquid. Each the exact same viscosity. She couldn't be more thrilled if she tried. Professor Lovegood held up the 4 bottles and called everyone's attention to them. All right, folks. I know this is the most complex potion you have made so far, and here are 4 examples of a perfect potion. I know you can do it because Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Potter, Miss Patil, and Miss Lovegood did it. Now let's see how everyone else is doing. So she walked over to Knott, Zabini, Greengrass, Davis, and Bulstrode and began checking their potions. Well, look at what we have here. Mr. Knott, Mr. Zabini, Miss Greengrass, Miss Davis, and Miss Bulstrode all did perfect as well. Excellent. I am so proud of you all. This is a complex potion, and to be able to do this potion on the first try truly says something about your skill level. You should all be very proud of yourselves. This is something to definitely write home about. Professor Lovegood was all smiles, and then she saw Lavender's hand in the back and went over to her. I think I messed it up. It is blue and not purple. But it is pearlescent just like it is supposed to be, she stated with a tear in her eyes. Don't worry, Han. You probably got some stale hummingbird wings. It isn't your fault. Everything else looks perfect. I'm not going to mark you down on this one. I would suggest though that you use the ingredients from the storeroom. They are guaranteed fresh, and go ahead and make it again next time. Let's see if we can get that blue into a midnight purple. What do you say? Professor Lovegood smiled at Lavender, who smiled wetly back at her and nodded. Yes, ma'am. Next class she would do it again, and now that she knew how to do it she would make sure that her ingredients came from the storeroom and pull off a perfect potion next time. Mr. Thomas, you did beautiful. A little thick, but other than that a perfect potion. You may have gotten it a little hot. Try again next time and lower the heat about 10 degrees. See if that won't help. But your process is perfect, your color is perfect, and your emulsification is perfect. Wonderful job. With that, Professor Lovegood went up to the head of the class and clapped her hand and smiled, getting everyone's attention. There is 30 minutes left of the class, and since everyone did so well, I am going to let those that did well head out early. And yes, that means Miss Brown and Mr. Thomas. You may all take off. Those that still need to work on it, I want to write me up a 10-inch essay on the processes of this potion, including the emulsification. We have homework and they don't. That's not fair. Pansy Parkinson shouted. Did you get your potion done correctly? If not, then yes, you have homework. If you did, then you are rewarded with not having to do the homework. And it is my prerogative to set homework as I see fit. I believe that those that did not do the potion the first time around need to do the extra work, and I believe the essay may help them focus on the separate portions of this potion. If you feel that my treatment is unfair, you can always take it to the headmistress, Miss Parkinson. But otherwise, the homework stands and will be due on Wednesday. Class dismissed. With that, everyone that had gotten the potion done correctly cleared up their station and cleaned their supplies, then stored them away, quietly heading out the doors in mere minutes. Poor Seamus was the only Gryffindor that remained seated working quietly on the essay without saying a word. After he had cleaned up his area and put away his things, that is, Parkinson sat there with her arms across her chest glaring at Professor Lovegood for the entire time after she had cleaned up her area and put away her things, not touching her book or bothering to take out her book, parchment, or quills. Even Goyle and Crabbe were working on their essays quietly behind her without comment. But she was being stubborn. As soon as the bell rang, she marched out of the classroom and headed to the headmistress's office, intent on reporting Professor Lovegood for her unfair treatment. But you don't understand. I have to do an essay that only 3 other students are having to do. That is unfair. I will not do it. Parkinson shouted to the headmistress. Watch your tone with me, Miss Parkinson. Headmistress McGonagall stood and looked down at the irate young Slytherin. I will not do it. Not even half the class is having to do the stupid essay, and I will not do it. Pansy shouted again. That is right, Miss Parkinson, Professor Lovegood stated as she walked into the room. Over half the room did the potion correctly the first time around and hence do not have to do the essay. Then I shouldn't have to do the essay. If others don't have to do the essay, I shouldn't have to do the essay. She screeched. Oh, you don't have to do the essay. The professor started. Good. Pansy crossed her arms across her chest triumphantly. But you will be getting a 0 for the day then. Professor Lovegood finished. I demand you contact my father immediately. I will not be treated this way. Parkinson raised her head up and looked down her nose at the professor. Very well, that of course is your prerogative. With that, the headmistress went over to her flue and contacted Mr. Parkinson and had him flew over. At first he was concerned about his daughter and like any good parent, he went over to make sure she was all right. Wait a minute here, you're not sick, you're not injured, you're not in trouble, you just don't want to write an injured essay? Is that it? Is that the reason you called me away from a very important business deal? Is because you don't want to write a Merlin be damned essay? What were you thinking, girl? Write the injured essay, get it over with and be done with it. End of subject. Percival Parkinson turned and headed back to the flue and turned back to his daughter. And the next time you call me away from a business meeting you better be in a medical bed or about to be expelled, young lady, or you're coming home with me. Understood? He turned and headed through the flue mumbling about bothersome youth and being too busy for all this. Pansy just stood there in shock through it all. She had thought that her father would see her side of it. But all he saw was his stupid business deal he was in the middle of and that she had interrupted. She felt so helpless right then. But oh well, she wasn't going to let them win. She wasn't going to do their dump essay, and she wasn't going to remake the dumb potion either. So there. With that, Pansy turned around and stomped her way out of the office and headed back to pick up her things from the potions classroom. She had an essay in charms she needed to work on. Kingsley Shacklebolt rode the swirling staircase to the top and stepped into the room, followed by Nymphadora Tonks, John Dawlish, Thomas Proudfoot, Emery Savage, Gawain Robards, and Terryton Whitehall. Each one stepped off the staircase and followed their superior without question. Although heading in the headmistress' office, even after all this time, still made them feel like misbehaving youths. Shacklebolt knocked on the door before him and was granted entrance into the headmistress' office. Shacklebolt entered the office and motioned the that were following him to line up along the wall beside him. The headmistress looked up from the correspondence she was focused on and noticed the individuals in her office for the first time. She looked each of the young Aurors over and recognized each one from their time as students there at Hogwarts, especially Nymphadora Tonks, who had been her student just 2 years prior. Kingsley cleared his neck and began. These are the first shift Aurors that will be watching the different entrances to Hogwarts. They are the first round group and start at 8 o'clock in the morning. The second group will start at 4 o'clock and the third group will start at midnight. I will bring each group by to meet you shortly before they start, so you will be able to recognize each one. Aurors Savage and Proudfoot will be covering the main entrance. Aurors Tonks and Dawlish will be covering the greenhouse entrance, and Aurors Robards and Whitehall will be covering the southern entrance. Pointing to each one as he said their name, each Auror nodded to the headmistress while they stood at attention before her. Officers Tonks and Whitehall are 2 of our cadets, but they are working with 2 seasoned Aurors, and so I don't think that will be causing any problems. Shacklebolt pointed to the 2 younger-looking Aurors. McGonagall couldn't help but notice the young lady with the bubblegum pink-looking cropped haircut that stood before her, remembering all the mischief that the young woman got into while she was her student. Apparently her days of mischief-making were long gone now, if she was a full-fledged cadet Auror. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the help you are giving us means to me. Your presence here will put me that much more at ease. Tell me, did they find anything of their search for Bellatrix? Minerva asked, looking over to Kingsley. Shacklebolt tilted his head slightly but said, They searched all of Hogsmeade and found only traces of her presence, a fading apparition signal and some physical evidence of footprints and such. But it all led to a dead end. If we would have gotten there 10 minutes earlier, we could have traced the signal and been able to find her. but the signal was too degraded by the time we got there to do much with it, other than verify that it was indeed her and tag her presence there. We could tell the trail headed towards Hogwarts though, so we are searching the Forbidden Forest as we speak. We have a 20 Auror team searching the forest right now. They are starting with the northernmost quadrant and working their way south. They are putting up alarm wards as they go, so that if she does appear in any of the quadrants that they have already searched they will immediately know. They also have 2 unspeakables out there doing searches for wards and miscellaneous traps just in case. It may take us 3 or 4 days to clear the full forest, but we will get it done. Of that I have no doubt. McGonagall smiled at Shacklebolt and sat down at her desk. I have set up 2 of our guest quarters for your people. They are in near the Hufflepuff dormitories right across from the kitchens. I thought that would be the most handy for your people to have access to the kitchens, and be able to eat whenever they wished. That is greatly appreciated, and the location is wonderful. I am sure that they will find it to be very convenient. Shacklebolt nodded and then ushered his people out and to their posts. Before he left, Minerva called out, "Oh, Auror Shacklebolt. If you ever need to get into my office or speak to me, my override phrase is, honor above all. And if you state it to any portrait they will tell you where I am at that time, so you can locate me no matter where I am at in the castle quickly." Shacklebolt again nodded his thanks. That is much appreciated. Hopefully it won't come in useful, but thank you. Minerva couldn't help but remember when each one of them were sitting in front of her, eyes wide at her transfigurations, watching as she turned from a cat the very first time. Even Kingsley, that young man, had been so curious and intelligent, always so attentive in her class, always making top scores. She wondered if there would ever be a day she wouldn't see them as the poor little first ties that she remembered them as. She surely hoped not. That was one of the charms to being a teacher, the wonders of seeing your student grow up and becoming an adult, making something of themselves. She remembered when Kingsley had come into her office to get his career orientation, announcing he wanted to be an Auror. She was so proud of him then, and she was even prouder of him now. He had worked so hard to get where he was now. And Nymphadora, 2 short years out of school and already a cadet in the Auror force. She had always been focused when she wasn't up to mischief, that is. But she knew from the minute she started Hogwarts that she wanted to be an Auror. She fought for every grade she got in order to see she got exactly that. Top marks, prefect and all. The only reason that she wasn't head girl is that Wilhelmina Sayers received no detentions on her record for her entire 7 years at Hogwarts, while Nymphadora had received a number of them in her early years, although none after her 5th year when she became a prefect. Their grades were comparable, but the detentions early on made the difference. It was a huge disappointment to Nymphadora, but she learned a valuable lesson. Your actions will follow you, even if you don't want them to. Still, Pomona had put Nymfadora's name forward, even if the young girl never knew about it. But Phileas' choice of Miss Sayers won out that year. Minerva still believes that Nymphadora would have been the better choice. That young lady just had a better way with the students that Sayers did, and she actually cared about what the younglings had to say and what they were doing. Miss Sayers was so wrapped up in making her grades that she basically ignored anyone below 5th year, and unless they came directly to her, she didn't have the time for them. Minerva smiled to herself and decided she had dawdled enough. She reached over to her pile of correspondence and picked up the next letter and began to read it. With a heavy sigh, she focused on what this disgruntled parent had to say this time. I realize you say you're not going to do the essay. I just don't understand why you're not going to do it. Draco shook his head. Pansy was all up in arms about that stupid essay that Lovegood had assigned, and everyone in the Slytherin Commons room knew it. She had told the whole room at least half a dozen times the whole story, and most people just gave her this look that said, "Oh well, do the essay or and left it at that and couldn't understand it any better than he could. But for some reason she thought that he was supposed to come to her defense and stand by her side and protest or something. But Draco, it is unfair. Why should I have to do when other don't? You don't have to do the essay," she shrieked. "That's because I read the instructions and did the potion properly the first time. I don't have to redo the potion Wednesday either. But neither does not Greengrass, Bulstrode, Davis or Zabini." Draco sighed. He was getting tired of her shrill whining, and wanted to finish his charms report, but she kept interrupting his research to shout at him every time he tried to read. "That is just it. They don't have to do the essay, so why should I?" She looked at him with her arms over her chest and a half-crazed look in her eyes. Sighing, Draco marked his place in the book he was trying to read and turned to her. You, Boyle, Crabbe and Finnegan have to write the essay and remake the potion because you made some mistake in the potion, and it is supposed to help you realize what your mistake is and help you learn what is it, so that Wednesday when you come into class to remake your potion you will not make the same mistake twice. Now does that answer your question? Crabbe and Boyle were working on their essays across the table and listening to Parkinson shriek, not really understanding what all she was going on and on about. But when Draco explained it in such simple words they just nodded and went back to their essays and decided to just ignore her and her ranting, hoping they would figure out what it was that they did wrong on their potion and that way they could remake it right Wednesday. Well, I have no intention of doing that stupid report. And I very well may not make that dumb potion either. She said it herself, it is a fourth-year potion. How dare she make us do a fourth-year potion? Pansy shrieked. Pansy, I might have a little more compassion for what you are saying if over 75% of the class hadn't been able to do the potion correctly on the first try. Even Bulstrode got it right. Hell, even Brown got it, except for the outdated hummingbird wings, which she should have taken from the stockroom to begin with. The potion was complex, but not beyond our capabilities, and almost 80% of the class proved it. You're just mad because you didn't read your instructions completely and you're too stubborn to admit that you made a mistake. Now it's your choice if you want to make a 0 on your essay and a 0 on remaking the potion, but you have already made a 0 on the potion today. Do you really think your grade can handle 3 zeros in a row like that? It very well can bring you down one whole letter grade. Do you think your grade in potions is that high that it can withstand that kind of a blow? I don't think so. I think you are working on in the class as an average just like you did last semester, which means that you would end up with an E, and that would be if you didn't pull another stunt like this in the future and you did a level work or better on all your remaining work in the classes. Do you think you can do that? Potions is your hardest subject. You have always had problems in it, and I have always helped you study and work on it. But I am not going to help you if all you're going to do is throw away my time and effort because you are too stubborn or too proud to do the stupid work. Draco huffed and turned away from his companion and went back to his studying. Pansy gathered her things and walked off in a huff, leaving Draco and the others to sit in the common rooms alone. Then Draco had an idea. Maybe he went over and shared his idea with Greengrass and Davis, who shared it with Zabini and Knott. This just might work. Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti were doing research in the library, and Draco Malfoy just happened to walk by their table. Black, can I have a minute? Mr. Malfoy, what can I do for you? Harry asked, stopping the reading he was doing. I had a thought, and I wanted to let Gryffindor know what we were doing. I thought it only proper. Well, actually, Greengrass thought it only proper, but I came to tell you anyway. Draco looked a little disgruntled at that, but continued. Pansy is going on and on about how unfair it is that only some of the class is writing the report about the smoke screen potion and that she isn't going to do it, since not everyone has to do it. Well, we decided to all go ahead and write the essay and hand it in, even if it wasn't assigned to us, as a show of solidarity, I guess. Well, that, and we thought maybe we could get extra credit. Harry nodded. Thanks for the heads up. We will spread the word and do the same. I bet she does give us extra credit or points or something like that for doing it. Thanks again, Malfoy. Harry reached out his hand to the Slytherin, and at first Draco just stared at it, but then miraculously he shook his hand. Will wonders never cease? Maybe this Gryffindor wasn't so bad after all. Maybe. Neville watched as Draco Malfoy walked away and blinked a few times before he actually realized what had just happened. Did Malfoy was he? I know, weird, wasn't it? Come on, let's find some books about that smoke screen potion and see if we can write up an essay about the variances that will impress even Professor Lovegood. Harry got up and headed over to the potions section of the library and began to search through the appropriate books, while Neville went through the card catalog and began to write down a list of books he found there. Luna began to write a rough outline, and Pavarti got out some books she had in her book bag and laid them on their table. Ones she was sure would help. Each one focused on doing this one little 10-inch essay better than any essay they had ever done before. Professor Black brought the box of rocks around and let everyone pick out 3 rocks out of the box. It had crystals, river rocks, volcanic rocks, even some semi-precious stones in it. And everyone picked out what caught their eye. Malfoy picked out 3 matching river rocks and placed them on the desk before him. The rocks weren't anything special really, just white milky quartz-looking stones that had a simmy gloss to them. So they were rather attractive. Maybe that is what drew them to him, who knows. Today we are going to work on Codisavis, or Rock to Bird. Each of you have chosen 3 stones, right? All right, now, I want you to take and transfigure the first of your 3 stones into a bird of your choice. Remember to focus on what type of bird you want your transfiguration to be. Get the details right in your head. The more details you get right, the more accurate your bird will be. If you are not sure what bird you want to try or what the details of your chosen bird should be, there are a couple of books that I will be circulating around the room for everyone to look at and share. Remember that you don't want a huge bird like an ostrich or an emu or something that is deadly like a cassowary or a patoi. I would also like it if you all refrained from buzzards or other scavengers. They tend to want to fight with the other birds, and that tends to make a mess of the classroom. So try to keep the classroom as gentle and calm as possible, people. Professor Black picked up 3 books and started handing them out at different places in the room. 1 to the Gryffindor side, 1 to the Slytherin side, and 1 halfway up on the Slytherin side. While Pansy Parkinson was thumbing her way through the book and cooing at the adorable parakeets and parrots, Draco sat there staring at his white rock and closed his eyes, focusing on what he wanted it to look like. Then he said it, Codisavis, as he pointed his wand at the little white stone. The next thing he knew, there was a perfect turtle dove sitting on his desk, cooing its little heart out. Luna had chosen 3 semi-precious stones and picked out the purple one, the amethyst, pointing her wand at as she closed her eyes and focused. Moments later she opened her eyes and pointed her wand and said, Codisavis. Sure enough, a beautiful purple and green hummingbird popped into life and began hovering all around her head. Luna laughed at its antics and held out her finger for it to land on, which it did. Harry tried his hand at it and closed his eyes, focused for a moment, then opened his eyes and pointed to a snowy quartz that he had laying on his desk. Codisavis. Before him sat a male counterpart to his Hedwig, a beautiful snowy owl. The owl tilted its head and stared at Harry, looking at him the same way that Hedwig does. That was just weird. Harry couldn't help but laugh at his bird's antics. Pavarti was next. She closed her eyes, then smiled after a minute or so, and opened her eyes and pointed her wand and said, Codisavis. And a colorful little bird of peach, white, black, green, and aqua was now where a common old brown rock had been. The little thing was flighty and flittered around, jumping from here to there, not staying still for a minute. What type of bird is that? I don't think I recognize it, Professor Black asked as he noticed her success with the spell. It is called a bee-eater. It is from my native country, so I would be shocked if you had seen one. They are mainly from northern India. But the males are particularly colorful, so they can attract the most receptive females. Neville chose to do an eagle owl just like Hades, although his female counterpoint. And she was a beauty too. The one problem with non-living to living transfiguration is that it eventually will change back, and that it may last for a few minutes, maybe hours, and if you are exceptionally talented, maybe days, but it will change back, and when it does, some poor heartbroken owl or finch or hummingbird out there with romance on their mind is going to be pining for their lost love and hunting everywhere for them. Maybe passing up several perfectly good options that are available to them in nature, waiting for Miss or Mr. Perfect to swoop down and come back home. So we will be changing all our birds back into rocks before we leave. We leave no pining birds in our wake around here. Everyone gave a loud groan at that, but they understood the reality of it. It wasn't fair to the birds, really. Maybe you want something to make your day a tad brighter or more colorful. Something beautiful to listen to. Something to help catch a pesky mouse, whatever. But your intention should never be to mess with the ecosystems in nature. That isn't our place. We are here to maintain balance, not to tip the scales right on over. When you have successfully transfigured all 3 of your stones, raise your hand, Professor Black announced, and then he went by inspecting each student's birds one at a time. Yes, even Goyle's chickens. Hey, he said he was hungry. That was also when Professor Black announced that they cannot eat these birds, even if they look like chickens at the time. They are essentially still rocks in chicken costumes, and you will end up with a stomach full of rocks in a few hours. Not a pleasant thing to wake up to. And yes, it has happened before. An individual that was good at transfigurations changed several rocks into chickens and made chicken soup out of them. Unfortunately, he woke up in the middle of the night having to be rushed to St. Mungo's and explaining why he had a stomach full of gravel, When asked, he stated he had a craving for chicken soup and didn't think about the consequences until later, much later. Thankfully, all the rocks were able to be vanished and Mr. Podds was able to go about his life as normal. But we also got Transfiguration rule number 7 out of it. Transfigured foods always hold true to its nature. In other words, rotten food you make to look palatable again is still rotten food. A rock you make into a loaf of bread is still a rock. Now this goes along with the exception to Gramps' laws of conjuration. Number 2. You cannot conjure food. There is no nutritional value in conjured food. Someone who is surviving on conjured food will starve to death as surely as someone who has eaten nothing at all. Their body will have no nutrients to live off, although their mind will say, I just ate a large steak dinner a few hours ago. Their body will say, there is nothing truly there after about 20 minutes and you back at square one. These two rules go hand in hand. Transfigure something from nothing and you get nothing. That is the way that I have always looked at it. Professor Black explained as everyone in the room wrote down the information quickly. Bulstrode raised her hand. What about something like changing broccoli into peaches? Would that work? That would work, but once it changes back it would still be broccoli. So it would still hold some nutritional value. Professor Black stated. I hate broccoli, but Mum says I am supposed to eat it. I love peaches though. She smiled and wrote down a note or two. Now I am not encouraging you young people to change your vegetables into pudding or anything like that. That is just wrong. Vegetables are good too, you know. And besides, pickles are a vegetable. Tomatoes, celery, potatoes and beans are all vegetables. Just pick your vegetables wisely, and you won't have to transfigure any of them. He chuckled. Celery is gross, hollered out Goyle. Just celery is, but celery with peanut butter or cheese on it isn't. Black came back. But we are getting way off topic anyway. The bottom line is you can't eat your chickens, Mr. Goyle, so quit looking at them like you want to name them fried, baked and rotisserie. They are just poor innocent cluckers and aren't harming a soul. Good job on the transfiguration, by the way. 5 points each. Professor Black chuckled and moved over to Malfoy's turtle doves. Excellent, Mr. Malfoy. Their beauty is breathtaking, and their song is so soothing. 5 points each. Good job, Miss Parkinson, beautiful parakeets. 5 points each. Professor Black worked his way through the room handing out 5 points to each person that managed to complete the transfiguration, and by the end of class all the students were pleased with their results. Okay folks, we are going to reverse these birds back into stones, since we don't want them flying through the corridors between classes or causing further havoc. The spell you will use is Reparafarge. It is a basic transfiguration reversal spell, and works on all level 1, 2, and 3 transfigurations. Now for Thursday I want you to write me an essay on what are Gramps' 5 laws and what are the exceptions. We encountered one of them here today, so don't forget to mention it. I want at least 10 inches from you guys. That's it. Class dismissed as soon as your birds are stones again. With that, everyone focused on returning their birds back into stones, well, all except Luna. She wanted to play with her hummingbirds a minute or two more, but eventually she did turn them back into stones. But then she pocketed the stones and went humming out of the room with a smile on her face. Harry just watched her go and shook his head. Remus was laying out papers at each of their desks as they walked into the room. Each one sat down and picked up the paper and began to look at it. It was a graph almost, or more like a tree. It has the 7 major branches of the ministry and all their subdepartments listed below each one. This made things a whole lot easier to understand. Harry was comparing some of the departments he found with Neville, and they were whispering back and forth when Professor Lupin called attention to the class. What you have before you is a spreadsheet of all the departments within the Ministry of Magic and what primary department they report to or what primary department holds their vote within the Wisengamot. You will notice that some similar departments are clumped together but others are divided up. This is because the primary duties of the different departments are different. Like, for instance, the Department for Underage Magic. It tracks and reports underage magic, but then it turns over the report to the Department for Magical Law Enforcement, in case there are obliviators that are needed to go on scene and obliviate any witness to the underage magic, which does happen unfortunately from time to time. Then the report goes to the Hall of Records into the individual's permanent record, if it is not contested, and will stay in their file their whole life. The file may even go to the Department of Muggle-worthy excuses if absolutely necessary, which sometimes happens as well. A child accidentally lets loose an elephant at the zoo, which goes traipsing across lower London. First they have to help with the capture of the beast, then fix the memory of everyone that saw it, or come up with a valid excuse as to why a 2-ton elephant was walking around the streets of London in broad daylight, which would be easier. Sometimes coming up with a broken cage excuse is easier than obliviating 200 people and a news crew. Harry raised his hand and Professor Lupin nodded towards him. Isn't it getting harder and harder to erase these instances of accidental magic that happen out where everyone can see it? I mean, with the cameras and stuff that are out there everywhere nowadays. Yes, it is. And that is one thing we have been trying to convince the Wisengamot for years about. But unfortunately they seem to wish to push their heads in the sand and believe otherwise. A tall blonde woman at the back of the room wearing a monocle stood up and walked to the front of the class. My name is Senior Auror Amelia Bones, and I am the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And you, sir, just hit a very important nail on the head. The Wisengamot is constructed primarily of middle-aged wizards, and they are used to muggles barely being able to get about in a horse and buggy, let alone in a motor vehicle. They have never seen an airplane or helicopter or television or telephone, or even a motion picture show, let alone are aware that muggles have these things. They tend to think muggles are still living back in the 1920s or so, as it were, and blatantly refuse to step into modern times. Unfortunately, that makes my job and the job of my people that much harder. Madam Bones stood at the front of the classroom and began to explain. It used to be that you could apparate anywhere as long as you made sure that no one saw you. Unfortunately now, there are cameras on every stoplight, money machine, and in many of the stores, let alone many people are carrying around their little compact cameras with them as well. Can't forget them either. Cost us a pretty penny in damages when we ended up having to confiscate the things from people as evidence, or the film at least. I wish we had something to block out those injured things that we could carry around, or could just erase the film from a distance and be done with it. But our technology department is still working with how to make an electric coffee maker work around magic. We are nowhere near that level of skill at this point. She chuckled. Zacharias Smith spoke up, interrupting Madam Bones. I've seen a television that was only 3 inches by 4 inches and one that was as big as that blackboard, both with perfect pictures. Technology is huge business nowadays in the Muggle world, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. There is a technology that is just getting popular called cell phones, which is a phone that allows you to talk to someone over a great distance, and the newest ones out will even allow you to use it like a camera and take pictures. If that ever catches on, the we are sunk. Everyone will have one and know where will be safe, not even to apparate into. Amelia groaned. What a nightmare. Thousands of people out there with the ability to photograph anything they see, and 53 people in the Wisengamot unwilling to recognize it for the danger it is. Wayne Hopkins raised his hand. Professor Lupin pointed to him and waited. How many people are actively held in Azkaban currently? That would be 328 people currently. That is the total between the minimum and maximum security combined. Bones stated. Susan raised her hand. What is the longest time someone has ever survived a stay in Azkaban? Amelia looked over to her niece and smiled. That would be 14 years and 8 months, although the individual was insane at the time of his death, and had been so for several years. And he was in a minimum security section of the prison. So limited exposure to Dementors throughout his stay at Azkaban. She didn't mention that the man had clawed out his own eyes in the end, swearing that he was seeing demons in his cell trying to possess him through his eyes. The man died 3 days later from a severe infection and injury loss, found in the back of his cell with no eyes and deep injure marks across his face. Some things are just too harsh to be repeated, even to curious kids. Nightmares and all that. Harry raised his hand and Amelia pointed over to him. How long was Bellatrix Lestrange in Azkaban before she escaped? Amelia knew there would be questions about Lestrange today. There had to be. She was the hot topic in the news. But she wasn't about to break regulation to satisfy the curiosity of a bunch of innocent kids. Even Harry Potter Black. I'm sorry, Mr. Black, but I can't discuss anything to do with Bellatrix Lestrange. It is an ongoing case, and until she is recaptured or the case closed, I cannot disclose any information on that subject. Amelia apologized. Neville raised his hand and Amelia nodded. What third-year electives would you recommend for someone to take if they are wanting to get into the Auror Corps? Amelia smiled and started. While I took arithmancy and runes, I also took first aid, which was offered if enough people asked for it. You needed at least 4 requesting the class. I managed to get 6 asking for it in my year, so they offered it, and 4 of them went on to become healers. 2 of us became Aurors. Neville, Harry, Luna, and Pavarti exchanged looks and nodded. They would definitely be asking for that class as well then. In 7th year, political science, basics of the Wisengamot and wizarding law are also classics that you can ask for. I took wizarding law and loved it. It was a good class to take as a precursor to Auror training. It definitely gave me a basic overview of several laws that were covered later in the Auror training. Dean Thomas raised his hand and was called on. How long does it take to become an Auror? It takes 3 years of Auror training school, 2 years of cadet training, where you are on a beat with a superior Auror, and then if you go on to become a Auror Special Services, you go through up to 5 levels of Special Forces, each taking anywhere from 6 months to 3 years on an average. Or you can become a hit wizard, which is a 3-year fast-tracked altogether, but it is primarily used during wartime. She explained. What if you want to become a hit wizard during peacetime? Like now? Dean asked. They just don't offer the applications during this time. The only way they would have an opening in that department is if one of their own died in the line of duty, which is rare, mind you. They get a lot of specialized training that my people don't get, and are asked to do a lot of things my people aren't prepared to handle, but they are trained hard and trained well for their position, never doubt that. Where my people are more like the average police or constable on the street, hit wizards are more like the military. They have a strident hierarchy and they work hard to get their position. They have a lot of specialty areas like demolitions, search and rescue, hostage negotiation, undercover and infiltration, and medic. There are other areas of expertise, but those are some of the major ones. Amelia was really having fun with the questions these kids were asking. If several of these kids didn't join her ranks, she would eat her wand. Luna raised her hand and Amelia nodded to her. I was told that there was a special task force that was trying to form for crimes against witches. Is that true? Yes, lately the crimes against witches has taken a leap in frequency, and the number of reports we have been getting have increased. It used to be something that was very hush, and just no one talked about it. But lately we have seen the need to have at least one on-duty female officer available at all times to answer calls for female in distress calls. And the frequency of occurrences is increasing. Most of them are younger women that have been caught in an abusive situation and just need some help getting out of it, and don't know where to turn to. But sometimes it is truly violent offenders, repeat offenders of substance abuse that leads to major issues. The hardest ones to face are the young mothers that are dealing with spousal abuse when they have young kids at home and the kids are watching their mother being beaten by their father or stepfather. We try to step in there in time, but sometimes we don't catch it in time, and we are left taking the children out of the situation, when the mother has already been killed and the only adult left in the house is the abuser. Is that because the people are becoming more violent? Or because women are becoming more confident in your ability to help them? Pavarti asked. I would hope it is the later, honestly. But I don't know. I see a lot of these cases that involve Muggle substance abuse, and the more variety of substances out there, the more frequent the abuse that I see. Wizards are not meant to experiment with Muggle drugs, but they do, and when they do there is usually bad reactions. Violence is usually the end result, and the wizard in question may or may not realize what he has done or even care what he has done, to be quite honest. It depends on how addicted to the substance he is. It used to be the only thing you had to worry about was alcohol, but now there is cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, marijuana, LSD, and the list goes on. And those are just the common street drugs. That doesn't even include the legal prescription drugs that the Muggle doctors hand out like candy, and that the people sell on the streets these days. Amelia shook her head and sighed. If there is one thing I can honestly state, is never let yourselves get caught up with Muggle drugs or medicine. It can only lead to pain and suffering. Justin Finch-Fletchley raised his hand and she pointed towards him. How do you deal with someone that is high on one of those substances? The first thing we do is sober them up, usually by magicking a Bezoar into their stomach, or a sobriety potion into their stomach, or both. It takes just a few minutes for the effects of the alcohol or drug to wear off, and all of a sudden they are stone cold sober and being forced to face what they just did. Sometimes they are completely clueless. Sometimes they are shocked or terrified with what they see. But they never seem to be as upset as they are when it is announced that they are facing life in Azkaban. since use of Muggle illegal drugs is also illegal on our side, and the sentence is a 10-year stay in Azkaban, minimum security. And that is before they face any of the repercussions of their actions of what they did under the influence of the substance. So they are basically looking at a life sentence for trying a Muggle street drug? Justin asked. That's right. Magicals always have bad reactions to them, and many a times they have broken the statute of secrecy while under the influence of such a drug. Thankfully, we have avoided any real catastrophes as of yet. But the possibilities are there. The threat is real, and therefore the punishment has to fit the crime. Amelia put on her best Auror face and nodded. Ernie Macmillan raised his hand and she motioned for him to speak. What spell would you say is the most useful for someone to learn if they are wanting to get a head start in your field? Expelliarmus by far, and Protego right after that. 2 second-year spells are the most frequently used spells in our department. I know it is crazy, but it is the truth. Rule 1. If a combative has a wand pointed at you, they can kill you. So get that wand away from them at all cost. Rule 2 is protect your own ass while you're taking a combatant down. Rule 3 is don't hesitate. And thanks to a dear friend and colleague of mine. Rule 4 is constant vigilance. Always know your situation, surroundings, and escape plan. Rule 5 is know your weaknesses. If you know your weakness, then you know how to work around it, or how to use it to your benefit. Rule 6 is play to your strengths. Always focus on your strengths and don't hesitate to use them. Rule 7 is ask for help when you need it. Many a good man fell when he was too proud to ask for an assist. Rule 8 use your surroundings for your benefit. Rule 9 always fall back on your training, and Rule 10 is always carry a knife. With that, she pulled out a 6-inch knife that she kept on her side at all times, another little thing she learned from Moody, and showed it to the class. Those are the 10 top rules to being a good Auror that I have learned during my years on the force. Learn them and they will get you far. She looked out to the sea of faces and noticed that everyone was scratching down furiously everything she had said, word for word, and couldn't help but smile. Yeah, she was definitely going to be getting some recruits out of this class for sure. About that time the bell rang and everyone said, they had 100 more questions to ask and were really enjoying listening to what Auror Bones had to say. I know, but we can't take up any more of Auror Bones' time. Now I want everyone to write an essay on those 10 rules that Amelia just mentioned and tell me which ones you're found to be the most helpful and the most important. Everyone, if you could give our guest a round of applause for her patience and being here. Professor Lupin began to clap his hand, but the class didn't stop at that. They all stood up and clapped their hands, and some gave whistles and shouted or hooped, then gathered up their things and quietly headed out of the class to lunch. Lunch was filled with discussion about the class, and everyone was excited over the rules that Amelia had given them. Harry was sure he was going to get his knife out of his trunk and start keeping it on him at all times, just like she said. Neville agreed with him, and they both planned to do the same thing. The girls only had smaller pocket knives, but they were going to make sure to carry them as well, and then maybe order something that was a little larger in the near future. Or wait until Christmas break and get something then. Everyone was quick to put their things away and wait to see what the creature that we're going to discuss today was. Take your seats, everyone. Take your seats. We have a very busy day and not much time to work on it. 2 hours is going to fly by today. I'll bet. Today we are going to work on Dementors. And no, we don't have a real Dementor to see. I am not that stupid. What I do have is a couple of pensive memories I want to share with you that may or may not help you understand what a Dementor is and how they behave. Dementors are often referred to as soul-sucking fiends due to their chilling abilities, or as agents of death due to their visual characteristics. Professor Longbottom began. Their origin is questionable at best. Their first appearance was when the dark wizard Raxidian called forth a colony of them to attack a wizarding village when his attempt to entice a young maiden into marriage were shunned. The villagers fought off the dark demons with their patron uses but were overpowered, until that is a young wizard by the name of Elias conjured a small but very powerful Patronus of a mouse, repelling all the Dementors from the village and saving not only his village but his lady love Eliana. He continued. Professor Longbottom put up a large picture of Azkaban on an easel for everyone to see. It wasn't until 1718 that the Ministry of Magic saw the Dementors as a potential asset. Damocles Rowell was elected as Minister for Magic and decided to put the ancient fortress of Raxidian, the island fortress of Azkaban, into use, putting the guards of said fortress to work and save expense, time and lives. Despite protests, the plan to utilize Azkaban was put into motion. The fortress was nearly impossible to escape from and had or has rather so many wards up that Muggles are completely unaware of its existence. In other words, it is unplottable. In 1747 the then Minister Eldritch Diggory, visited Azkaban and was horrified at what he saw and wanted to get rid of the Dementors, but he died of dragon pox before his campaign to get rid of the creatures could come to completion. Since then, there have been a few individuals that wish to revamp the system, but no one has succeeded. Professor Longbottom put up a picture of a Dementor on the easel. Dementors are approximately 12 feet high or 4 meters, and wear long black, tattered robes with hoods. Their tattered robes and method of floating above the ground allows them to closely resemble wraiths. Their hands and arms are bony and appear almost skeletal. Their face is completely hidden by their deep hoods, but their face is covered by thick scabbed skin. They have no eyes, only sockets where eyes should be, covered in thick scabs. Their mouth is a huge gaping hole that is used to suck the soul of their victim out. This is known as the Dementor's kiss, leaving their victim in a vegetative state and is generally considered worse than death. When they breath, they make an almost rattling sound which is quite eerie. A death rattle, if you will. He described. Professor Longbottom continued. Even though they appear like wraiths, they cannot go through walls or doors. So locking them away in a tight space or simply locking them out is one way of getting rid of them. However, they are very persistent and single-minded when they are on the hunt. They feed off of emotions. They literally seem to suck all the light, warmth, sound and happiness from the very air that surround them as they draw near. All that is left is that long rattling breaths and the coldness that appears whenever they are near. They feed on fear. They can feel your fear when you are near them. Even if they don't have eyes, they can pinpoint you in a room without a problem. Malfoy raised his hand. Is it true that Muggles can't see Dementors, but are still affected by them? It's very true. Many a Muggle death has been contributed to natural causes when it was really Dementors, simply because they can't see them. Professor Longbottom explained. Zabini raised his hand and Professor Longbottom pointed towards him. Is there a way to kill them? Professor Longbottom shook his head. No one has ever been able to kill one to my knowledge, but you can fend them off with a Patronus, or the Expecto Patronum charm, which is what we are going to attempt to learn today and for the next several classes, I would imagine. It is a very hard spell to learn, due to the fact that you must focus on a happy or loving memory and hold that memory in your mind while you cast your Patronus for your Patronus to even work at all. The stronger the emotion behind it, the stronger your Patronus. So the more love and happiness there is there, the stronger your Patronus. Some people cannot cast one at all. In fact, is it not uncommon to be unable to cast one? So I am not expecting miracles here, people, just that you make the attempt. We will be spending the next 3 class periods on this one subject, so are you ready to focus? Harry raised his hand and Professor Longbottom pointed at him. Why do they call them Dementors? Doesn't that mean like insane or something? Dementor came from de or to take, men's meaning soul or mind, and tor, to direct action, which would give you the remover of one soul, or demenstor, Dementor. It is similar to the idea of Dementors meaning demens in Latin, which is insane combined with the suffix, or indicating the one who performs the action, so Dementors could be demons or one who drives someone to insanity. No matter which way you cut it down, the name fits.
Groß, Harry replied.
Professor Longbottom couldn't help but chuckle at that, but he tried to keep things serious and pointed to Malfoy, who had his hand up. Once a soul has been taken by a Dementor, is there a way of ever releasing it? Draco asked. Not that I know of. Once it is taken, it is lost forever. That is why it is seen as one of the most horrific creatures. It is even classified as a non-being by the Ministry of Magic, instead of listing it as a creature due to the level of danger of these creatures. Are Dementors the only non-beings there are? Luna asked. No, there are also poltergeists and boggarts in that category. But Dementors are by far the most dangerous, said Professor Longbottom. Tracy Davis raised her hand and Professor Lovegood pointed to her. How are they made? I mean, are they born or what? No, they aren't born, Percy. They are formed. A Dementor is like a fungus, It is created when there are enough negative emotions around that it can be formed. Like a poltergeist is a conglomeration of all the mischief that is present. A Dementor is a conglomeration of all the despair, depression and fear that is present. The more that is present, the more Dementors you will have. That is the reason there are almost 100 Dementors guarding Azkaban prison right now. There is plenty of emotions for them to feed off of. They feed off of all a person's happiest emotions. And joy, leaving an individual with nothing but their worst emotions and fear behind. When you are exposed to a Dementor, you get this sudden feeling as if you will never be able to be happy again, and that feeling stays until you are clear of their exposure. Plus, there are no genders when it comes to Dementors. They all appear to be male by statue, but to be quite honest, the common consensus is that they are almost agender or androgynous in nature. Neither male nor female truly. Professor Longbottom explained. Davis nodded and looked down at her notes and wrote down several things before she stopped to look back up to the professor again. Personally, I think a little Dementor demon would be just a little bit on the weird side, people. The students had mixed reactions to that, some chuckled and some shivered, but all had some form of a reaction. Seamus raised his hand and Professor Longbottom pointed to him. Yeah, Professor. Is it true that chocolate helps with the effects of Dementor exposure? Seamus asked with a lopsided grin. It is very true. Honeyduke's finest is the best. But any magical chocolate will do in a pinch. If you have no other choice, even non-magical chocolate will work, but to a lesser degree. There is something in the cocoa beans that trigger a euphoric feeling that fights the effect of the Dementor and basically makes it all go away. So whenever you are near one or there is the possibility of exposure, always carry a healthy supply of chocolate, preferably Honeyduke's finest with you. All of the Aurors on duty carry it with them, just in case as a backup anyway. You never know. Professor Longbottom explained. A backup? Seamus questioned. Yes, in situations when happy, mellow or calm emotions are necessary, a small bit of chocolate will help you focus. And the spell we are going to attempt to learn today needs happy or loving feelings to work right, so chocolate. If all else fails. Speaking of which, let's get to that spell. Now I want each of you to stand so I can move back the desk some. I want to give everyone the space to try this spell. I don't expect anyone to get it right on their first try. Just remember, there are Aurors out there that have been on the job for 20 years now and still can't do it. So don't feel shorted if you can't manage it in the 3 days that I have set aside for this spell. With that, everyone got up from their desks and Professor Longbottom moved all their desks out of the way and over to the side with ease. Then he had them stand in a semicircle before him, and he took out his wand and began to perform the spell. Expecto Patronus. Professor Longbottom called out, and a beautiful silver lion leapt out of his wand and bounded into the room searching for its prey. When it didn't see any dangers, it went over to Frank and nuzzled his leg and got a few pettings, then dissipated. Just like that. And that is how you do it, folks. Did you notice the small swirl of my wand? Start at the bottom and go clockwise with your wand to form a complete circle, while you say the incantation. Now everyone will have a unique Patronus, and you never know what it will be until it appears. Also, as you age, marry, have children, or have a major life-changing events in your life, that your Patronus may change. So it isn't unusual that you start off with one, and it changes at some point. Professor Lovegood stated. Now I want everyone to point your wand out and give it a try. Don't put any magic into it yet though. Just say the incantation and do the wand work. I want to make sure you have that right first. Again, it is Expecto Patronum. Alright class, follow along with me, Expecto Patronum. Good again, Expecto Patronum, finally Expecto Patronum. Alright, now let's see if what happens if you put some magic behind it. Let's start over here. Mr. Not, you first. And with that, Professor Lovegood began to go around the class and went one by one through each student, having them try to do the spell a few times. Most of them getting some kind of a small mist or maybe a shield of some kind. That was until he got to Harry. Alright Harry, give it a try. Professor Longbottom stood to the side and waited. Harry nodded and raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. He called out, and a misty bear leapt from his wand and dissipated almost immediately. Both student and professor stared in disbelief. Try it again and focus more on the memory. Try to hold it for longer. Frank said, gently encouraging Harry, excited with the results that he had gotten already. Harry swallowed hard and adjusted his stance, then tried again. Expecto Patronum. This time the bear was a little clearer and he was able to hold it for a few seconds. Unbelievable. That is fabulous, but don't do it again. This spell is very tiresome and will drain you very quickly. Whatever memory or memories you are using is definitely the one to hold on to. Just curious, what memory did you choose? The professor asked. The first time I held Lillian and she wrapped her little hand around my finger. I never felt such love or happiness in my life. It was easy to pick what memory to use. Harry admitted. Your turn, Mr. Longbottom. Expecto Patronum, please. Professor Longbottom urged. Neville moved over to where Harry had been standing and cleared his neck. Taking up stance beside his father, he pointed his wand and said, Expecto Patronum, and a silver misty panther leapt out of his wand and into the center of the room. He managed to hold it for a few seconds before it dissipated. Neville watched the silvery creature move about with utter fascination and disbelief. Totally mesmerized. Fascinating. Another incorporeal Patronus. A panther no less. A strong predator, defender, and stalker. Excellent for protecting against Dementors. With a little practice and some more focus, you too can make it corporeal. Try it one more time and see if you can hold it longer, Mr. Longbottom. Focus on your memory and hold on to it. Professor Longbottom said. Neville closed his eyes and focused on his memory for a few seconds, then opened his eyes and called out, Expecto Patronum. Again the silver panther leapt from his wand. This time it stalked low to the ground, searching for its prey, and when it didn't see any it dissipated. It lasted all of maybe 10 seconds. But that was 10 seconds for a 12-year-old. Then it was Luna's turn, and lo and behold, if she didn't present a misty fox that scampered around the room for about 5 seconds before dissipating on her very first try. She was able to hold it almost 8 seconds on her second try, and she ended up giggling when the little fox came over and licked her hand, then dissipated. This is unbelievable, Professor Longbottom was thinking. Now it was Pavarti's turn. She formed a little silvery bunny rabbit that hopped about and sat back on its hind legs before it dissipated. She was able to hold it maybe 4 seconds her first time and 7 the second time. For students with incorporeal patron uses. Unbelievable. He couldn't wait to tell Sirius and Remus. Hell, he couldn't wait to tell everyone. No one was going to believe him as it was. 12-year-olds at that. Okay, so it looks like Colin Creepy and his overactive camera is the only sore spot in our first years. Is that about right? The headmistress looked at her companions and most of them nodded. I think that Ginny Weasley is having a rough time of it as well. She is extremely quiet, and for a Weasley that is totally unusual. I spoke to her brothers and they agree. She is normally shy, but what we are seeing here is extreme even for her. Maybe a visit from her parents might be in order right about now. Alice suggested as she sipped her tea. I honestly don't know what else to do for her. I have tried talking to her, and late-night hot cocoa, and still she is so withdrawn that it is almost painful to watch. I am afraid that the others are going to start picking on her if they haven't already. It's like she has the maturity of a 6-year-old and not a 11-year-old. Percy tried reading her stories and tucking her into bed, trying to make her feel more at home. But that seemed to have no effect, and it made the other girls in the dorm uncomfortable. The twins tried playing Exploding Snap and Hangman's Noose with her, and still she is hiding in a self-made shell. They even took her out and let her ride on their brooms with them, which they said she loved. But that only lasted a few minutes at best, and back in her shell she went. I definitely think a visit from her parents might help, if we could swing it, that is. The headmistress nodded. I'll see to it right after we leave here. Molly would be devastated if her youngest was having problems and she was not made aware of it. So would Arthur. He practically adores that child. The only daughter in 7 generations. Oh yes, she is a little bit of a treasure in their house. Everyone smiled or nodded, agreeing with the analogy of the headmistress. The only daughter out of 7 children, Molly Weasley was well known for being protective and spoiling her youngest child as much as she was able to, that is. Parent couldn't love their child more than she loves Ginny. Okay, on to second years then. We have our fabulous 4 to start with. How are they doing this year? Any problems with them in the harder subjects? Minerva asked. Frank was the first one to speak up. You wouldn't believe it, but they were producing incorporeal patron uses just a little while ago. They didn't last long, mind you, but you could recognize each. One Mr. Black had a bear, Mr. Longbottom had a panther, Miss Patil had a bunny rabbit, and Miss Lovegood had a fox. And I would bet my wand that those are their counterparts animagus. I can definitely see Miss Lovegood as a bunny, and Miss Patil as a fox, Mr. Black as a panther, and even Mr. Longbottom as a grizzly bear, as the Patronus was. Well, that is shocking news, to be sure. But we don't want to encourage them to seek out their animagus form quite yet, now do we? The headmistress smiled over to Frank and nodded. She could see each one of those children represented in those forms as well. Harry would make a wonderful panther, and Neville is the epitome of a bear, family-focused and a protector or his territory, but otherwise big and cuddly to those he loves. Then it was Professor Flitwick's turn to speak up. We did the Expelliarmus charm our last class, and they all did the charm on their first try, like they were born to it. It was magnificent. Mr. Black even caught Mr. Longbottom's wand in his hand on his first try. We just finished up the smokescreen potion, and all four managed to get an O on their potion. First try as well. It is the most complex potion we have worked on to date, and they did it without a flaw. Persephone spoke out, all smiles as she nibbled on her cookie that she had just dipped into her tea. Remus raised his hand and stated, in history they are burning it up. They ask all the right questions and get the others in the class to participate. Their essays have been brilliant, all straight O's. When our guests have been here, they were polite and respectful and asked well thought out, well-directed questions that got good conversations going. And they got others interested in what the speaker had to say. Amelia Bones confided in me that she would love to have them working in her department when they get older. That is how brilliant they were, and what kind of an impression they left. Sirius put down his cup of cocoa and nodded. She was bragging to me about the same thing. She is wanting Harry in her forces when he gets older. After that Cultraflora Transfiguration, I think it pretty much sealed the deal on him being able to get a position wherever he wants, him and Mr. Longbottom both. Today they were doing the transfiguration of a rock into a bird, and they all managed it and reversed it without issue. Even the boys' owls, which were magnificent by the way. Sinistra waved and spoke up. They have already gotten their star charts completed for this semester again. They are working harder this semester than they did last semester, it seems. They are basically eating the information up. It's like the harder the information, the more they like it. That's for sure, Pomona commented. This year we are doing multiple plants, and they are taking to it like a fish to water. Especially Mr. Longbottom. That boy has a green arm and not just a green thumb. He has been helping me with some of the project for the fourth-year groups on the side, and asking all types of questions about their projects, trying to see if he can get an extra credit project of his own going. I haven't said yes yet, but I am thinking about it. Xenophilius nodded. I just introduced demiguises to the class, and they did the most outstanding depiction of them, and they each attached an essay about the creatures to their drawings of at least 20 inches. And the essays were not assigned at all. Together it earned them an easy O on the assignment. So it looks like our four are not only doing well with the harder subject, they are doing much better than expected. How about anyone else that stands out? The headmistress asked, taking a sip of her tea. Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott in Hufflepuff, Padma Patil and Hermione Granger in Ravenclaw, and Draco Malfoy in Slytherin. Stated Sirius. Frank nodded. Those are the ones that stand out in my classes as well. Although Blaise Zabini isn't that far behind. Padma Patil is still the leader in my class as far as astrology goes. Sinistra stated. Susan Bones is definitely one to look out for in history, so is Hermione Granger. Remus added. Phileas thought for a moment and stated, I think that Padma Patil and Draco Malfoy are the two that would take the next slots. Although Daphne Greengrass and Blaise Zabini are getting close. In potions the next slot would go to Draco Malfoy. He has been working hard to try and catch up to our top four, and who knows, he might just do it. Persephone said. Pomona stated. Hannah Abbott and Terry Boot are neck and neck for the next slot in Herbology. Care of magical creatures is easy. Hermione Granger. She puts in extra effort each class and makes sure there is all the detail she can write in a page on there. Xenophilius announced. Nodding, the headmistress wasn't surprised by any of the names she heard. She had heard several of the names mentioned last year after all. All right, people, what about troubled spots? Who do we have that is either causing trouble or needs help? Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe, Pomona started. Mr. Crabbe put too much fertilizer on the hopping toadstools and they began hopping out of their crate. They landed at his feet and the big oaf stepped on one, killing it. I managed to rush over and save the other two. But just barely. They were badly bruised and I had to doctor them and place them in a new container, away from the active toadstools. Then I had to rinse down his other toadstools to get them to calm down some, just to keep them from further injuring themselves. It was easy to tell that she was frustrated with the clumsy student and everyone could tell, which was unusual for her, but I guess the flattened toadstool got her riled up some. Persephone nodded. Goyle and Crabbe, they are a menace when it comes to potions. They both cannot make a potion to save their lives, even if I sit with them and guide them through it. They take up half my time fixing their mistakes and still I have to vanish what they did and make them try again the next class time. They have yet to make a grade higher than P in the class and that was stretching it. Although I am having some problems with Miss Parkinson right now as well. She messed up on her last potion and is refusing to do the essay assigned. I don't know how that is going to turn out, but I feel that it is going to be bad news. Goyle and Crabbe as well, they seem to want to play tic-tac-toe or something instead of paying attention in class and their reports reflect it. They haven't made above a P in my class either. Remus stated. Sirius looked over to his friend then nodded. I spend at least 20 minutes of each class on those two, giving them one-on-one attention and half the time it still doesn't work. Their reports are sloppy and barely readable and their grammar in them is that of 6-year-olds, for both of them. I would agree with the P on all their essays analogy. They haven't put in any effort that I have been able to see. They frequently are unable to do the charms that I am working on, and I have to have them come in for extra tutoring, but that still is only helping slightly. Phileas sighed, shaking his head. They wouldn't recognize Saturn from a supernova if their life depended on it, Sinistra stated. Malfoy has been helping them on their charts and quite frankly doing most of the work. When it comes to test time they won't know a single thing, I don't think. Mr. Malfoy seems to try and help them when he can, but to be honest he has to focus on his own work and doesn't really have the time, Frank stated. But Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle are also my most difficult students right now. Even Seamus Finnegan, with his tendency to blow things up, is doing a lot better than those two. Xenophilius shook his head sadly and stated, I have to agree with the majority. Their drawings are that of a small child, incomplete and rushed. Their essays are the same, hard to read, sloppy, and that of someone much younger than themselves. Last year we got them tutors, but I honestly don't see that it made any impact on their work at all. They are still in the P to D level. I honestly don't know what to do at this time. We can either send them back to first year and have them try working at that level again. We can allow them to drop out and see if they are ready next year to try and do second year, or we can try tutors again. It is truly frustrating when you know that they are just not putting in the effort because they just don't care. The headmistress shook her head and took a sip of her tea, trying to focus on what she could do with those two. I think I will contact their parents and let them decide between our options at this point. That way they know all the cards are on the table and what their choices are. They can either play the hand they have or choose a different path. But one way or another it will be their choice to make. I think that is the best way to go, Sirius stated. I honestly don't think that we can set up tutors to babysit them for the whole semester, to be honest. So I think either sending them back to first year or sending them home are their only options. Remus nodded. I'm afraid Sirius is right. No student would want to waste that much of their time so soon into the semester, even if they are compensated by Hogwarts. They have their own grades and schoolwork to think about. So unless the boys' parents wish to hire tutors from outside the school, I don't really see any other options. The flue at the burrow suddenly came to life as Minerva's head appeared, calling out, Mrs. Weasley, are you available? Mrs. Weasley? Molly was in her kitchen working on dinner, but hearing her name, she came rushing into her living room half covered in flour and spices. What is that? Molly, it's me. Down here, Minerva stated, trying to get Mrs. Weasley's attention. Finally she saw Mrs. Weasley look her way and crouch down to speak with her. Oh dear, what have they done already? Molly asked. This isn't about the twins, Molly, it is about Ginny. And this began a 30-minute flu call that ended up with both Molly and Arthur appearing in the headmistress' office. Molly had changed out of her work outfit and into a fresh, clean dress, of course. Putting aside the cookies she was baking for now. Her triple fudge delights would just have to wait until after the meeting. Where is she? Molly asked as she rushed into the room from the flu. Alice Longbottom is bringing her as we speak. She should be here any minute. Minerva stated. Would you like a seat? Some tea perhaps? Mrs. Weasley refused both, although Mr. Weasley accepted the offer of tea, hopefully to calm his nerves. He was worried about his precious little girl, if what all the headmistress said was true. If even a portion was true, he had called to be worried. His little muffin was in trouble, and he was going to find out what was going on. There was a knock at the door, and the headmistress called out, "Enter." The door opened, and Alice Longbottom and a timid little girl wrapped in her cloak walked in. "Ginny?" Molly asked as soon as she saw her little Gert huddled in her head of house's cloak. That was so unlike her daughter. Worry had already been present in her mind, but now her mind was racing. What had happened to her baby girl to make her like this? The minute Ginny heard her mother's voice, she looked up and absolute joy spread across her face, overtaking the terror that had been there only moments before. She released Alice's robes and rushed over to her mother and wrapped her arms around her, squeezing her mother for all she was worth. "Mummy," was all she could say before the tears came. "Ginny, my baby." Molly wrapped her strong arms around her daughter and held on tight, almost as if she were afraid to let go, afraid she would disappear. She broke her little girl to her bosom and held her tight. Lowering her head down, she placed her cheek on her daughter's hair and sighed. What was going on with her precious daughter? Arthur immediately joined the huddle and wrapped his arms around his wife and daughter, lending whatever support he could. Even though his little muffin was 11 years old, she seemed so much younger right now. "Why?" Arthur hunkered down lower to where he was eye to eye with his daughter and looked her in the eyes. "What is going on, Muffin? Everyone is worried about you." Ginny sniffed and looked into the gentle, worried eyes of her father. So many nights he had held her when she had had a bad dream, or skinned her knee, or been sick. Now they were worried again, and she didn't know exactly how to answer him. "It is all so different here, Daddy. The twins and Percy are trying hard, but they have their own studying to do, I know. If it wasn't for Tom, I don't know what I would do," she said tearfully. "Tom, is he one of your schoolmates?" he asked, confused. Ginny shook her head and then tilted it to the side. "He is the diary that you gave me. He is the only one that talked to me whenever I got lonely or frightened and I needed someone to talk to. He was always there." "Munchkin, I didn't give you a diary." "This diary? Can I see it?" Arthur asked. Ginny shook her head. "I throw it away. It was scaring me. It tried to get me to do things I didn't want to do." "Where did you get this diary, Muffin?" Arthur asked gently. "It was in the books you bought me for school. I thought you bought it for me to keep me company," she answered, looking confused. If her parents didn't get her the diary, then where did it come from? Arthur knew he hadn't purchased such a book for his precious jewel. "How did the diary talk to you, Ginny?" "I wrote in it and it wrote back," Ginny explained. "And you threw it away." Arthur looked at Ginny, then looked up to Molly with suspicious eyes. Something about all this was wrong. Ginny nodded, looking down at their hands, and looked so dejected that Molly just had to hug her. "We aren't mad at you, dear. Just worried. Where did you throw the book? Maybe it's still there and we can go back and find it and see what all this is about." Molly tried. "I don't think so. I threw it in the dustbin near the main entryway, and when I went back there to get it back about an hour later, it was gone. I think someone else picked it up," Ginny stated. "What made you so upset that it made you want to get rid of your friend?" Arthur asked. Ginny was holding onto her mother and answered. "It was asking me to do things I didn't want to do. It wanted me to go into the bathroom above the dining hall and find a little snake engraved on a sink. Then it wanted me hurt the Darkhorns." Arthur tried to encourage his daughter to continue. "What did this diary want you to do to the Darkhorns?" Ginny started crying and bowed her head slightly. "Tom wanted me to use rat poison to kill some rats, then feed the poison rats to the Darkhorns and kill them." Molly gasped, as did Alice. The headmistress headed over to the flue and made a flue call and came back with 2 people that Ginny didn't know. Ginny, I would like to introduce you to Amelia Bones and Unspeakable Croaker. They are 2 friends of mine that are interested in your diary. I told them that the diary wanted you to harm the Darkhorns, and they were very interested in what else it had told you to do. The headmistress had asked. It wanted me to go into the 2nd-story girls' bathroom and find a little carved snake on one of the sinks. But Myrtle scares me, so I didn't go. Ginny confessed. She didn't know if she was in trouble or not. She hoped not. She hadn't done anything wrong, she didn't think. Arthur saw the worried look on his daughter's face, so he pulled her to him in a hug. Don't worry, Muffin. You didn't do anything wrong. We just want to make sure that this diary wasn't anything dangerous. It's not nice to try and make you hurt innocent animals now, is it? That is why I didn't do it. I don't want to hurt anything. I don't care what Tom thought. It's not nice. I didn't want to do it. And no amount of meditation was going to make me think different. Ginny nodded. Meditation? Molly asked, looking confused. Yes, Tom taught me how to meditate, to try and help me not be so lonely. So whenever I get feeling lonely or down, I just meditate for a while and the feeling goes away. But I don't like it when I would wake up somewhere that I wasn't when I went into the meditation. It confused me. That's another reason I threw the diary away. Ginny had a confused look on her face as she tried to explain what had been going on to her mother. I see. Perhaps you should not meditate for a while then, Ginny. It might be best if you try and talk with others or join a study group. Being around others is always more fun. Even if it is only a study group, Arthur said. He was afraid that the diary had more control over his daughter than they knew about, and she just didn't realize it quite yet. Unspeakable Croaker listened to what the young girl was saying and leaned over. Would you mind looking at a diary I have and telling him if it is the same one that you used to write in? No, that's fine, Ginny said, a little confused. Croaker took out a little book out of his robe pocket and held it where Ginny could see it, then immediately saw her confusion over the big hole in the middle. The name on the back of the book states Tom Marvolo Riddle. Is that the same as the one on your diary? Yes. But the one that I wrote in didn't have a hole in it. Ginny replied. That's all right, that happened later after you had it. I think this is one and the same diary. Miss Weasley, I know you had become very fond of that diary, but to be honest with you, I find that some of its actions were questionable at best. Asking you to harm other living beings was wrong. And having you meditate all the time was wrong too. Would it be possible to replace that diary for this pair of diaries that I have here? And Croaker pulled out 2 books from his cloak and handed them over to Ginny. They are special-made diaries. When you write in one, it will appear in the other, so you can write to your mom and she can write back anytime, and you can talk to her anytime you need her. Same with your dad. You will be able to be in constant contact with them and not be so lonely here. Would that be a fair trade? Croaker asked, smiling down at the young girl. Really? I can talk to Mum anytime? And I wouldn't be a bother? I wouldn't have to wait for an owl or wait for days to hear back from her. Ginny grinned real big, clutching the new diaries close to her chest. That's right. Anytime you want. He smiled. Ginny nodded and handed one of the diaries to her mother and kept the other one close to her, then hugged her mother closely. This was wonderful. She had been so homesick. She had never been away from home and been so lonely, and she had so many questions she wanted to ask her mother, but her mother wasn't there to ask. Now she could ask her mother any time she had a question, and she would write her back right then. Alice led Ginny from the room. Ginny was all smiles and thanked Croaker for the new diaries before she left, not even concerned about the old one anymore. As soon as Alice and Ginny had left, Croaker put on a much more serious face and pointed his wand at the diary in question and began to do a series of tests on it. Took a few minutes, but he finally looked up. He had a grave look on his face. Amelia didn't like that look at all. Okay. What's with that look? You're going to like the answer less than you're going to like the look. It's a Horcrux, a soul container, and it originally belonged to Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort. Hence this little beauty has a piece of his soul in it, and it was trying to possess that small child. Thankfully, we caught it in time and a full possession did not occur. But it would have been a matter of weeks, maybe months, and she would have been lost to this diary. Maybe for good, Croaker announced. Okay. Molly had to sit down now, as a sudden wave of dizziness hit her. Her little girl was almost possessed by one of whose possessions, and they almost lost her. Oh merciful Merlin! Her little baby. Tears began to trickle down her cheeks as she thought of losing her youngest to that monster. Even though he is dead, he is still sending out a reign of terror, and trying to destroy people's lives. Her poor innocent baby. Where did this thing come from? How did my daughter get it? Arthur demanded. Croaker shook his head. I don't know, but I would like the answer to that as well. Could be so simple as it fell off a shelf at the bookstore, or it was mixed in with some of the other books and she picked it up by mistake. We may never know the truth, but I am definitely going to try and find out. I can trace magical signatures, and any magical signature this book has been near in the past year should still be present on it. So we shall see. Amelia couldn't believe it. She barely knew what a Horcrux was, and that was only because of doing some research a long time ago on a related topic. To find a Horcrux that belonged to Lord Voldemort was chilling to say the least. That meant that he wasn't truly dead. That meant that he could come back to life. That meant... Amelia looked over to Croaker and they shared a look. He nodded and she closed her eyes. The thought was too much for her to think about right now. They had to get this thing into a safe place and destroy it, ASAP, before anyone found out they had it. Do you think he made only this one? Or do you think there are others? She asked under her breath, as if she were afraid of the answer. I have never known him to be a careless man. He would have made more than one. The question is how many, and where are they, as well as what are they? Croaker commented. We might be able to rig this one to point us to where the others are. But we will have to see. I need to get this back to Out Lab to find out. Croaker added. Amelia looked over to the shocked headmistress, who was still trying to absorb what had just happened in her office right before her very eyes. We can't thank you enough for bringing this to our attention, Minerva. Another few days and Ginny Weasley may have been lost to this abomination. Molly and Arthur both thanked the headmistress profusely and made their goodbyes before Amelia and Croaker also said goodbye. Thankfully her office was hers once again, and she had a moment to think about what was said. A Horcrux in her school, in the hands of a child, trying to get her to kill Darkhorns, trying to get her to enter the Chamber of Secrets, trying to trap her soul. She closed her eyes and sat there for several minutes trying to calm her nerves from the last several moments. And here she thought it was merely a bad case of homesickness. She was almost afraid to deal with Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle now. Vincent Crabbe Jr. was slouched in the seat in front of the headmistress, unsure of why he was there. Next to him was Gregory Goyle, and he honestly didn't know anything either, or that is what he had said at least. They both looked confused and, to be honest, was completely at a loss. They hadn't gotten into any trouble since coming back to school, at least no one had told them they had. Do either of you know why you are here? Headmistress McGonagall asked, looking at each boy separately. They looked at each other, then looked back at her, and both shook their heads, saying nothing. Gentlemen, the term has just started, and the best grades you have handed in are P's, while the vast majority of the grades are D's. That is unacceptable. Last semester you had quite a bit of problems on your work and we got you tutors, but this early in the semester we really don't have that as an option right now. We need to figure out what we can do to bring your grades up before we go much further into the semester. Goyle mumbled something and the headmistress asked him to speak up. The stuff is hard. It's confusing. Crabbe nodded and looked down at his hands as he fiddled with the hem of his shirt. He knew he wasn't smart, not like Draco or Theodore, but this semester it was worse than last year. This semester seemed to be way more confusing, more harder. Minerva watched the two boys' body language and noticed that both boys had a lot of insecurities bubbling to the surface. She couldn't help but wonder if this was due to their grades or something else. Is the work this semester that much harder for the two of you? Is this too hard for you to work with already? She asked. Yeah, stated Crabbe Jr. It's like lots worse than last year. Like nothing makes much sense already, and we just started. Draco is trying to explain the harder stuff, but well, he gets mad sometimes and walks away after a while. Some stuff just don't make no sense sometimes, and no matter how he tries to tell us what it means, it just don't make no sense. Goyle Jr. nodded, looking glum, avoiding eye contact with the headmistress. We try to read the stuff they say we should read, but even that is hard, so Draco reads it to us. Then when he tries to explain what it means, sometimes we understand, sometimes not. We know we are a burden to him, we don't mean to be, but we are. He has been real nice about it most of the time, but sometimes he loses his patience and walks off. Professor Flitwick tries to help, so does Professor Black, but no matter what we do we can't seem to get stuff right. And doing the stuff in potions class is a disaster. No matter how many times I try and do it right, I never do. Crabbe sighed, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Is there any classes you actually enjoy? The headmistress tried. Care of magical creatures is neat. I learn loads there. And the stuff the professor brings to class is really neat. Goyle said quietly and Crabbe nodded. One class that you actually enjoy, out of them all? Minerva looked at the two in confusion. They both nodded. About the only reason that COMC was their favorite class was because they rarely had homework, and most of the time it was just to draw stuff with an occasional test thrown in here and there. So really it was their easiest class altogether. It was the one with the least homework, the least test, the least reading, the least essays, the least practical work, the least everything. And no wand work at all. At this point, gentlemen, we have a few options left to us. You can step down and retake first year again, and see if that helps with your grades and see if you can get better than you did last year. You can see if your parents can set you up with outside tutors. Or you can try homeschooling for a year and then come back and try second year again next year, and see if you can bring your grades up enough to get through the year. Do you have an idea which one you would prefer, or would you like to think about it for a while? You can also contact your parents and see what they wish for you to do. Minerva explained. Both boys looked confused. Neither had a clue of what to do. Goyle was the first one to speak up. If we leave and go home, then we don't have Draco to help us, so we don't want to do that. Crabbe nodded. And our parents wouldn't want to pay for the extra tutors, I don't think. They are picky that way, he stated. Again Crabbe sighed, but he nodded. So that leaves us going back and doing first year all over again, which is fine, I guess. It was hard, but not as hard as this year. At least we would know what to expect since we had already done it before. But is there a way that we could stay in our dorm that we are in right now? I mean, we don't want to leave Draco. And again Crabbe nodded, this time quite seriously. The headmistress thought about it for a minute and smiled, then nodded. I think we can manage that. If you boys start going to first-year classes as of Monday, but you stay in your same dorm where you are at, would that make you happy? And do you think you could do the work well enough to get better grades than you did last year? Both boys looked happy with the sound of that. They nodded and agreed the easier classes would definitely be a blessing, but still being there where Draco could help them on occasion if needed would be great too. Now they just had to tell their parents. Oh, what would their parents say? My father is going to flip, said Goyle, looking over to Crabbe, who nodded. Mine too, Crabbe said, nodding also. I can inform them that it was my idea and that you were given no choice if you wish. We can merely state that this was the only option left for you and you were forced to accept it whether you liked it or not. That this is an opportunity for you to better on your grades last year and to give you an additional year to try again and see if you are capable of doing the second-year work next year, the headmistress offered. That sounds good, but I still don't think my father is going to be happy about this. He will say that I'm just too stupid to do the work or something. Crabbe stated, looking down at his hands. Same here, my father thinks I stupid anyway. He is always calling me a moron, like he really knows what that word means or something. If it wasn't for Mr. Malfoy, neither one of our fathers would have made it though Hogwarts, and they know it. That's why we ask Draco for help all the time. Vincent admitted with a sad face. Yeah, my father is always bragging that he got 3 A's on his OWLs. I looked and they were care of magical creatures, defense, and divination. He didn't pass a single other class. Crabbe said. He wasn't sure how this would all work. They had to make it through their OWLs though, at least he knew that much. Same with my father. Like those are the easiest classes to take. Well, maybe not defense, but the others are way easier. And they are just naturals when it comes to defense. Goyle mumbled. His dad knew bunches of spells when it came to defense, like bunches. All thanks to Lucius Malfoy. I doubt they would be happy with it no matter how you said it or what you said. I think they would be disappointed in us no matter what. Crabbe said softly. The headmistress felt for the boys. She truly did. But she didn't know what else she could do. The best thing for them was to allow them to retake first year and try and make better grades than they did last time. since it was very evident they were not prepared to continue with their second-year curriculum. If it was further into the semester they could arrange for tutors, but with the scores they were getting already they would not be able to pull their grade up enough to pass their classes at this point. And if things continued the way they were they would end up failing their second year and have to go back to first year anyway, so it would be the wisest choice to do so at this point and allow the boys the opportunity to try and improve their practical skills somewhat and see about their study skills as well. Yes, they may be a year behind their companions, but it was better than being 2 years behind and facing expulsion. Now all she had to do was speak to their fathers and see what she could do to convince them that this was the best thing to do for their sons. Which may be easier said than done. If all else failed, perhaps she could speak to Lucius Malfoy, since it appeared as if the two fathers depended a great deal on Mr. Malfoy's assistance and respected his opinion apparently. With that thought in mind, Minerva contacted Mr. Crabbe Sr. and Mr. Goyle Sr., both of which were not pleased to be disturbed midday but agreed to come to Hogwarts reluctantly. "All right, what kind of trouble did you cause, and what am I going to have to do to get you out of it this time?" Crabbe Sr. glared at his son, who shrank back from his father and put his head down, trying to look as submissive as possible to his muscle-bound father. "Same goes for you. What moronic thing have you pulled that called me away from my work to come here in the middle of the day? Mr. Malfoy is on a tight schedule, and if we aren't where we are supposed to be when we are needed, it is all your fault." Gregory scooted over to where he was standing closer to Vincent, and the two of them tried to look as small as possible, even with their bulk. Neither spoke but just waited, almost as if they were afraid to speak. "Well, boy, I am speaking to you."
Crabbe Senhor practically shoulte.
"Mr. Crabbe, your son is not in trouble. The reason you were asked to come here today is due to both Vincent and Gregory's scores on their schoolwork. As of this semester their work is well subpar. The best score either of them have received is a P, and that is unacceptable. They are continuously having problems with the practical work in class, to the point that the professors are spending more time with each of them than any other student, and yet their work is still lacking. Some of the professors have set up individual tutoring, and still that has helped only minimally. It is my observation that second-year work is too difficult for them, and that it would be advisable for them to take a step back and be placed in first year once again, allowing them to retake first year, hopefully raising their first-year scores, and preparing them for second year next year." Both Crabbe Sr. and Goyle Sr. looked a little confused, but then it was like someone managed to light a candle somewhere. "So you're saying our boys are idiots, right?" "That is not what I am saying at all." Minerva huffed at the insult to the two boys. "What I am saying is that perhaps the second-year curriculum is going too fast for them, and they need the additional time of repeating first level once again to have a better grip on the basic before they continue. So they are not only idiots, but they are slow as well," Goyle Sr. stated, glaring at the two boys huddled together. "Again, that is not what I stated." Minerva was getting frustrated. These two men were ready to hurl every derogatory remark at these two boys and call them every nasty name they could think of. And all they needed was a little patience and some additional help and they would be fine. But how was she supposed to make these two understand that? "What I am saying is that the boys' grades are suffering and you have 3 choices at this point. 1. Hire tutors from outside Hogwarts and have them come into Hogwarts and work with the boys. 2. Remove the boys from Hogwarts and homeschool them and see if you can get their grades up to par. Or 3. Allow them to take first year over again and try and improve on their first year scores and get better prepared for their second year. Those are your choices." "Well, we can't afford to hire no damn tutors for the 2 of them. Why isn't Hogwarts doing it?" "They did it last year," Mr. Crabbe Sr. asked. "Because that would be an entire semester of tutoring instead of just a month or so, and Hogwarts does not have the budget for that. Also, there are no students that have the ability to put aside their own studies for an entire semester to do that kind of a commitment. It just isn't possible. Not for an entire semester," Minerva explained. "Well, we can't take them home. Their mothers would just coddle them and baby them and they would come back dumber than they are now. Since we don't have the time to teach them ourselves, we work and we can't hire a tutor for them. That would cost us a fortune. All those subjects. That isn't an option," Crabbe Sr. pointed out. And Mr. Goyle Sr. nodded. "Then allow me to place them in first year. They already know the work, they already know they can do the practicals. And with the purchase of a dictaquill they can turn in homework that is presentable and readable. Also they can use it during class and they can take better notes. I normally don't allow such things at Hogwarts, but in these cases I will. The headmistress stated, trying to get both men to stop belittling and degrading the two boys. With the use of a dictaquil, the boys will have better notes, and will not miss a thing that is said in class. I am sure young Mr. Malfoy can teach them how to use them. Speaking of young Mr. Malfoy, who would you think would knock at the headmistress' door at that very opportune moment but the very same young man they were speaking of? And of course Lucius Malfoy as well. Mr. Malfoy? We're sorry to disrupt your day with these morons' problems, sir. We had no intention of our son's issues becoming any kind of an inconvenience for you. Is there anything we can do, sir, to make up for this terrible inconvenience? Mr. Crabbe Sr. was practically groveling by the time he finished. Children are never morons, Vincent. Remember that. They are merely uneducated. And it appears that is exactly what the headmistress is working on a solution for you from what I overheard as I was coming in. The idea of the boys being allowed to use dictaquils to take better notes is excellent. Then they will not miss a thing. Now what further solutions can we come up with that will resolve their current struggles? Mr. Malfoy seemed just as frustrated with the name-calling as the headmistress and let Crabbe Sr. know it too. Yes, sir. Her solution was to send the boys back to first year and have the retake first year and hopefully do better than they did last time, she said. Crabbe Sr. started. The headmistress interrupted. She said, "Thank you, Mr. Crabbe. I believe I can speak for myself. I stated that with a going back to first year, the boys would have a firmer foundation in the basics and a better chance at understanding what exactly is happening now and what it is that they are unable to grasp in their classes at this point. I also suggested getting outside tutors for the boys, someone that could spend more one-on-one time with them and help them grasp those theories that seemed to elude them last year and are making this year so much harder to follow," Headmistress McGonagall stated. Mr. Malfoy stood there with his hands crossed, resting on his snake-head cane for a moment. Draco looked over to Crabbe Jr. and Goyle Jr. and gave them a small yet significant nod, letting them know that everything would be all right. "I think perhaps I have a solution," with the headmistress' approval, of course. "Both boys would need to stay in their current dorms for the duration for this to work, mind you. The boys would indeed go back to first year and start taking those classes once again. I will hire 2 outside tutors to come in and tutor them on the weekends, which means that your Saturdays and Sundays will be occupied during the duration of the situation. The first tutor will be for potions only, since from what understand that is your worst subject. The second tutor will be for the remaining classes. At the same time, Blaise Zabini and Draco will tutor the boys on the second-year classes that they are taking. No Homework, no Quizzes, no Tests. Only theories and practical application. This, along with the dictaquils that the headmistress has so generously offered you boys to use, should allow you to be capable of not only doing well in first year, but being ready to do well in second year. In fact, at the end of the year, the boys could take the option of taking the end-of-the-year tests, and if they do well enough in their tests, they may be allowed to start their third year along with Draco next year. If necessary, they could always take the tests and see what they needed to focus on and work hard all summer on those areas, and then at the end of the summer go to the ministry and take the second-year test and see if they get an acceptable grade there to allow them into third year at that point. What do you think, headmistress?" Lucius finally looked up and pointedly looked at Minerva to see what she thought of his idea. It was a little more than she had planned, but perhaps she was willing. Now it was on her shoulders. Minerva thought for a moment, trying to find a snake in the bush as it were, and she honestly couldn't. Lucius' ideas were brilliant. He was on the school board and could make all the arrangements for the tutors necessary, as well as the discussed testing. "I think your ideas are brilliant, Lord Malfoy," using his propter title, of course. "They show imagination, problem-solving skills, ingenuity, intelligence, and a good grasp of your available resources. It is little wonder why you became a barrister, Lord Malfoy. It is moments like this that I could see you as nothing less." Minerva graced Lucius with one of her rare smiles. Draco couldn't help but puff out his chest at the high praise that the headmistress heaped on his father, but then remembered his Malfoy training and the Malfoy mask slipped back in place. Lucius simply gave Minerva a dignified nod of thanks, but other than that you could see no other reaction. "So does this mean that by the end of next year our boys might be able to test to see if they could join their year again?" Crabbe Sr. asked slowly, almost as if he were afraid to say anything. "That is exactly what it means, Vincent. If the boys work hard and focus on their studies, then they have every chance of testing out of second year. Now they will have to do the theory sections and the practicals, mind you, still, just no homework or tests until the final test at the end of the year. So I am expecting some hard work out of each of these boys, but I know they can do it. I expect them to utilize the tools they are being offered and make every effort to achieve their goal. Can you do that, Mr. Crabbe, Mr. Goyle? Lucius looked down to the young men that everyone except Draco seemed to have forgotten for now. Both boys looked at each the other, then at Mr. Malfoy, and with a look of determination they both stated firmly, "Yes, Lord Malfoy, sir," remembering to use his proper title, but they quickly looked over to Draco to see if they had done it right or not. When he gave them a quick smile, they knew he was proud of them, and they puffed up their chests, and Crabbe continued, "We will do whatever it takes to make sure we aren't wasting your or Draco's efforts, sir. We will make you proud. Oh, that I have do doubt. Headmistress McGonagall, if you could make the arrangements from your side to see that these boys are ready for their Monday classes. I will have their new tutors here by Saturday and their dicta quills sent here later tonight." Draco stated the boys both still have their last year books with them and frequently use them for reference books. A wise choice, by the way. Therefore that is a non-issue. So from what I can see, I believe the boys are well in your hands then. Am I missing anything? Not at all. I will have the boys' classes switched over within the hour and have them their teachers notified in person before the night is out. The boys can use the storeroom for their potion ingredients since they are different from the ones they have for their second-year classes. Now they can still use those ingredients during their tutoring sessions, so they definitely won't be going to waste, mind you. But I see no need the boys should have to purchase a whole new set of potions ingredient when there is no true need. Headmistress McGonagall stated. And with that the boys were dismissed and headed back to their dorm to get things ready for Monday. Draco strutting around just a little for how brilliant his father was, and to tell you the truth this time it was truly deserved. Both Vincent and Greg kept telling him how they wished that Mr. Malfoy was their dad and not their father. At least then they wouldn't be called names and made to feel like they were worthless pieces of cattle fodder. Draco couldn't believe how their fathers called them names and talked down to them. But he had seen it himself. His father always said that an adult calling a child names was a sign of poor breeding and lack of social skills. It meant that you had no respect for the individual or the possibilities of what that child could achieve if properly motivated. He always said that with the proper motivation and education a child could achieve anything they set their mind to. That is one reason Draco had always worked so hard to make his father proud of him, and he managed to get straight O's on his first-year exams. He was 5th in his year, which had actually surprised Draco somewhat. He had expected Granger to take that spot, but when he saw his results he was totally thrilled. She had gotten an E in History of Magic while he had gotten an O, and that had made the whole difference. Oh, she could recite the book cover to cover, but she had no concept of imagination or how to write a proper theory. She basically just regurgitated what she read when she answered the questions and left it at that. Draco would come up with interesting suppositions and possible concepts, then even ask a question or two himself, leading to a basic theory that made the professor think and do research on his ideas. That is what got him the O in that class. Draco was so proud that his father thought he was smart enough to help Vince and Greg through this rough spot and hopefully be prepared to join them in their 3rd year next year. It would take a lot of work and a lot of dedication, but he knew they could do it, especially without the pressure of homework and tests hanging over their heads. Then the idea of dictate quills was brilliant. Neither one of them were good at taking notes yet, but if they could use those quills they wouldn't miss a thing, and they could worry about doing the practical work in the class and not worry about taking notes. The potions tutor alone was brilliant, since both Vincent and Greg are pants at potions. They didn't know the difference between chopping and grinding, to tell you the truth. They needed someone to start them at square one and take them all the way through it step by step. That is the only way they are going to learn anything in potions. All in all, Draco could hardly wait to get started on this project. He was excited that his father was allowing him to be a part of it, and he knew that Vincent and Greg would work their hardest to make him proud of them as well. To them he was almost a hero, and the first adult who wasn't a professor who had shown any interest or confidence in them at all. That made him right up there with Merlin right now in their books. Well, maybe not Merlin, but it was a close call. Monday couldn't come quick enough for Draco, and he had a lot to do between now and then, so he stopped wasting time and began focusing on his objectives and got things set up to work the night away. Just then his father's large eagle owl Horus flew into the dorm room, startling 3 boys. Draco went over to the back of the chair where Horace had landed and took the 3 packages that were attacked to his legs, giving the magnificent bird 3 owl treats for his troubles. Horace magnanimously took the treats, then left without a look back. Draco tapped the first matchbox and it expanded to the size of a shoebox. Draco opened it up and gasped. Inside was a case of dictaquills. A whole case. Wow! Draco quickly tapped the second box and it expanded to the same size. When Draco opened it up, it was filled with little matchboxes, so he pulled out one and tapped it and it expanded to its normal size and was a case of parchment. So the whole thing was filled with little cases of parchment to go with the dictaquills. Now Draco was so excited to see what was in the third case. He tapped it and opened it up. Inside was a collection of Honeyduke's finest. Everything from ice mice to pepper imps and sugar quills. There was a note from his father stating that it was his reward for all his hard work and dedication to his project, and that there would be more to follow. Draco grabbed an ice mice and began to nibble away, grinning as he read the letter from his father. He couldn't help but think of what the next several months would be like and all the responsibility he now held, and grin again. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Harry wasn't sure where he was or how he got here, but he just knew this was not where he was supposed to be, and wherever here was, it hurt to be here. Slowly he managed to open one swollen eye and peek out from under his lashes. It appeared that here was a cell of sorts, maybe a dungeon or jail, and he seemed to be chained to the bars on the wall of the cell by shackles of some sort to his wrists, and his ankles were bound to the wall too. There wasn't any light coming into the shadow-filled cell, so it was hard to make out the shapes and dimensions of things in here, when all there was were blurry shadows and darker blurry shadows. Just then Harry heard a low moan near him, maybe 10 feet away. He listened closer and it happened again. A moan, low and pain-filled. "Neville?" Harry croaked out, in a whisper, his voice hoarse and sore from screaming. Another moan, then a quiet "Harry?" echoed through the cells. "Yeah," he gasped out. "Where are we?" Still trying to look into the shadows for any clues of where they were or what kind of place this was. "Can't see blindfold," he moaned out. "Can't move. Think my leg is broke. Moan. Chained to some bars. Oh gods. Brother, what happened? I don't remember much. I remember shoveling dragon dung with you out by Greenhouse 3. The next thing I know I wake up here feeling like a dragon used me to wipe its ass with. For real. I hurt in places I didn't know could hurt. Hell, my eyebrows hurt." Harry wheezed and coughed and groaned as he fought the pain in his ribs from coughing. Apparently he had some broken ribs and just now realized it. Mother of Merlin, what had happened to them? It sounded like Neville was in worse shape than he was, so it looked like it was up to him to be the one to get them out of here. But how? He did have his wand. But then again, he didn't exactly need it, did he? First things first, light. Harry took and created a nice-sized light sphere and sent it hurling across the room to the darkest corner. He did the same thing to the other 2 corners, and finally he could see where he was and exactly what kind of trouble they were in. Okay, they were in some kind of cells, like a dungeon or something. It looked like there were only the 2 cells though. The cells were all metal bars about 8 to 10 inches apart and maybe an inch and a half around. There was a cot and a toilet in one corner of the cell. He was in and he could see the same in the next cell, although from the angle he was at he couldn't see Neville yet. Next, getting off this injured wall. Harry focused hard and created a tiny black spell ball and tossed it at the cuff holding his wrist. It took 5 tries, but he finally managed to get his right hand free. Thankfully, the little pop of the spell ball hitting the metal didn't bring about their captor. That was when Harry thought to put up a silencing ward. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He had been so careless. Moody would be infuriated with him if he knew. He hastily put up a silencing ward. Now the left hand, it was much easier to hit and he had his hand released in only 1 try. Next his feet and then he was free of the wall. Okay, Padfoot training kicked in. How hurt was he and what damage could he fix on the spot? He had some bruised or broken ribs, so episki. Okay, he could breathe easier now, it must have been broken for real. He had several cuts and bruises, so he went about healing the worst ones and left the minor ones for later. Then he went over to the divider between his and Neville's cell. Again it was dark. He threw some light balls into the cell and got a better look around. Neville was hanging there in just his slacks, no shirt. He looked as if he had been whipped. And yeah, his right leg looked like it was broke just from the angle it was at. Okay, now, next was to get to Neville. Harry looked over to the door of his cell and limped his way over. Even though he had fixed his ribs, apparently that did not fix the pain. Harry formed another small black orb and tossed it at the lock on the cell. 2 tries and the door opened. He could have used a bigger orb and gotten it in one blast, but he didn't want whoever had captured them alerted to their escape quite yet. Then he quietly opened his cell door, making sure it didn't make a sound, and slowly made his way over to Neville's cell. Another little black orb and he was inside. Harry rushed over to Neville and removed the blindfold from his brother's eyes. Looking into those pain-filled brown eyes for the first time told him more than he needed to know. "Harry, how?" Neville started. "Never mind. Get me down from here," he moaned. "First things first, brother." Harry placed his hands on Neville's leg. Right on top of where it looked like the break was "Braccio amendum," he whispered. And with a snap, the leg was fixed, well, as best as it could be without Madame Pomfrey, that is. Neville groaned, then sighed and let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. "Thanks, that feels loads better. Okay, now the shackles." Again Harry formed a tiny black orb and tossed it at the shackles holding Neville's right wrist. Took 2 tries, but he got it the second time around. Then he did the ankles, just in case Neville had problems standing. He didn't need him falling on his face because he was still strapped to the wall or anything. Finally he did the left wrist. It looked like his left wrist maybe broke as well as that leg had been. As soon as he was released from the wall, Neville began to sink down the wall, but Harry managed to catch him and guide him over to the cot and lay him down on his stomach. "Let's fix your back right quick before we do anything else." Harry went down each whip mark and chanted that healing spell that Alice had taught them not a month ago. And he watched the 2 edges of each torn piece of skin knit together and heal. He was again thankful for his mum. "How is that? Does that feel any better?" Harry asked as he finished up. "Loads. It still feels achy down in the muscles, but the majority of the pain is gone." "Thanks," Neville said as he sat up. Then he held out his wrist. "Can't tell if it is a sprain or a break. It just hurts to move it," he said. "Broke probably. Let's see. Braccio amendum." And another snap and a sigh of relief. Yup, it had been broke. "All right. Anything else?" Harry asked. "Not really, just a little dizzy is all. I think it might be a head injury." And he ran his hand over his head and found a goose egg-sized knot on the back of his head. "Yeah, probably a head injury. I don't know what to do about one of those." "Can you manage to walk though?" Harry asked worriedly. "Yeah, at this point I think I could manage to fly if you asked me to." He chuckled softly. Harry chuckled as well. "Okay, let's split this joint." Harry slipped an arm underneath Neville's shoulder and hefted him up of the cot. Then together they slowly made their way out of the dungeon cells. They made it through a dark hallway and into what looked like a fancy tent, but they didn't stop to look around. They kept going slowly and quietly. They made their way to the opening of the tent and out to the grounds. They had almost made it to the wards when they heard a hideous cackling laughter behind them. "Naughty, naughty. Bad little toys don't get to play on their own now, do they? Well, we will just have to make sure they never try that again." Harry and Neville turned around quickly and saw their capturer for the first time, Bellatrix Lestrange. And she had them at wand point and knife point. "Cultra Flora," Neville shouted, pointing his finger at her blade, and her huge buck knife turned into a daffodil in her hand. This brought about a shrill scream of frustration, and she tossed the offensive flower down. "Naughty!" Bellatrix raised her wand and aimed it at Neville. "Crucio!" Harry quickly pushed his brother out of the way but was hit by the angry red lightning bolt that blazed towards them. "H. Harry screamed and fell to the ground, arching his back as the pain of the Cruciatus curse hit him. Neville quickly created a huge black orb and hurled it at Bellatrix, not thinking of the repercussions. It hit her dead on, exploding in the center of her chest. Her body was thrown back maybe 10 feet and lay in a useless heap of gnarled flesh and bits of exposed bones. It didn't take Neville going over there to check, to know that she was dead. There wasn't enough left of her to be alive. Neville crouched down and placed his hand on his trembling brother. "You think you can walk? If you told me to, brother, I could fly." Harry chuckled and used Neville's own words against him, and together they managed to get Harry standing again, although it was on shaky legs. Together they walked slowly through the many wards that Bellatrix had placed up around her tent, and Neville guided Harry over to a large oak tree and sat them both down. "Now what?" Harry said shakily. Neville sighed. "Now we wait." Sirius pounded his fist on the headmistress's desk and shouted, 10 days! It has been 10 days. What are you people doing? My son is out there with that madwoman, with her doing Merlin knows what to him, and you people are sitting here talking about shift changes and meal times, when they are probably being tortured to death or worse already dead. Headmistress McGonagall's eyes were huge. She knew her Gryffindor student of the past was temperamental, but he was a lit fuse right now, and any spark was going to set off this powder keg and blow us all up, if people weren't careful. Sirius Black, you will calm yourself. There are certain things that Amelia has to deal with that are a nuisance to her, but she must still deal with. Yes, she would rather be out there and looking for the boys, and her next shift starts in 1 hour, so keep your pants on and wait. As normal, you and the rest will be heading out with her team as soon as the sun comes up. Headmistress McGonagall stated firmly. I am tired of this waiting. I want to. Sirius started but was interrupted by the sound of pounding feet and the banging on the outer door of the headmistress' office. Enter. Hermione Granger and Padma Patil rushed into the office, both breathing hard and looking as if they had run a long way. Sirius. Storm and Thunder just broke out of their paddock and took off into the woods. Luna and Pavarti are on Ventus and Tonytrue, right behind them. Something is up. Something big. Hermione gasped, holding her side. What? Where? Sirius reached over and put his hand on Hermione's shoulder, calming the young girl. They headed to the other side of the Black Lake, into the forest. Come on, Procella and Fulgura know the way, Hermione stated with confidence. Then she turned and rushed down the stairs and back out towards the stables, with Padma hot on her heels. The room once filled with Aurors, unspeakables, professors and parents quickly emptied and followed the two girls, running across the school grounds. They got to the stables and the two Darkhorns were there prancing about as if waiting for something, and immediately knelt down for Hermione and Padma to get on, and Sirius changed into Padfoot and followed hot on their heels. Hey Harry, would you look at that? It's Thunder and Storm. Neville nudged Harry gently. What? Harry looked over to where Neville was pointing, and sure enough there were their Darkhorns racing towards them at top speed. Storm! Harry smiled. Yeah. I wonder how they knew where to find us? Neville helped Harry up, the tremors still making walking a little difficult on his own. Who cares? Looks like we have a ride home. And you boys get steak tonight, won't you boys? So what will it be, wild boar or bison? Harry asked as he patted Storm's trembling neck. Storm lowered himself down so that Harry could get on him easily, and with Neville's help, he was astride his magnificent Darkhorn. Thunder did the same for Neville, and in minutes the two were turned around and gently walking back home. Somehow the two Darkhorns knew that the boys were hurt and couldn't manage a faster ride right now, so they took it easy and just gave them a gentle, easy ride home, tossing their powerful necks back and forth as if daring anything to try and attack their humans again. They had made it about 20 feet when Luna and Pavarti broke through the underbrush and came rushing over to them on Ventus and Tonytrue. Harry!
Luna shouted.
Neville! Shouted Pavarti at the same time. Both Darkhorns and riders rushed over to the boys and their stallions. As soon as they were close enough, Pavarti wrapped her arms around Neville and began checking him for injuries. Seeing the newly healed whip marks on his back, she gasped and asked, Are you all right? Harry healed them, but they still hurt some. They feel like a pulled muscle more than anything else right now, but I will be fine. She broke my right leg and left wrist too, but he healed that too. They are a little weak, so I need to have Pomfrey look at them as well, Neville admitted. Luna noticed Harry was trembling and asked about it. Cruciatus curse, it was pretty bad. But Neville killed the bitch when she hit me with the curse, so I think it is even. Harry leaned on Luna and nuzzled her hair some. Luna ran her hand through Harry's hair and looked into his swollen eyes. Apparently giving him two black eyes was a fun little game that Bellatrix had enjoyed playing, since it appeared she had done it more than once. Luna figured it had something to do with his beautiful green eyes. Wait a minute. Beautiful green eyes? Where did that come from? Before Luna could finish that thought, there was a crashing through the trees, and here came Hermione and Padma and Procella and Fulgura, followed by Padfoot close at their heels, and at least a dozen individuals that Harry didn't recognize on brooms flying low. He looked up and there were at least another dozen individuals flying high above them in the sky. Everyone landed with their wands out and ready for battle. No need for that, Harry said. Neville took care of her. She is through those wards there, about 100 yards behind us and to the west. You can't miss it. It has every ward I have ever heard of on it and a few I don't recognize. Plus it has no odor, you know, it doesn't smell like the forest. Harry did his best to describe the place that they had been held, but truly he had only seen the outside for a few moments before he was hit with the Cruciatus curse, and at that point things kinda went downhill. Most of the Aurors and Unspeakables headed over to the direction that Harry had indicated. The Grim rushed over to Neville and Harry and immediately turned into Sirius, and he reached up to hug his boys. Harry! Neville! You're safe! He tried, but he couldn't manage to keep the tears from falling. 10 days of searching, combing every inch of this injured forest, using every scrying method known to the Unspeakables. Hell, they had even gone to the extreme of going and getting Creature, the house elf from Grimmauld Place, and seeing if he could find her. When the little beast refused, he'd cut off his own head, instead of following a direct order. The only good thing to come out of that whole ruddy thing is that they found another one of those Horcruxes. That injured elf had been wearing it. Slytherin's locket. How he got it was anyone's guess, but it didn't matter. Another one down. We're okay, Dad, well for the most part at least. Neville needs to see Pomfrey and I guess so do I. But other than that we are doing just fine. Can we go home? Harry asked as he hugged Sirius close to him. Sirius could feel Harry's tremors and looked at him curiously. When Harry didn't say anything immediately, he looked over to Neville, and Neville said, "She used the Cruciatus curse on him. He saved me, Padfoot, knocked me out of the way of the curse and took the curse for me. He needs anti-Cruciatus curse tonic for the tremors and some pain potion for the residual pain he is going through." Medic! We need a medic over here, Padfoot shouted, and his worried eyes looked over the boys to see what else he could find that they were not telling him. He then saw the whip marks, or what was left of the whip marks, on Neville's back. All that was left was thin white, pink raised lines right now, but the marks were still there. His boys had been through hell, and he had been unable to protect them. But they had managed to escape and kill the bitch who dared to touch their brother. A field medic, judging from their uniform, came rushing up and began to take in the picture. Harry was hit with the Cruciatus curse, and Merlin knows what else. And Neville was whipped. I don't know if it was by spell or by an actual whip, but it looks like Harry closed the wounds pretty good for now. Yeah, I also had a broken right leg and left wrist, and he healed those too. He has some broken ribs, although I don't know if he got them all or if there is any further damage from the broken ribs or not. Remind me to thank Mum for all her healing classes when we get back, Padfoot. We need to step those up a bit too, Neville stated as he was examined by the medic. The medic gave Neville some injury replenishing potion and a pain potion and said it would have to do until they got back to the school. Then turned to Harry. First she gave him an anti-Cruciatus curse tonic, then a pain potion and some bruise potion for those black eyes. Then said that his lungs were badly bruised and he needs to rest. Some dreamless sleep wouldn't hurt the boys either. At first Padfoot wanted to side along apparate them directly to St. Mungo's, but the boys begged off that, and everyone just went for a slow, even walk on the back of their Darkhorns. They made it about halfway back and were met by Frank. Remus and Xenophilius came rushing down the pathway towards them, followed closely by Alice and Persephone. Apparently breakfast had just let out and they all heard that they boys had been found. Thankfully it was a Saturday and there were no classes today. Neville! Alice screamed as soon as she saw them. Then her eyes went over to Harry and she screamed out his name as well. Harry! Remus shouted, as he raced forward, not even bothering to slow down to take in the picture. All he saw was his cub. Soon the boys were surrounded by family, and after a few minutes they all began to walk slowly back to the stables of the school. Storm didn't like the crowd of people around slowing them down from getting to the school and getting his human help. That one person had helped some. He could feel that the trembling of his human had lessened some, but it was still present and he didn't like it. His human was strong and healthy, not weak and trembling. This had to be fixed, and these other humans were slowing him down from getting his human help. Every now and then he would toss his head around in exasperation and snort, pawing the ground. Harry would just pat his neck and thank him for his patience and gently card his fingers through his mane to calm him. Look folks, I don't know about any of you, but I haven't seen a bathroom in a few hours and I kinda need to. So can we get going here please? Harry said teasingly, although he wasn't quite being dishonest either. He wasn't sure how long he had been hanging there, and a bathroom sounding pretty good right about now. Sirius laughed and got everyone moving along at a brisker pace, and finally the stables came into view. Storm and Thunder allowed Xenophilius to tend to them while Sirius picked up Harry, and Frank picked up Neville. We can walk, Harry said, frustrated at being carried. As long as you have those tremors, and until Neville has that leg looked at, you two are being carried. End of story. Now hush, Alice said as she came up beside Sirius. Both Neville and Harry knew better than to argue with Alice when she was in one of her moods, so they just laid their heads down and enjoyed the rides from their dads. They made it to the Medi ward without a problem. They even had a short side trip to the closest bathrooms just for the boys' sake. Turns out both boys really were in need of that little relief break. Madame Pomfrey already had beds set up for the boys, and had been given a basic rundown of their condition before they ever got into the ward, so she had everything prepared. She had even called in a specialist on the Cruciatus curse to work with Harry. Just in case. Up on the beds please, Madame Pomfrey instructed both Frank and Sirius. Mr. Black to my right, Mr. Longbottom to my left if you please. Apparently that is the way she had their potions set up already. Sirius had barely let go of Harry, and she was already waving her wand about, doing diagnostic spell after diagnostic spell, tootaying here and there, but she kept most of it to herself for the moment. Then she moved her cart close to her and began handing out potions, another anti-Cruciatus curse tonic, a nerve tonic, a injury replenisher, 2 nutrient potions, another bruise potion, and another pain potion. You did an excellent job on those ribs, Mr. Black, but I am going to give you some skill grow to help firm up those broken bones and make sure they heal correctly, and I think that is best done at night while you are sleeping. Also, I am going to give you some dreamless sleep to make sure you make it through the night without any nightmares of this horrid event. From what I can tell, you have been given only the barest of food and water for the past 10 days, but not much really. It is showing the beginnings of malnourishment. I would bet she was feeding you nutrient potions and giving you water, and that was all. From the looks of it, Madame Pomfrey stated, her ire showing in her voice. From the feel of it too, I feel like I could eat a cow right now, and you might throw in a wild boar just for the diversity of it too, Harry said, chuckling. Same. I think my stomach has given up on me and decided to tie itself in a big knot and pout. At least that is what it feels like. I would even go for some of Hagrid's rock cakes right about now. Neville joined in, holding his stomach. As Madame Pomfrey finished with Harry, she called a house elf and asked for chicken soup and crusty bread. But we haven't eaten for so long, we want food, not soup, Neville said, looking forlorn. The thought of a juicy steak vanishing from his mind quickly. Yes, I know you are very hungry, but you haven't eaten in days, so your stomachs are going to be hypersensitive. We don't want you getting sick so quickly after you getting back. Now do we? Light soup to start with. Then if your stomach handles that okay, we will work you up to some chicken or fish, some light meat, or maybe some pasta. You had better plan on it being a couple of days before you get that steak, young man. Your stomach would not like you at all if you tried to eat it right now, and no amount of stomach soothers will make that feeling go away totally. So we do it the right way to start with, and you don't have any problems. And maybe by dinner you can have some chicken Alfredo or baked cod for dinner. Then Madame Pomfrey turned to Neville's side and began examining him. Good job on that broken leg, and the broken wrist, Mr. Black. I think you are ready for me to start tutoring you on basic first aid as a field medic. You certainly show the talent for it. No wand and still able to heal these broken bones and these whip marks. Definitely ready for my classes. Harry grinned from ear to ear and looked over to Neville, who looked at Madame Pomfrey and asked if he could join in on the classes as well. Of course, Mr. Longbottom. I would never think of training one of you without including you both. You two are a team, and quite a team you make. Teaching one without the other is like making tea without using water. It just isn't going to work. You two feed off each other, and when one can't do something, the other one can. If one has a broken leg, the other one carries him. If one has a broken arm, the other one protects him. I have never met a more perfectly aligned team in all my days. Now sit still and let me look at your back. These are some nasty whip marks. Just as I thought, she made them with a real whip and not with magic, so we can completely heal them, so there will be little to no scarring, thank goodness. For some reason that evil which like the hands-on approach better than the easier method of using magic, and in this case it is to your benefit. Madame Pomfrey went over to a cabinet by the next bed and brought back a large white tub. Neville recognized it as scar removal salve just from the markings on the tub. I am going to put some of this scar removal salve on your back now, and I want you to have it applied twice a day, morning and night, until the tub is gone or the scars are gone, whichever comes first. It will be a little cold, so just be prepared for that, but other than that you should only feel a slight tingling sensation and nothing else. If you feel any pain, let me know immediately. With that she began to rub the salve into his back, covering each whip mark completely. After she finished, she had him get into a set of pajamas she had waiting for him and get into the bed. I am going to give you the same skill grow and dreamless sleep combination that I am giving Mr. Black. And I am going to give you a mild head injury draft for that goose egg you have on your head. Thankfully there was no further head damage. But that should take care of any dizziness, nausea, double vision, or memory problems you might have. So take that head injury draft now and eat your soup. If you do okay with your soup, I will see about something light in an hour or so. Sirius and Frank were watching this whole time, making mental notes of every injury and everything their boys had been through. Both men looked livid, but they held their peace and said nothing, waiting patiently for the matron to finish and allow them to step forward. Once she moved out of the way and headed into her office to get their potions ready, both men stepped forward. Do you boys remember anything about what happened to you during the last 10 days? Frank asked, almost afraid of the answer. Not really, just bits and pieces. Then most of it seems like I was blindfolded or something. I know when Harry broke us free today, I was blindfolded and couldn't see a thing. I had also been unconscious until he spoke to me. I don't know how long I was out of it. Or what happened before that though, sorry Dad. Neville said. I came to and could barely open my eyes. They were so swollen shut. So I had been unconscious too for a while. I only remember getting hit by the Cruciatus curse a few times and this horrible giggly laughter. Then someone using me as a personal punching bag. The next thing I know I would wake up and it would start all over again. I couldn't see who it was, but whoever it was definitely female and definitely crazy. Laughing and giggling as she hit me with the curse. Then she would say, "Oops, naughty naughty," and hit me in the face. And giggle again. She would say, "Bad toy. Naughty," and do it over and over again. Then that is all I can remember. Harry stated, looking confused. Madame Pomfrey came back into the room and went over to Frank and Sirius and motioned them over to the side. They followed her over to the side and she put up a silencing ward around them before she spoke. Then looked at each man and said, I didn't want to say anything in front of the boys, but they had high traces of a muggle drug called rohypnol in their system. You probably don't know what it is, but the muggles call it the date rape drug. It makes the individual completely compliant and a willing victim. It also makes sure they can't remember what happens to them. Both boys show significant amounts of the substance in their system. I gave them a counter-agent to the drugs and it should be out of their system shortly, but their memories of what happened to them may never come back to them. To be honest, gentlemen, that may be the best thing. I checked and it looks like she broke Neville's leg 3 days ago and he has been suffering with that for the last 3 days. The whip marks are at least a day old, and the broken wrist was probably a week old. The head injury was the most recent injury. I would say that was last night. From what I could tell, she either hit him with something heavy or banged his head against something heavy, causing that head injury. So the injuries were compounded on each other and untreated. He has been suffering with each one for days or weeks, and who knows what else was done to him in the meantime that she healed, so she could continue to torture and enjoy her toys, as she called them. Sirius looked a little nauseated. Date rape drug? So did she do anything, sexual to the boys? Frank looked a little sick to his stomach about then too. He hadn't thought of that possibility and he prayed that the matron stated no. No, from my exam the boys were untouched. Thankfully. Now there are some things that would not show up on my scan that might have happened to the boys, and I have no way of knowing if they did or did not happen, such as inappropriate touching and masturbation. But both boys were found with their pants on and no signs of sexual stimulation was present, so we can only hope. I would just not mention it to the boys unless they brought the subject up to you. It may be too traumatizing for them to even attempt to remember, so do not attempt to trigger those memories at all. Sweet Merlin, my son, Sirius thought out loud. Frank looked at him and frowned. Don't let yourself go there, Sirius, we can't. If we do, the boys will want to know what we are thinking, and then we will have to explain what we are thinking, and it might trigger something that their minds aren't ready to handle yet. That bitch was pure evil. I wouldn't put it past her to do just about anything if she thought it would break their minds. So don't even go there. For their sake. For their sake. Sirius swallowed loudly and wiped away the tear that he was trying to hide. Okay. How do we help our boys? He asked. You be there for them. With this drug, the memories may or may not come back to them. If they come back, it will usually be in nightmares. So be prepared for that. When a memory comes back, it may be so horrific that they need counseling to deal with it, so allow them to seek outside help. I am always available, but if you want to seek someone that is outside the school or more private, then that is also an option. I would suggest Andromeda Tonks. She is one of the best. She has full Mediwitch credentials as well as Mind Healer credentials, so she is well qualified for such situations. Andromeda, of course. I may just contact her and have her see the boys anyway. Something like this is bound to leave some pretty hefty mental scars, so they might need to see someone, and they may feel that an outsider would be more comfortable than someone here at the school. Sirius said, nodding. He would talk to her about the whole thing anyway, since Bellatrix was her sister and all. He hoped that would not be too awkward a conversation. It looks like the boys are finished with their soup, so let's end this for now. If you two have any questions, feel free to ask at any time. I am here for you as well, Madame Pomfrey stated. Then she vanished the privacy bubble she had created and headed over to the boys to check on them, leaving Frank and Sirius to their own devices. Took a while, but the search team finally found the compound that Bellatrix Lestrange had set up. And boy, was Harry correct. It had more wards than most of the ward masters they had with them were familiar with. Thankfully, they had some unspeakables that were experts in the field of wards, and they began to assist immediately. Still, it took almost 6 hours to get all of the wards Lestrange had put up to be pulled down. Between that and the booby traps she had put in place, they had to be extra careful though, so it was slow going. With the final snap and fizzle out of a ward, they were able to clearly see the clearing that she had chosen and the tent that she had placed within it. Off to one side, they saw what was left of the infamous Bellatrix Lestrange herself. Her chest cavity blown in and her body a badly hurt mess. Amelia had seen the effects of blasting curses before, but never the boys' colored orbs. She had worked with them over the years and trained them to perfect their timing and style, but apparently when it came down to a life or death situation, they would do what was necessary and would not hesitate, thankfully. In groups of 3, they headed into the tent and began to investigate and do scans. The library was half full with dark arts material, the rest was basic reference. It looked like the majority of it came from the Black Library, although how she managed to get her hands on it is questionable. Probably Creature. The unspeakables began to go through the books and catalog them and scan them for curses, clearing each one before packing them to be removed from the site. They also found several portkeys to different locations, which will have to be examined at a later date. Quite a bit of Muggle money as well as galleons and various valuables. Several disguises and bottles of polyjuice. Multiple knives, several wands, including the boys' wands. Potions of all kinds, some that they would have to have potion masters look at to see what they were, although the unspeakables were pretty sure they knew what they were, they just wanted confirmation. There was enough food to last about 6 months without having to restock in the pantry, and plenty of food in the cold box. There were several cases of wines and plenty tea as well. Apparently Bellatrix had been craving chocolate since there was a huge collection of Honeyduke's chocolates in their best variety boxes and bars too numerous to count just by looking. The dungeon had been well used, judging by the amount of injuries spilled on the walls and floor of the 2 cells. Amelia was a little shocked when she first saw it, especially when she had just seen the 2 boys that had been the victims within those very walls not a few hours ago. Bellatrix must have worked them over, then healed them, then worked them over again, just to make sure that they lasted as long as possible. The cell on the right seemed to have more injury on it than the one on the left. With a simple scan she was able to identify it was Neville Longbottom's injury that seemed to cover the floor and walls. The other cell seemed to have a lot of magical residue in it, definitely from the Cruciatus curse. The number of times it was used had to be up in the teens if not the 20s from the amount of residue present. It would take a bit of arithmancy to figure it out, but they could take the scan results and get the answer soon enough. Taking into account spell degradation and time frames, they should be able to tell how many times Harry Black was hit with the curse and perhaps even for how long each time. Apparently Bellatrix had wanted to use magic on Black but wanted to stick to physical assault when it came to Longbottom. Why? We may never know. What lurked around in the mind of that madwoman is anyone's guess. She apparently got bored with just using the Cruciatus curse on Harry and would beat him with her fists though, if the condition of his face was any indication. So maybe she liked to use both on him and not just magic. It was decided once the tent was emptied of all pertinent material that the Unspeakables would take claim of it and would add it to their field work supplies. Since it was quite a nice tent after all, and no reason such an expensive piece of equipment should go to waste, they would merely list it as confiscated and split the cost of the tent with the Department of Law Enforcement. They found several cursed artifacts and one very unusual cup. Croaker began examining the cup and waving his wand over the cup. After about 5 minutes he stood back and shook his head, looking over to Amelia. What is that thing? Amelia asked. That, Amelia, is another Horcrux. And if I am not mistaken it appears to be the Hufflepuff Cup, Croaker said sighing. One more down. That makes 3, the diary, the Slytherin locket, and now the Hufflepuff Cup. We need to let Frank and Sirius know about this. At this rate we may just find them all, before someone has a fool idea to try and bring that idiot back. Amelia stated. Correct. And we haven't even perfected our device to hunt them down yet. But soon, Croaker said. He reached into one of the many pockets of his robes and pulled out an evidence bag and levitated the cup into the bag and sealed it shut. All the lingering sense of wrongness that had been hanging in the air dissipated as the bag disappeared into the folds of his robes. I wish we knew how many of those blasted things we are working with. Perhaps our device will give us that information as well, Croaker stated. Well, the most powerful magical numbers are 3, 7, and 9. We already have 3, so I doubt that is it. The next number on the list is 7, and since we have found 3 so far that leaves 4 to find. If you take off the one piece and you know who that would be, that would leave 3 pieces left. Amelia pointed out. 3 pieces, considering we have already found that many in 1 week, I think that is completely doable. Although some would say that our finding said pieces was due to just pure dumb luck, the fact remains that we did indeed find 3 of Riddle's Horcruxes. By this time tomorrow we should have the device finished to do the search for the remaining 3. But I think you are correct, the number he would have chosen would have to be a magically charged number, and 9 is too large a number and 3 have already been found, so that number is out, since if it were 3 would have found 2 and the third piece would have been the one inside of Riddle. So that leaves the number 7. Even Riddle is not insane enough to go for 9. At 7 his soul would become so unstable that the slightest bit of soul work he would do would cause it to destabilize and result in his immediate demise. That very well may have been what caused his original death to begin with. Riddle was attempting to use the Potter's death to create another Horcrux, and his soul was simply too unstable at that time for him to be able to do so, resulting in his body imploding and his soul being cast out. Now he wanders around looking for a way to create a new body or possess a body long enough to use one of his Horcruxes to create one of his own, without burning the body out first. We must collect each one of these abominations and destroy them before Riddle manages to possess another individual and attempt that purpose. If we miss even one he can come back, and if he does he will be completely insane. He will make the madman that we dealt with in the past look like Father Christmas, Croaker stated as he looked over to Amelia. We need to go talk to Black and Longbottom, and tell them what we have found. The rest of the crew can finish up what there is left to do here. Amelia nodded and followed Croaker out of the tent and into the busy outside staging area. The Unspeakables had tables set up with crates of books on them. They were going through each crate and cataloging each one after it had been cleared of all threats. Most of it was probably going to be given back to Lord Black, but a few volumes were going to be requested for study. Croaker went over to his second in charge and whispered something, then came back to Amelia and nodded, letting her know he was ready to head to Hogwarts. She had done the same with Kingsley, and then the two of them operated out. What do you mean there was a 4th Horcrux? What 4th Horcrux? Amelia asked, as she looked at Sirius. Yes, I would like to know that as well. Croaker looked at Sirius curiously. When I first got Harry, I took him to the goblins to be healed. He had that great gash on his head, and I knew there was some kind of magic behind it. I could just feel it coming off of it. James didn't trust anyone else to heal him or his family, so they are the ones that I took him to. Once there, they found a 70% block on Harry's core that Dumbledore had placed, as well as several tracking spells. They also found a Horcrux embedded in the scar on his forehead. I had the block, tracking spells and Horcrux removed that night, of course. Sirius stated. Do you know who the Horcrux belonged to? Croaker asked. They still have it as evidence at Gringotts, so all you need to do is get the evidence from them. Sirius suggested. Okay, we go and get the Horcrux from Gringotts and compare it to the ones we currently have and see if it is another one of Riddle's. If it is, then we have only two to find. That would be the most recent and final Horcrux that he created. Then again, his soul may have been so unstable that a piece of his soul bad break off, after Riddle killed both James and Lily Potter and sought out the first available open individual, leading not to a true Horcrux but a soul fragment. And hence it sought out Harry James Potter, now black, and embedded itself in his freshly created scar. But that is merely one theory. We will have to examine the possibilities later and see if it was a soul fragment or a true Horcrux. Tomorrow the device should be finished and we should be able to find the two remaining Horcruxes. So we shall see. Croaker thought out loud. Sirius went over to his desk and picked up his cup of tea and took a sip, thinking about what Croaker had said. If we have found for now, and there are 7, that would leave 2 left, one being in Voldemort himself. And if that thing you guys are working on actually does work and we find the remaining 2, we could actually do this. We could make that bastard mortal. The problem would be, could he come back one last time? With the fragment that is remaining in him now, could he use it to return? Even mortal, could he return one more time? Sirius questioned. Croaker looked solemn, then answered. Yes. There are rituals that would allow a bad break spirit to return to a physical state. We have been examining those possibilities since the first Horcrux was found, and yes, there are ways for him to return. Although the methods are limited and the means are few, the do exists. What are they, and what are some ways that we can block the rituals from happening? Frank asked. Well, the easiest for Riddle to do is bones of the father, flesh of the servant and injury of the enemy, will revive thy master. That one would require the assistance of one of his previous minions to not only do the ritual but donate the flesh. Croaker explained. Frank thought for a moment, then stated. Well, we can't do anything about flesh of the servant because he has too many of those still wandering around willing to jump back up and do his bidding, and injury of the enemy. Well, he could choose anyone, but chances are he would want Harry's injury since he is the one that destroyed the last body he had. So we have to be extra vigilant on that front. That leaves bones of the father. Why don't we go down to the Riddle gravesite and take all the bones there, not just of his father but all male relatives, just to be sure. At that point we have 2 options. Leave a female's bones in its place, or leave a random muggle's bones in its place. If we leave nothing, he will get suspicious and go searching and maybe look for someone even more powerful to replace his father's bones with. So we need something there, but we need to do a complete workup on whoever we put there, no mistakes. No great-great-grandson of Merlin or anything. We don't want him coming back stronger than he was before he left. That is an excellent idea. That would be his first choice of ritual, and his easiest to access. I will get my people on it immediately. We will do a complete historical background check on the individual and maybe even an injury line check just to make sure that there is no hidden magical ties that can be linked to anyone. I don't know if placing a female's bones in the burial site would be wise. They can be quite vindictive when they want to be. I think it best to stick to male bones that have little or no significance in the Muggle realm, and none in the magical realm, not even a squib. The less power that individual has access to, the better. Perhaps a hog farmer from Yorkshire would do. Yes, I think that is what I will look for, a manual laborer that is a distance away with no local ties. We will get on it tomorrow and have the bones replaced by the end of the week. Croaker nodded and took out a small pad and quill and began to write something on it. After a moment the pad wrote something back and he replied and put both items away. The orders have been given and the search is underway. He stated. Okay, here is Transfiguration. We had Testacochlea or shell into snail, which was fun although kinda gross too. That whole slime trail was a little icky. Now we are on Bodoscarabeus or button into beetle. We will probably do that one for the rest of this week. It is interesting, people came up with the most interesting beetles. Luna made a rhino beetle on her first try. A little much, but she liked it. I stuck with a plain scarab. I think they are much more beautiful. Pansy created a plain black beetle, then screamed her lungs out. It was hilarious. Apparently she has a thing against bugs. Pavarti handed over her notes for Transfigurations class. Next we have charms. We did Incendio and Aguamenti, and then we learned Alohomora, which is what we are on right now. It is a low-level lock-opening spell, but it still works on a lot of the standard doors around here. The next one on the list is Scourgify. It is supposed to be tomorrow. That is one that I am rather looking forward to learning, one that will clean up just about anything. Definitely need that. Pavarti continued. Luna went through her potion notes and got out a nice-sized stack. We did the girding potion. Definitely one you need to know. It helps you build up your endurance and has multiple benefits that could become quite useful. We are still working on it this week, so you should be able to make it along with us tomorrow. It's complex and has several steps to it, so it is taking most individuals multiple tries to get it right. Only Malfoy got it right out of the Slytherins the first time around. Then we had defense against the dark arts. You missed Plimpies, Pegasus, and Salamanders. Plimpies were boring, but Pegasus and Salamanders were a lot more interesting. Especially Salamanders. They were very interesting. Tuesday is supposed to be Lethifolds. The only thing that can repel a Lethifold is a Patronus, so you might be prepared for that. Pavarti stated as she went through her notes and pulled out another stack of papers and handed them over. Luna took care of magical creatures, of course. We saw a mooncalf and a snidget. Friday we are supposed to get to see a runespore. And we are supposed to read ahead for that. As the girls handed each class's notes over, the boys copied them and set them aside, giving each one a set to work with. Writing down each assignment they mentioned and homework that they needed to do to go along with the notes. Herbology had Fluxweed and Spiky Bush. We are going to work on the Venomous Tentacular on Friday, and are supposed to read ahead and do a 10-inch essay on the plant before we come to class, so be prepared for that one. Luna stated. Venomous Tentacular, wow! I have been waiting to get a chance to study that plant. I am so glad I didn't miss it. Neville smiled real big and took their notes on the other lessons, making a copy for Harry. Pavarti took out her last stack of papers and frowned. That leaves History of Magic. We were supposed to have had the Minister for Magic come in, but due to your disappearance he begged off. He will probably show up Tuesday stating how he helped in your recovery or something. Oh, how I dislike that man. Instead we had Arthur Weasley come in and discuss some of his duties in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. It was fascinating. Then we discussed some of the more obscure offices within the ministry. Tuesday the Minister of Magic should be coming into class. At least that is the plan at this point. Here is a complete list of all the essays that need to be done and in chronological order, so you won't get them messed up. Also you need to practice your Patronus. We won't have a true Lethifold, I don't think, since they can only be found in the tropics. But we might. Either way you need to practice it. We have been working on ours since we found out what our next creature would be in defense. Mine is now a little better, but not by much. Luna's, however, has jumped forward leaps and bounds. Her fox is almost solid now, although not corporeal yet. My bunny still is only about half formed, but it is getting better each time I try. Pavarti continued. Maybe like what the professor said, you need a different memory. Something with happiness and love and joy in it. It is hard to find the right memory, but when I found mine I just cling to it and it works. Luna stated. What memory are you using? Pavarti asked. If that isn't too personal a question to ask, oh, I don't mind. I used the first time I held my baby brother and sister in my arms. Luna stated. That holds so much love for me I can practically burst from it. Yeah, I can see how it would. I loved it the first time I held Lillian in my arms. Her little hand wrapping around my finger. I thought I would cry with how much love I had for her. She's the reason that my Patronus is as strong as it is. Harry commented. Same here. My heart filled to overflowing with love for my little sister. And I have never felt such happiness as when I held Lillian for the first time. And I am not ashamed to admit it, I did cry. Dad said he cried too. Sirius said he cried the first time he held Harry just after he was born, and James placed Harry in his arms and asked him to be Harry's godfather. Neville smiled kinda lopsidedly, remembering the moment he held his little sister the very first time. I think we just need to be older for our Patronus to form fully. I don't think it is a matter of a better memory at this point. I think it is a matter of our core being big enough to handle a spell of that magnitude. That is an extremely advanced spell, and we are just 12 after all. Hell, over half the adults out there have problems with that spell, so I would be shocked if we didn't have problems with it. Harry stated. Pavarti got a contemplative look on her face and nodded. You might be right, it is quite advanced, and I know several of the individuals that are on the Auror forces still have problems with it. If we can achieve a non-corporeal Patronus at this age, I consider that a win on all fronts. Once we get a couple of years older, we should be able to perform a corporeal Patronus without a problem. Probably. Harry thought as he shuffled through some of the papers that the girls had handed over. Then looking at the list of essays he and Neville had to complete ASAP, he sighed. Oh well, better get started on the ones that needed to be handed in first, so charms first then potions. Okay, let's start with charms and get those out of the way. Then tackle potions. Then we can do transfigurations, history and defense. Herbology and care of magical creatures can be last since they won't be due until Friday. With that, Harry and Neville got up and headed over the proper shelf where the charms books and references were kept in the library and began to search through them to see about finding something on Incendio and Aguamenti. They both wanted at least 3 references for their report, so they searched until they had the appropriate number of references and headed back to sit down. They did a bit of reading and comparing of information before they settled on what all to write. Then it was just a matter of picking the most pertinent information to put down, and not waste a bunch of parchment like Granger seemed to do each week. There was being thorough and there was being a know-it-all, and she basically just regurgitated everything she read on the subject without filters. She would pick out 3 or 4 references and quote or paraphrase everything in those books about the subject matter she was looking for, without any kind of filter or judgment about what goes into her report or not. It is one of the reasons she gets good grades, just not perfect grades. The professors want her to learn discretion and to write something that has an imaginative synopsis, not just something that is regurgitated out of a book somewhere. Harry had learned to take 3 or 4 references, get some good ideas, some important facts, and then come up with some interesting questions, a possible theory or idea that made the teacher think or have to do some research of their own to either prove them right or prove them wrong. The fact is they made their professor think. And that got them the higher points on their essays. Both he and Neville had been writing this way for a long time, and it had paid off for them in a big way. They may not always have the same ideas in their essays, but when they did, they always made the professor do some major research and got extra points on their essays for their efforts. Both boys were given clean bills of health and were allowed to attend classes on Monday, which actually made them quite happy. They were glad to get back into the routine of it all. They had finished most of their essays and readings for their classes, well, all except herbology and care of magical creatures, that is. But even that, they were working on. As they filed into the charms classroom, they got a lot of stares and a few welcome backs from different Ravenclaws. Hermione and Padma especially. They were after all part of the whole rescue team that had helped find the boys. Them and their Darkhorns, that is. All right people, settle down, settle down. We are working on Scourgify today, so we are going to be doing quite a bit of work in class, and I want each of you to be able to do this charm correctly by the time we leave today, so let's get started. Now this is in your 3rd chapter, page 27 through 28, so I hope you read your assignment over the weekend. The word scourge means to clean, and Ife means to show action, therefore Scourgify is simply a charm that is to clean. Now it doesn't specify what it will clean, unlike Tergeo, which is specific for when you spill ink or a liquid on something and wish the liquid removed. Scourgify will simply clean the surface of a space. Professor Flitwick started. Flitwick continued. With Scourgify you can clean a specific area or do a wide area clean with a larger circle of your wand. Now Scourgify is also the appropriate way to deal with Boondamin as well as being a basic charm. Boondamin are greenish, multi-eyed pests that feed on dirt or filth. It gives off an unmistakable foul stench of decay, and when irritated can excrete an acidic fluid that is rather toxic. If the infestation is bad enough, they can bring an entire building down, so it is best not to let them get out of hand. They are a level XXX creature as defined by the Ministry of Magic and are considered a pest more than anything else. A small infestation can be dealt with by a Scourgify charm, but a large infestation needs to be dealt with by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Pest Subdivision. I am going to hand out a board that has 3 stains on it. Each stain is unique. I want you to use Scourgify to remove each stain, and tell me if you noticed a difference in how it worked or felt when you did so. With that, Professor Flitwick handed out a small board to each student with splotches of something on it, and when everyone had one he instructed the class how to do the wand work for the spell. The class continued along that line and went pretty much as normal, some people asking questions but most people just focusing on their boards with little cloth splotches and that had stains on them for you to remove. For Harry and Neville it was easy and quick and they went about their business. Some of the older students stated that they use this spell instead of a shower when OWLS or newts come along. Is that safe to do? Hermione asked. I personally don't recommend it, simply because it can be rough on the skin if it is overused, but an emergency Scourgify when you are late for class and you truly don't have time for a shower is acceptable every once in a while. Just remember to moisturize your skin later. Professor Flitwick stated. Does it matter the material or type of cloth that this is used on? Like silk or satin? I have a couple of rather delicate dresses that I wouldn't want damaged by careless spell work. Padma asked. It is best to use the natural methods like hand washing on something that is questionable, I always say. I would rather be overly cautious and save a blouse than worry about trying to replace the item of clothing at a later date. The professor nodded, then pointed to Seamus Finnegan. When I try to do this spell it always ends up blowing up in my face. I don't have any more eyebrows left. What am I doing wrong? Seamus asked, his eyebrows still smoking from his last attempt. I would say you are putting too much magic into the spell when you are attempting it. Pull back a little and try again. Professor Flitwick suggested, looking a little shocked at the boy's missing eyebrows. The bell rang and everyone wrapped up what they were doing and packed away their things. Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti headed into study hall to gather their things together to get ready for potions class and sort out their essays they had to hand in. Neville and Harry sat down to reread the chapter on the girding potion and to go over the steps of the potion once more before class. The biggest challenge with this potion is that you add an ingredient and then heat it until it turns the correct color. Any variation from that color and the potion is ruined. Like step 6, after you have added the dragonfly thoraxes and the potion has turned red, you heat it until the potion turns blue. But does it mean baby blue, cobalt blue, midnight blue, or what? That was the challenge of this potion. Learning the proper color for each step. Harry sighed and reread the instructions again, then went over the instructions from the older potions book he had found in the library. That book gave a more detailed list of instructions with the specific color listed for each phase of the potion. He showed it to Luna and asked her opinion on it, and she loved the book, stating she wished she had had that book last week. Each one copied the information from the older book down onto their new book and were working on reading what the older book stated about that particular potion when the bell went off and they had to leave for potions class. Professor Lovegood was already writing the instructions on the board when they went into the classroom. Harry took the older book up to the professor and showed it to her, asking her opinion about the descriptions as far as to what color the potion should be at each stage. She actually thought the book was very accurate and told them that it was an excellent reference. Harry smiled and went over to his seat and began to set up his station for class. She said that the color descriptions were accurate, and it was a good choice to use it for a reference. Harry told Neville, Luna, and Pavarti. Each one nodded and smiled. They were glad they had something that gave them more information other than just red. Now it was fire red, or cherry red. Green was grass green. Pink was pastel pink. And blue was cobalt blue. It made the potion so much easier to work with. Harry got a wild hair and got up from his seat and went over to Malfoy. Malfoy looked up at him and raised an eyebrow in question. Harry handed over the book. I think you will find that this older potions book is very helpful. I just asked the professor if the colors mentioned were correct, and she stated that they were more accurate than our current book. So you might find it useful. If you would like to copy down the information, you can. I am just borrowing the book, so I will need it back after class. But you can use it until then. Draco looked at the recipe for the girding potion and found the descriptive words used for the colors to be much more informative than the books they had to use for class. He looked up to Harry and nodded. Thank you, this should be quite useful. I will make sure you get it back after class. Malfoy stated. He could hardly believe that Black would give up such a useful piece of information, but he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. He watched Black walk back over to his station and then began to write in his own book the descriptive words the older book had next to each one that his book listed, adding any notes that the older book mentioned. He would have to check out this book once Black finished with it. It seemed to be a gold mine of information. Harry walked back over to his station and sat down, smiling to himself. He didn't need to do it, but he had. For some reason it felt like the right thing to do. That was very nice of you to do that. Luna smiled her dreamy smile at him and leaned in close to him as he sat there waiting for the bell to ring and class to start. All right folks, we are working on the girding potion again. A couple of you managed to get it right last week, but the majority of you did not. So we are continuing on with that potion today. I want everyone to get your ingredients from the storeroom, so you can make sure that all your ingredients are as fresh as possible. The professor stated. Harry went and got the ingredients for everyone and then handed each person their little manila envelopes. Then set about to start his potion. Harry set up his base and began. Add 1 set of fairy wings. Heat potion until the potion turns turquoise. Add 1 measure of doxy eggs. Heat until the potion turns pink. Pastel pink. Add the toasted dragonfly thoraxes until the potion turns red. Cherry red. Heat until the potion turns blue. Cobalt blue. Add toasted dragonfly thoraxes until the potion turns silver. Heat the potion until potion turns red. Injury red. Add 3 measures of doxy eggs. Add some dragonfly thoraxes. Heat the potion until it turns blue. Sky blue. Add 3 flying seahorses. Heat until the potion turns green. Grass green. Consistency should be that of a thick tea. Strain any particles from potion to ensure smooth consumption. Allow to cool for 20 minutes. Consume no more than 2 potions at any one time or within a 24-hour period. This potion will give the consumer extra endurance for several weeks if prepared properly. Although the odor can be rather offensive, the taste is almost a roasted nut flavor. Harry read the information and worked his way through each step, following along with Professor Lovegood as she prepared the same potion at the station in the center of the classroom. He checked his cauldron after each step and compared it to the instructions of the older book. The color was perfect each step. The only thing that bothered Harry is that it didn't state to stir or not to stir. So he watched the professor and noticed that she did not stir the potion, so he didn't either. Sky blue. Okay, now for the seahorses. Harry gently placed the seahorses into his potion and heated it until it turned grass green. Then removed it from the heat. Looks like he had finished it, and hopefully done so correctly on his first attempt. He looked over to Neville's cauldron and noticed it was almost to the same grass green that his was currently at. He got out his strainer and strained it for particulates and allowed his potion to cool for 20 minutes as the book suggested. Then all he would have to do was bottle it up and he was done. Luna's potion was exactly the same color as his own, as was Pavarti's. He was so glad he had found that older potionist book in the library yesterday. Professor Lovegood came by and looked at each one of their potions and gave each one 10 points for a perfect potion and held up Pavarti's and showed the class so they could see what color they should have at the end of their process. She then went over to the Slytherin side and sure enough Malfoy was the only one who had a perfect potion on that side. She held up his potion and gave him 10 points as well. Harry could see him puff out his chest and sit proudly at the professor's recognition. Then Malfoy looked over to him and he gave him a polite nod and Harry nodded back. Harry wasn't sure what exactly he had started, but whatever it was he was sure it was something good. It was strange not having Goyle or Crabbe in the class anymore, but in a way it made the class run smoother. The professor could focus on the other students more and it seemed that everyone was pleased with that outcome. Now the biggest distraction was Parkinson. That girl could look at the book and read the instructions and still get the potion wrong. Which she did again. Her potion turned out rust-colored. What step she didn't do or just totally overlooked? Who knows? If it wasn't for her essays, she would probably be flunking out of potions, since her practicals were so horrible. Right now the professor was having her go through the potion with her step-by-step all over again, after she had vanished her last attempt and cleaned up the mess she called her station. The potion only had 4 ingredients in it. You just had to put them in order and heat them to specific temperatures before adding the next ingredient. It was a good potion to get a student ready for the more complex potions later. Luckily this one doesn't blow up, it just smells bad if you do it wrong. Harry was sitting there writing up his observations in his potions journal and he realized for the first time that apparently Bellatrix had kidnapped he and Neville on Halloween Day, and they hadn't really even thought about it. Here it was November 14th and he had just now realized it. For some reason that felt so strange, a shiver went down his back when he thought about it. Bad things tend to happen around Halloween. He wondered if Bellatrix chose that day on purpose, or if it was a matter of opportunity and she had just seen the two of them working outside alone and grabbed them while she had the chance. Well, that is something that they will never know. That and many other things that were going through that crazy bitch's head. Thank Merlin that she is gone for good and never coming back. Harry couldn't help but remember the caved-in, crumpled form of Bellatrix as he sat there thinking back. "Hey, you okay?" Neville asked, seeing that far-away look on his brother's face. Harry glanced over to Neville and gave him a reassuring smile. "Yeah, just realized we missed Halloween, and it seemed weird, you know, missing it and never realizing it until now. Helluel is right around the corner and we don't have any of our shopping done. We are so slacking, brother. We need to get out our catalogs and start checking on what we want to send off for. I know I want to get Lillian a playhouse. I know she is too small for it, but I want to be the first to buy her one anyway. So I want to buy her her very first playhouse. I don't know if I want to buy her a castle or a regular house. I will probably go for a nice-sized mansion with all the amenities. Of course Mum will put a barrier up on it until Lils is old enough to play with it for real, and not just put the pieces in her mouth and chew on them. It's like Dad wants to be the first to buy Sebastian his first broom. Dad bought me my first broom, and it is sort of tradition, I guess, that he buys the first broom. Mom was furious when he bought me my first broom, and I was only 8 months old, but he still bought it for me. He would hold me on it while I would fly around the house, chasing her cat, an old orange tom cat that was terrified of that little broom. Harry chuckled. He could just barely remember that old broom and that darned old cat. Neville chuckled too. Yeah, we need to get out the catalogs and see what we can get mailed in first, or if we need to order new catalogs. I have an idea for a present or two. He gave a sly look over to Pavarti. I think I will need to go into a shop for at least one of my presents though. Same here. Harry grinned and glanced over to Luna, who was bottling her potion. Harry started to bottle his potion and put the idea of Yule out of his head for a while. Apparently Zabini and Greengrass had also gotten the potion right this time around, and Knott and Davis had gotten real close. That left Brown, Thomas, Finnegan, Parkinson, and Bulstrode as to having to not doing it right. This was one of the first potions Thomas had messed up on since the beginning of the semester, and he was truly upset about it. His had turned out to be more of a yellowish color than a green, so it was not usable at all. Finnegan's was a thick gloppy mess and smelled horrific. He would definitely have to make his over again to even get close. Harry reached over his seat and handed his potion book with the additional notes in it to Dean, who took one look at the color descriptions and began to copy them down in his own potions book. His eyes were sparkling and his quill was just flying as he wrote every note and comment that was in Harry's book down in his own. He handed Harry's book back to him with a mile-wide smile and thanked him profusely. Harry just grinned and nodded. Harry knew how much Dean worked on his potions work and strived to improve it since last year. He was right up there with Zabini and Greengrass as far as his quality of work, maybe even a little better. So he had no problem helping out his dorm mate. Croker made his way down to the Transfiguration classrooms, which has just emptied of the 5th-year Slytherin Gryffindor class. As he waited for the room to clear, he took note of the individuals that exited the room. He knew many of their families, or parts of their families at least. The last student left and Croker entered the room to find Sirius gathering up a variety of items off of the desks and placing them back in boxes around the room. Excuse me. I hate to interrupt, but I thought you might like to be kept up to date on our findings. Croker spoke out, startling Sirius. Professor Black twirled around quickly with his hand on his wand, but removed it when he saw who it was. Croker, I wasn't expecting you today. How are things going? I would have to guess good. If you are back here so soon. They are going very well. He reached into the folds of his cloak and pulled out an evidence bag and showed it to Sirius. What is this? Did you find another one? It worked. Sirius asked excitedly. Yes, it worked, and yes, we found another one. It was located at the Gaunt Shack. It appears to be the Gaunt Ring, although there are some unusual markings on the ring that we are having an expert look at. It had some very, very evil traps placed on it, ones that could easily lead to someone's death if they placed the ring on. And it had some very strong compulsions on it to do just that. If our unspeakables didn't have the occlumency shields that they do, well, let's just say we would have lost a member or two of our crew yesterday. All the curses, compulsions and otherwise have been removed from the ring at this point. So it is safe now. I wanted to show it to you as proof that our device works, and to let you know that our device located another one here in Hogwarts. I was going to look for it now. If you would like to join me, Croaker placed the ring back into one of his many pockets and pulled out the device they had created, preparing to utilize it shortly. Of course, this all can wait until later. Lead the way. Sirius joined Croaker and the two followed the shimmery trail the device was giving off up to the 7th floor on the west wing of Hogwarts, right into a crowd of second years who appeared to be standing in front of a tapestry of a dancing troll. Croaker kept walking and the sparkling trail ended up going through a wall that ended up going nowhere. There was no door or way to go through the wall. He didn't understand it. "What's up, Sirius?" Harry asked. "What are you all doing here?" Sirius asked the crowd of students. "We were going to play some music for a while, but if you need the room for something that is cool," stated Harry. "Room? What room?" Croaker asked, looking at the wall carefully, trying to find some hidden trigger or door of some kind. "The room of requirements, although the elves call it the come and go room. All you have to do is stand here and walk back and forth 3 times thinking of what you are wanting, and the door will appear with the kind of room you need. Like a music room, a study hall, an exercise room, a dueling room, whatever. It can do anything," Harry explained. "Would you mind if I try?" Croaker asked. "Not at all, have at it," Neville and Harry said at the same time. Croaker went over to where Harry was standing and began to pace back and forth, and suddenly a door appeared and he looked up in shock and went over to the door and opened it. Looking inside, it was a huge room of junk. All kinds of stuff. Books, clothes, brooms, desks, swords, wands, more books. Croaker pulled out his device and the sparkle trail led to the left side of the room about halfway back. "It appears Mr. Riddle used this room to hide one of his treasures in. Shall we?" And he motioned to Sirius to follow him. They made it about halfway back, and there on the bust of someone that no one remembers who it is anymore was a diadem. Ravenclaw's diadem, in fact. Sweet maker. Can't be. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, and now Ravenclaw's diadem. At first Croaker just looked at the circlet for a moment, seeming almost mesmerized by it, but then he snapped out of it and retrieved another evidence bag out of his ever-present pockets and levitated the diadem into the bag, careful not to touch it. Once the diadem was safely put away, Sirius seemed to snap out of the trance he appeared to be in. What was that? Was that it? Did you find it?" Sirius was a little flustered, but not too bad. "You found it, right? That was the last one? You can destroy them now and be done with it. He can't come back now, can he?" Sirius looked Croaker in the eyes and asked point blank. "You are going to destroy each and every piece of that creature's soul, are you not?" "Absolutely. As soon as possible. We can either exorcise the soul piece from each piece, leaving the relic whole, and return the relic to its original owner. Namely, the 3 pieces that belong to the founders being returned to Hogwarts. Or we can simply use basilisk venom that we purchased for just such a situation. The basilisk venom will destroy the item, but it will guarantee that the soul piece is gone forever. So one way or other we will have this taken care of by the end of the week," Croaker promised. "Dad, would it be possible for us to take some of these books for ourselves? Some of these potion books are even older than what they have in the library and are in excellent condition. There are some Transfiguration books that I want to look at too. But would it be okay? I mean, who do they belong to now?" Harry asked. "Well, that answers that, I guess," Sirius stated. "I guess you kids can take whatever you want from this room as long as you don't get into any trouble with it. If anything seems questionable, like cursed or booby-trapped or something, set it aside and Frank or I will look at it later. But have fun. And don't forget to do your class work first before you come up here to explore." With that, Sirius and Croaker left the kids to explore the room to their heart's content, each individual looking for a new and different treasure. Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti looked around the room excitedly. Pavarti looked at the books and squealed at the same time Luna did. There were piles of old trunks to explore, books too numerous to catalog, and there were even just piles of galleons laying about. This place was heaven waiting on them to explore. Harry and Neville both spotted a couple of swords that looked just about their size and style. They were gorgeous. There were some daggers laying around too. Both boys picked them up as well. Neville found a wand that worked very well for him, hidden in the drawer of a wardrobe against the wall. Harry found one that worked almost better than the one he was using now, stuck in a pile of books in the middle of the room. Luna found a wand that worked for her in the pocket of a ball gown that was on a dummy over on the east wall. And Pavarti found her a wand in a pile of wands that was in a trunk near the back of the room. Each one had a secondary wand now. That was so weird. The boys found more daggers and gave the girls a couple for themselves. Pavarti found a couple of polearms that she and Luna could use when they were working out. There were a couple the boys could use too, although they were heavier and more pointed at one end. Both girls found several pieces of jewelry they liked and tucked them away in their bags to polish and wear later. Harry and Neville found 1 or 2 rings that they liked as well, so they placed them in their bags with their instruments and continued looking. Harry found several potions books, some a few years old, but most were over 100 years old. He was so excited about getting to read them. And then there were journals, people's journals that went to school here from long ago. It would be so interesting to see what life was like back then through the eyes of another student the same as yourself. Pavarti started stacking books according to topic and Luna was helping her. Harry and Neville were going through the room gathering all the books they could find and bringing them up front to the girls so they could go through them. It became like an assembly line. First Harry or Neville would bring a book up. Then they would hand it to Pavarti. She would look the book over and find out what the book was about or its subject and hand it to Luna to put in the proper pile. By the time they finished, they had hundreds of books on all types of subjects. They decided that Pavarti would get all the books on astrology, and Neville would get all the books on herbology. Luna would get all the books on care of magical creatures, and Harry would get the potions books. They would split up the history books and the books on defense. Harry and Neville would share the books on transfigurations, and Luna and Pavarti would share the books on charms. They would all switch back and forth on any subject they wanted to, but for now that gave them a basic lowdown of where to put all the books. So they each packed their new finds into their endless bags, which they had brought with them to carry their instruments in. Now they were stuffing them with dozens of wonderful books. All the old books were in like new condition. Apparently the old room was the perfect temperature to make sure that the humidity never got to them, and they barely even had any dust on them either. Once they got them to their rooms, they were all going to put individual preservation charms on each book, just like they had on the old books they had in their libraries now. It was close to curfew by the time they finished sorting the books, so they decided to leave the wonderful room and head back to their dorm with a small side trip off at the kitchen, since they had forgotten to eat dinner. Oops. Once they got back to their rooms, Harry and Neville went down into their libraries and unloaded their bags and began shelving their new finds, making sure to put the preservation charms on each one as they went. Neville was thrilled with his new selection of herbology books. No matter how old the information is, it can still be useful. Sometimes the older methods work better than the newer methods anyway. He would have to let Professor Sprout know about some of his really rare finds, and he couldn't wait to see her reaction on a couple of them. Harry was excited about the new potion books. He hoped they would be like the one he had found in the library, and have more detail or more information in it than what they are working with right now. Some of what he had found were old school books, but some of what he had found were old reference books and books from people's personal libraries. If the books had the original owner's name in it, he might even consider just copying the book and sending the original back to the original owner. But to tell you the truth, if they hadn't noticed it missing by now, chances were it doesn't really matter that much. Besides, if it is older than 50 years ago, chances are the owner may be dead or something. Who knows, he would worry with that later on. Right now he was just going to prepare the books for his library, clean them up, catalog them, and then as soon as he got the chance he would go through the books and study them a little to see just how useful they could be. Harry remembered the secondary wands that he and the others had found for each other. He made a mental note to himself to tell Sirius about it as soon as he had a chance, so that they could test out the wands and see if they really do work for them as good as they appeared to. He already had the one he had gotten from Dumbledore, and so he was going to store that one in his trunk and use the one from the Room of Requirements as his secondary wand. Dumbledore's wand tended to overpower spells on occasion, and so he couldn't use it very often as it was. He was also going to get an additional wand holster, maybe for the other forearm. Maybe Sirius, Frank, Alice, Persephone, and Remus should go in there and see if they could find a secondary wand. There certainly were enough of them laying around or in trunks up there. Harry had gathered up all the galleons he could find up there. He and Neville had decided to take and split it 3 ways between Lillian, Sebastian, and Estria. They want the little ones to have some play money for Yule. They hadn't counted it yet, but it was a pretty big pile of coins, so Harry bet it was quite a lot. Harry and Neville thought about picking one of the prettier pieces of jewelry for Alice for Yule, after having it polished, of course. They haven't found the perfect one yet, but they were keeping their eye out. For her and for Persephone both. So when they go back there, that is one thing they will be looking out for. He might check around at the old versions of Hogwarts a history and give one of them to Hermione Granger. She was always quoting from it anyway. She would probably appreciate one that was a couple of 100 years old, and treat it like it was made out of gold or something. Yeah, they need to go through and find the oldest one of that book and give it to her. She would squeeze them to death after she quit squealing and jumping around, that is. He would give Dean one of the old potion books he found. Dean would be one that would truly appreciate the old book and know how to use it properly. Now for Seamus, that was easy. There were several brooms in the room, some that looked almost new. Harry bet if he looked around for a bit he could find a real collectible one. An antique, like a first run or limited edition that only Seamus could appreciate. He wondered if he could find a silver star or a clean sweep wind wisp, or maybe even a Nimbus sky scythe. That would be epic. Hell, even a Comet 260 would be worth looking for. If he found a couple of epic brooms, he would give one to Seamus and one to the Weasley twins. If they could find 2 identical antique brooms, they would give them to the twins. They would flip their lids and then dance a jig until their feet fell off. So looking at the brooms that were there is a definite next project. They could even send them to a professional to get them a basic overhaul and retwigging if necessary. But considering the condition of most of the stuff in that room, he doubted it would be necessary. Most of the stuff in that room looked as if it was brand new and undamaged by time. They may just do it to be on the safe side though. Frank would appreciate one of the ancient books on defense they had found. Harry was going to have to go through the ones he had, to find just the right one that was an antique but not so outdated that it was useless. Perhaps one that had some forgotten old battle magic in it. Or one that had a lot of hand-to-hand stuff in it. He would just have to look and see what all was available to make up his mind. Frank liked the old Auror stuff, but Harry hadn't seen any of that in the room. Maybe there was a book on Aurors in there somewhere. That would be cool. For Xenophilius, now that would be easy. All they had to do was find some rare old book that had some weird exotic creatures in it. Maybe an ancient book on creatures. Again, something to look out for. Sirius was an easy one as well. He would just have to find the right Transfiguration book. Something old, an antique definitely. It could even be outdated and no longer relevant as long as it was one that was written well and had some history behind it. Sirius would love it. He adored the old books on Transfiguration. He read them all the time. He liked to read about how a certain something was created or why a transfiguration came about and its history. It was all so fascinating to him. You almost couldn't pull him away from one of his books once he got started on one. If he found a secondary book, he might give it to the headmistress. She might appreciate it as much as Sirius would. Professor Flitwick would have a sneasel if they brought him an ancient book on charms. Even an outdated one, as long as it had some history about the charms to it, he would love it. Maybe not as much as those basilisk stakes, but he would still go nuts over it. Okay, his Yule list was getting filled pretty fast here. He was still going to have to go shopping to get Luna her present, since he wanted it special made for her to match her necklace. She wore that all the time, and loved it so much. He wanted to get her either a ring to go with it or hair barrettes to go with it. He had gotten her the bracelet on her birthday and she loved that. Maybe he could go with earrings. Harry thought and thought, but decided to wait and see what the jeweler could do before he made his final decision. But as of right now it looked like a ring. For friendship. He knew what he was going to get Neville, a field medic kit, top of the line of course. He had seen several in the catalogs he had been looking through and a couple had caught his eye. But 1 or 2 stood out, so he would look those over carefully and compare them, then make up his mind on which one to get. The one he liked best right now had everything from a stretcher to full surgical kit available in it. While he didn't think that Neville would ever need to do surgery on someone, you never know. Especially the way the two of them get into trouble. The one he liked had splints, emergency blankets, potions of all kinds, even an emergency shelter. and it was all set up in one neat little package that Neville could put into his bottomless bag and have with him in case he ever needed it. It was a little pricey, but Neville was worth it. And if most of the other presents came from that room, he could certainly afford to get Neville the field medic kit he was thinking about. Harry continued to go through the books he had found, and he found the perfect book for Sirius. It was called Transfiguration, A Pathway Through the Future by Natalie Privet. It was written in the year 1211, so around a millennium ago. But Harry had no doubt that Sirius would adore this book. The author thought that Transfiguration was the latest and greatest form of magic and could take the magical world into the modern world, maybe even surpass the Muggles. Sirius would love this book. Harry set the book aside and smiled. He knew his dad. Sirius would read and reread this book until the pages were fading. He would make notes and stick little pieces of paper in the book everywhere with his notes and quotes of passageways that he wanted to make note of for later, possibly even for his classroom. Soon Harry realized how late it was getting and decided to call it a night. So he climbed out of his trunk and joined his dorm mates as they prepared for bed. Neville was of course reading, but Dean and Seamus were talking about potions and girls, a weird combination, so Harry stayed out of it. He just grabbed what he needed for a shower, then headed into the bathrooms for a relaxing shower and some time to think about what all he had found so far.
Treasures. Pure treasures.
Amelia Bones and Unspeakable Croaker were gathered in Bones' office at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, both with a shot glass half empty of Ogden's finest fire whiskey, sitting in front of them. So the part from Gringotts matched the other portions that you had already gathered? Amelia started first, taking a sip of her fire whiskey. Yes, indeed it did. Although it was the smallest sample, it was indeed from the same source. And it appeared to be a true Horcrux and not just a soul fragment. It looks like Riddle had intended to create another Horcrux that night and had prepared himself to do so. Although, I think the reason that it was removed so easily from young Harry was due to the fact that he was not prepared as a vessel. It takes a rather long and drawn-out ritual to prepare the vessel for the transfer. We think what happened is that when the spell backfired on Riddle, the portion of soul that he had prepared to transfer broke away and sought out the first available host. Hence Harry Potter Black and his open scar. It simply wedged itself in his scar and sat there, hoping to anchor itself deeper at some point, but it never got the chance. It was removed before it did any true damage, Croaker explained as he took a small sip of his drink as well. And have you killed them yet? She asked. We are in the process of doing that now. We have taken care of the scar sample, the diary, and the ring. We are trying to decide what to do about the Slytherin locket, Hufflepuff Cup, and Ravenclaw diadem. We would prefer to use the exercise ritual and banish the soul, while preserving the article it was housed in. Then return the item to Hogwarts. But if that is not possible, we will use the basilisk venom on those items as well. We certainly have enough. Croaker stated. You have destroyed 3 of them. I wonder if he can feel them being destroyed. And if so, would he come back to check on the others? Or would he go even further into hiding? Amelia pondered out loud. I had considered that perhaps he might be aware of his Horcruxes, but decided that the risk was worth the possible danger of his return at this point. Especially since we have all the items in our possession currently. His soul is too unstable for him to create another Horcrux, but then again he is insane. He might just be desperate enough to do something so absolutely suicidal. Also, he is not aware of the piece that separated and went to Harry Black, hence he may think he has to do one final Horcrux to have his perfect number. If Riddle did attempt to badly cut his soul again, it may just implode from the ritual itself and take care of our problem for us, Croaker stated. Or he may show up looking for his other pieces and become infuriated, looking for his other pieces, finding them missing. Do something desperate like the ritual to make himself living again, and make himself another and final Horcrux, and in doing do make it so we have to search that one out to be able to kill him finally. Amelia looked at her half-empty glass of fire whiskey. Croaker nodded. Always a possibility, always a possibility. If it was me, I would take a rock and turn it into a Horcrux, then throw it into the ocean as far as I can throw it and be done with it. But he seems to want to keep them where he has control over his soul pieces in case he wishes to have them at a later date. Giving one to Bellatrix Lestrange, we are assuming. Regulus Arcturus Black also had the Slytherin locket. The diary has enough of Lucius Malfoy's signature on it, and he got arrested for having the possessed item and endangering the entire school, so that is a non-issue. So it appears Riddle had a habit of hiding some of his treasures with some of his best lieutenants. But the others he hid himself and put enough booby traps on them to make himself feel comfortable doing so. Amelia merely nodded and took another sip of her glass. This subject was disturbing to say the least, no matter how necessary it was. The question being, should we retain one of the Horcruxes to use in our device so that we can locate the final Horcrux he may or may not create, or should we destroy them all? There is danger either way. Croaker sat there in silence for a few minutes as he thought. Amelia had no answer to that question. Either way could be dangerous. Keeping one piece alive meant that there was danger of either who somehow getting his hands on it and reviving himself once again. Or if they destroy all the pieces, they have no tracking method available to them to locate the final piece, so they would be walking into this blind. I don't think it is wise to hold off destroying the final piece, on the off chance that he may make another piece. It's too great of a risk. We should destroy all the pieces and deal with what comes, when it comes. Knowing him, if he does indeed make another one, he would want to keep it with him at all times, trusting no one this time around. You have to remember that this time he is basically going to be insane, so logical thinking isn't going to be a high point of his life. The whole idea of using a pebble in the ocean would be the most logical idea, so he is going to do the opposite of that. He will make it something big and flashy, and keep it with him at all times. I tend to agree. I feel that keeping even one piece would be too great a risk. So that settles that. We destroy even the one we use to make the device with. I think that is the wisest choice of actions and would leave everyone at a calmer state of mind. It would leave just the piece in Riddle himself and anything he created after this point, which we can deal with at some later date if we must. Deal with the known. Worry about the unknown later, I always say. I found the perfect book for Sirius for Yule, in the books we found last night. It is real old and it's all about transfigurations. He is going to so love it. I think we can give it from all of us and we can mark him off our to-get-for list. Harry stated as he served himself some bacon and sausage onto his plate. Neville nodded. I found a book for my dad we could do the same with. It is an old book about battle magic. Some of the spells in it have to be forgotten by now. Dad will flip for it. He may even try out some of the old spells. Some of them may have evolved into new spells, but some of them may be useful even today. I found the perfect book for Professor Sinistra. It is an old book that was written ages ago when they were still trying to figure out the galaxy. It shows just how much we have learned over the ages. It is so cool. Pavarti stated as she sat down for breakfast. We can say it came from all of us and give it to her for Yule, like we did for the telescope. Luna smiled and added, grabbing a few pancakes and some fresh berries for herself. I found the perfect book for Daddy. It is an older book on magical creatures, many of which are now considered extinct. He will love looking up the different ones and checking out the ones that have already gone extinct in comparison to those that are still active. I found a potions book that is over 500 years old, and it has multiple potions in it that I have never heard about. I don't know if they are just not used anymore or if they are something that might be revitalized and that Professor Lovegood would enjoy looking through though. Again, something that could come from us all. Harry stated between bites. Yeah, I found a book on magical plants of Great Britain that I think Professor Sprout would love. It has full-page color drawings that are absolutely beautiful in it, and the information on how to care for the plants are extremely detailed. I think she would love it, and it too could come from us all. Neville stated. I found a 600-year-old book on competitive dueling and advanced charms. It looked really interesting, but I think that Professor Flitwick would completely flip to have it. I think that we should read it, then give it to him for Yule, and make his Yule one of the best he has had in years, basilisk steaks last year not included. Pavarti suggested as she added some fresh berries to her porridge. Speaking of possible presents, there are a few old Hogwarts, a history up there. I think we should find the oldest one and give it to Hermione for Yule. She will probably try and hug us all to death, but oh well. Harry stated. I want to see about finding Padma just the right piece of bling from that room. I noticed several necklaces up there, and I am going to go through them and see if any catch my eye. She loves pretty, shiny things, especially if it is really old. Pavarti said. I think I am going to look for something for my mum in that room too. Maybe a brooch or a robe clasp or something. Something that just calls out to me and said, here I am. Pick me. I want it to be special though. Neville stated as he ate some of his eggs. I am going to look through the old brooms that are up there and see if there are any real gems, and if there are I want to give one to Seamus, and if I can find 2 matching brooms I want to give them to the twins Fred and George. I think they would really appreciate them, even if they are antiques. Harry stated as he finished the last of his eggs. Good idea. Seamus would love them and so would the twins. Neville said. Then he turned to Pavarti and had a thoughtful look. Ah, just a thought, but do you think your sister would enjoy some of those antique clothes that are up there? I mean, they are really, really old, but she would look real nice in them. Don't you think? He asked. That is such a great idea. I could pick out an outfit or 2 that is in good condition and have it cleaned and pressed, and see if she would appreciate it. Oh, I bet she would love it. She would so love the history behind it. It would be pathetic. That alone would get her going. Pavarti was all smiles. What do you want to make a bet? There is an old history book in there that we can get for Professor Lupin? Neville asked. They had all finished their breakfast and were chatting excitedly about things that they had found in the room of requirements when they realized it was time to head out to Transfiguration's class. So they gathered their bags and headed out, still chatting away. Do you think Susan would like one of those daggers we found up there, and maybe one for Hannah as well? Especially after what Orbones said the other day about keeping a knife on hand at all time. Harry asked. Good idea. I bet they both would love them. Susan especially, an antique dagger. Oh, she would flip. So would Amelia for that matter. If we found a real nice one, we could always give it to Amelia. One that had a holster and everything. And if it didn't have a holster, we could have one made for it special. Luna stated, smiling real big at Harry. So proud that he was thinking of their other friends. That is brilliant. In fact, I think Sirius, Remus, Frank, Alice, Xenophilius, and Persephone, as well as Moody, Shacklebolt, and Tonks would all go for some of those antique daggers we found up there. The last 3 especially. Pavarti stated right along with him. Absolutely. Let's not forget your parents in that statement. I am sure your father would appreciate the beauty in a well-honed antique knife that was centuries old. Neville stated. True, my father loves antiques of any type but an antique blade. Oh my, he would adore it. My mother, she would be more interested in a really old book on poems or an old piece of art. She loves any antiques though, so an antique brooch would send her to the moon. Pavarti smiled at him. Okay. It looks like we have some digging to do in that old room. How about after classes? Harry asked, and everyone nodded with smiles. Cool. Let's go. Transfigurations that day was a little weird. They were doing Utaruka, which was to turn a piece of ribbon into a caterpillar. Which was all well and good and all, but the 4 of them has some fun with it. Harry created a purple and almost neon green caterpillar that had tall pokey things sticking up everywhere on it. Neville created one that was red and white striped but at least 6 inches long. That thing was huge, and had eyes that bugged out and sat on the top of its head. Pavarti created a soft purple and pink caterpillar. What was unusual about hers was that it has a tail that it kept wagging at everyone. She said it was like a kind that came from where she lived. Then there was Luna's. Hers was as big around as your wrist and about 4 inches long and went from blue at the front where its goggly eyes were to red at the back. And it kept curling up in a little ball whenever you touched it. To say that they were all feeling a little creative today would be an understatement. Each one of them made 2 caterpillars and had fun coming up with the craziest rendition of what they thought a magical caterpillar should look like. Harry remembered this book he had seen back years ago about a girl named Alice and her falling down a rabbit hole. She had met with a caterpillar that spoke, wore clothes, and smoked a pipe, so given enough time Harry was sure they could have come up with something truly bizarre. Transfigurations class was fun today, to say the least. Next came history class, and today they were actually supposed to get to hear from the post of Ministry of Magic. So everyone was looking forward to class. They all entered into the class and sat down quietly. Of course Luna, Harry, Neville, and Pavarti took the front 4 seats on the left side of the room. All right folks, come in and get seated. We have a lot to cover today, so let's get started. The Ministry of Magic was formally established in 1707 and succeeded the previous Wizarding Council with the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Ulick Gamp, as being the first Minister for Magic, and his term lasted until 1718. His greatest claim to fame was creating the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It was also during his administration that the Imperius, Cruciatus, and Killing Curse became listed as unforgivables and were listed with the harshest punishments possible, life in prison in Azkaban. It was also Gamp's job of instituting the new international statute of wizarding secrecy on a very frightened and divided community. It wasn't until 1798 that we had our first female minister for magic, and that would be Artemisia Lufkin. She established the Department of International Magical Co-operation. She maintains her office until 1811. Then we have Grogan Stump, who was minister from 1811 until 1819, that was such a fan of Quidditch that he established the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Our next noted minister was Adeline Gamble in 1827 to 1835. She was a very forward-looking minister and established committees to investigate Muggle inventions, and from that, established the introduction of the Hogwarts Express in 1830 as a means of transporting students to Hogwarts. Nobby Leach was the minister from 1962 to 1968. The first Muggle-born minister for magic. Even though it brought about much consternation among the older traditionalists, whom many resigned from their government positions in revolt of his appointment. Minister Leach left office in 1968 due to some unknown illness. Conspiracy theories abound to this day. Now there were several other ministers in between the ministry's origin and present time, and you are welcome to look them up and research them on your own at any time. Our own Minister Cornelius Fudge became Minister for Magic in 1990 and is currently serving in that distinguished seat as we speak. So class, I would like to introduce you all to Minister for Magic, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, the 32nd Minister for Magic of the British Ministry of Magic. Professor Lupin raised his hand towards the back of the room and waited. The whole class turned and looked to where he was pointing with his hand, and sure enough there was the minister sitting. Although he was not sitting there alone, there was a strange toad-looking woman in a pink cardigan sweater sitting right next to him, whispering something in his ear. Apparently he didn't hear the introduction that Professor Lupin had given him, but he eventually did notice the fact that the whole room was staring at him, and pushed the woman in the pink cardigan away from him and stood up, smiling real big, and then walked up to the front of the room and acted as if nothing was wrong. At first no one did anything, and there was this annoying hem from the back of the room. It took a second for everyone to realize it was from the woman in the pink cardigan. Professor Lupin looked at her, and before he could say anything she stated, "You are all wasting the minister's valuable time. We are here for you to ask your questions and give you a better idea of how the ministry works. Now show some respect and raise your hand and ask your questions." The woman stated. Neville raised his hand and spoke to the woman. "We were showing respect, ma'am. It is traditional that the guest speaker be allotted a time at the beginning of the class in case they wish to speak about a specific topic or area of interest that they can bring it up. Also, we would never be so rude as to speak before we are directed to by Professor Lupin." Harry decided to start things off since she wanted everyone to just start asking questions. He raised his hand and turned towards the minister and asked, "What have you found to be the most challenging thing to date you have dealt with since you became minister?" That is not an appropriate question to ask the minister, young man. Next question. Ernie Macmillan raised his hand and asked, "Do you consider yourself a traditionalist, a conservative, or a progressive? Does it help you in your duties as a minister, and if so, how?" That is completely inappropriate to ask. Next question, please. Luna tried this time. It has been noticed that there is a serious lack of Muggleborns and half-bloods as department heads, or at higher department positions within the ministry. Is that something your campaign is working to correct? That is not an appropriate subject for someone your age to discuss. Next question. Megan Jones tried this time. Several of the previous ministers either created new ministry departments or expanded what was already there. Are you planning something along that line soon? That is irrelevant and inappropriate to ask. Next question. Susan Bones raised her hand and asked, "There are several of us that wish to go into the Auror program when we graduate. Do you think there will be an increase in the number of individuals allowed the Aurors to recruit by the time we graduate, or will budgeting still be a problem then?" That is not a question you should ask the Minister of Magic, young lady. Next question. Susan tried again. Since the minister is the one that has final say in the budget for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who should I put my question to then? The woman at the back looked rather irritated and stated, "You are being disrespectful and rude. What is your name?" Professor Lupin spoke out at that point. "Excuse me, but her name is irrelevant. I believe I invited the Minister of Magic to speak here today. If he is unwilling or unable to speak, then I shall have to ask him. and you of course to leave my classroom so that I may teach on a different curriculum. Do you know who you are speaking to? The woman stated, now completely frustrated. Not a clue, but then again I invited Minister Cornelius Oswald Fudge, the 32nd Minister for Magic, into my second-year History of Magic class. I did not invite an unknown guest to attend, especially one that refused to allow the minister to speak, while insulting, interrupting, and belittling my students. Now since you and the minister have proven that this second-year class is of no interest to you, or out of your scope of interest, please leave. Professor Lupin stated. During this whole time the minister had just stood by and held his hat in his hand and allowed the toad-faced woman speak to her mind. Until, that is enough, Dolores, in fact that is too much. I have reached my limits with you. You're fired. Have your desk cleared out by the time I get back to the ministry, and do not attempt to annoy me further. Dolores Umbridge, who had been sitting in the back of the class, interfering in the class this whole time, turned pale. The minister couldn't mean it, but he kept staring at her until she got up out of her seat and walked out of the room, watching her every move, even when she paused at the door, hoping he would call her back, which he didn't. What was she going to do now? Being the minister's undersecretary was all she ever wanted. It was her step up to becoming Minister for Magic herself in a few years. He fired her. She had been fired. She would talk to him later and see if he would change his mind. That is what she would do, that's it. He couldn't survive one day without her. He would be lost without her. She would give him a few hours of complete confusion and then swoop in and fix all the things he had messed up, and save the day. Then he would have to take her back and eat his words, that's it, that is what she would do. A confident Dolores walked down the halls of Hogwarts and out the gates to apparate away. The minister then turned to Harry Potter and looked him in the eye and stated, the hardest thing I have had to do since I became minister is the meetings with the Muggle Prime Ministers. I would say, I have extremely limited knowledge of the Muggle world, and so it is rather awkward to say the least. He then looked over to Ernie Macmillan and stated, I consider myself to be somewhere between a conservative and a traditionalist, to tell you the truth. In the Wisengamot I vote for the item on the docket, not my party. I am not a complete traditionalist, as I don't believe in the absolute separation in all things Muggle from the magical realm. But I also don't see the harm in having both Yule and Christmas and Samhain and Halloween. A society as diverse as our own is built on its diversity, not its similarity, and we can learn so much from each other from our differences. Why not share in our differences and grow as a society together? Keep the old ways and the traditions, of course, teach them to all who want to learn them, but accept that new ideas are always going to be there, change is always going to be there. To ignore that fact is to ignore history, which tells us that we have made many changes in the past and have grown richer and wiser because of it. Then he turned towards Luna and began, the lack of Muggleborns and half-bloods in higher-level positions at the Ministry is something that is new to my information. But if it is true, then that is definitely something I will wish to look into. A man's ability to successfully qualify for a job should be based on his own experience, skills, and achievements, not on his injury purity. A half-injury with 10 years' experience should always get the job over a pure injury fresh out of school. Turning to Megan Jones, he stated, I would like to expand on the misuse of Muggle artifacts department, seeing as how Muggle technology is advancing in leaps and bounds. Each year they are coming up with new inventions and new ideas that we have no way to work around at this point. Our Department of Magical Law Enforcement can't fight what it doesn't understand or isn't aware of yet. We need to be kept up to date on this new technology, and know how to protect ourselves when it does find its way into our world. Next he looked over to Susan Bones and started, I am hoping that we will be able to reformat the next budget to allow for more recruits within our Auror training program, and to allow for newer and better equipment to be offered to our Aurors that are currently on the job. Although it is a slow and painful process, I do intend to see it done. Next question. The minister was on a roll and everyone in the class was enjoying what he was saying, so they were paying close attention to everything he said. Harry raised his hand again and waited for the minister to point to him. What classes would you recommend that we take if we wish to get a position at the ministry? The minister smiled. Well, of course you need your history classes, but as to extra classes you can take, I would say it would depend on what area you wanted to go into at the ministry. I would write to the department head or the department that you wish to join or explore and ask for their advice specifically. This way you will know for sure. If you're wishing to get into the department of the ministry, I would recommend taking runes and Muggle studies until you get to your 5th year and then taking political sciences as well. That class helped me the most, and I found it to be the most exciting of them all. Pavarti raised her hand and he pointed towards her. Is there a specific author or philosopher that helped you along the way? Someone that inspired you to become the great man that you are today? Oh my, that is a huge question. Well, I would have to state that there are several people that I studied and that I enjoy reading from. To pick out one would lessen the value of the others in what they have contributed to my life. So I really couldn't pick just one. The minister smiled over to Pavarti and she smiled and nodded to him. What quality do you consider your greatest benefit assisting you at being Minister of Magic? Lian Moon asked, and she almost never asked questions. The minister smiled real big at her and said, that one is easy. Patience. Tons and tons of patience. After that, good organizational skills are a must. If you can't find something quickly or know how to organize things well, you will be at a total loss in that office. You will just be over your head in no time flat. While a good staff is important, you can't depend on them to keep things organized for you. You have to learn to organize all your own work and necessary notes quickly. Also, learning to delegate, that was something I had to learn the hard way. I was stubborn on that one. I thought I had to do it all when I first got into office. But it didn't take long for me to realize that I had to delegate matters to the proper people. After all, that is what they are there for. Does that answer your question? He asked. Miss Moon smiled sweetly and blushed. Yes, sir. Thank you, Minister Fudge, sir. Seamus raised his hand and the minister nodded in his direction. Is it true, sir, that you are in negotiations to bring the Wizarding World Cup to England in 2 years? Fudge threw out his chest and smiled. It most certainly is. We have been in negotiations for nearly 8 months, and it looks like we will win over Sweden. At least that is how it looks right now. So if all goes as planned, we will be having the Wizarding World Cup right here in England in 1994, folks. Hopefully, Scotland, Ireland, Wales or England will be contenders in that cup too. Woo-hoo! Seamus shouted. Then he started clapping for the minister. All of a sudden the bell rang and everyone stood up and gave the minister a standing ovation as they clapped. Professor Lupin smiled at his class and thanked the minister, taking the time to apologize for the earlier inconvenience. But the minister stated that it was he who should apologize, and he did. I have to say, Professor Lupin, that is the most stimulating conversations I have had in a long time. Once Dolores was excused, that is. Your students are intelligent beyond their years, and were very respectful. They are insightful and asked questions that made me think, which I must say is rare these days. I am so used to the common reporter asking idiot questions. It is pathetic. Your students asked questions that were truly brilliant. Cornelius stated as he smiled and watched the last of the students leave the class. If you ever need of me to help with another class, feel free to call, he stated at last. They talked about the minister's appearance in history class all through lunch and into waiting outside the defense class. Each person having nothing but good things to say. Well, mostly, that woman, whoever she was just plain rude. Pavarti stated. I hate to, but I am forced to agree. I don't normally state things negative about individuals, just because I don't like to think of them saying negative things about me. But she was rude and disrespectful. I can't believe she was so mean to everyone in class, and we were asking real questions too. I am just glad that the minister actually went through and answered each of our questions. It tells me that he respects us and what we think. Luna agreed. I was just surprised when he fired her right there in front of everyone. That was amazing. Not saying it wasn't deserved or anything, it truly was. She was being rude not only to us but to him as well. Not letting him answer even one simple question. That was just ridiculous. Neville added. Yeah, that got old real fast. Not letting him answer even one question was way too cowardly even for a politician. Good grief, we are only a bunch of 12-year-olds. What does she think we are going to do? Rush to our parents and tell them what the answer to a question was. Our questions were not that political. In fact, they were not political at all. They were all about the office or about the individual himself. Not about his political views, really. Harry stated. They were in the middle of the discussion when the door opened to the defense classroom and it began to allow students in. So they let the last class drop and began to focus on what was going to happen in this class. Like I told you last class, we are going to be working on lethifolds this class. Now, unfortunately, they are too dangerous for me to bring one to class. Lethifolds are a class XXXXX beast with the Ministry of Magic. Its general appearance is that of a black cloak. Normally it is about half an inch thick. It only appears thicker if it has recently digested a victim. They are only found in tropical climates naturally, so you wouldn't normally find one while walking down the streets of London. Unfortunately, they have been known to be transplanted, or captured and released in areas that there is a high population for nefarious reasons. So I wanted to teach you about them just in case. Professor Longbottom turned to his easel and placed a large picture on it. It was of a lethifold. Its eerie blackness floating loosely through trees and undergrowth that covered every inch of the forest. Looking for its next victim, the picture it presented was terrifying and mortifying. Definitely something you wouldn't ever want to meet. There is only one thing that works against a lethifold, and that is the Patronus charm. So Expecto Patronum is the only thing that might save your life if you ever meet one of these deadly adversaries. Just like we did with the Dementors, I want each of you to line up and try to work on your Patronus charms, everybody. With that, he had everyone stand up and moved the desks back and moved everything so that the central area was clear for everyone to form two lines and begin to practice their Patronus charms. Zabini's had improved quite a bit. His was actually forming an incorporeal Patronus. It was a hawk, or at least that is what it appeared to be. Knott's had improved somewhat as well. He had a solid wisp now that covered quite a bit of his body, so it was a huge improvement from his last attempt. Seamus was able to hold a misty shield for about 10 seconds this time. Even though it was flimsy and thin, it was still an improvement as to what he had done since the last time he had worked on it. When Harry stepped up to the front of the line, he closed his eyes and took a couple of deep breaths, then focused everything he had and called out, "Expecto Patronum!" And sure enough, he had a completely incorporeal Patronus. There was no doubt what it was. It was a massive grizzly bear, and it thundered into the room and looked around for the dangers, but finding none. It went over to Harry and stared into his eyes for a moment, then he slowly dissipated. Harry couldn't help the moisture that was gathering in his eyes. The feelings of love and absolute joy he was feeling right now was indescribable. It was like being overdosed with way too many cheering charms. It was incredible. Neville floated in on that feeling and went with it. His Patronus was even more solidified than it was last time. It was almost a corporeal Patronus. The panther pounced out of his wand and leapt into the middle of the room searching for the threat. It then paced back and forth for a minute, then went over to Neville and sniffed his hand, then raised his head back and roared, showing all its teeth. Then it dissipated. Luna's fox frolicked around the room, not wanting to leave, but it was soon joined by a bunny, and they chased each other, and then after about 2 minutes they both turned and looked at their people. Then they both dissipated. Professor Longbottom was thrilled with the improvements he was seeing in several of the students' patron uses and let them know it, handing out points to those who had made any improvement at all. And since Crabbe and Goyle weren't in the class anymore, he was able to focus on Brown and Parkinson, the two next lowest on skill level. Brown actually was able to get a thicker mist by the time the class was over with, although Parkinson was still only able to get a flimsy wisps and barely that. He told her to keep working on her memory and try a different one to see if that helped. That night when they went to bed they had a lot to talk about. Although Dean and Seamus were still talking about some Ravenclaw girls, Harry and Neville were going over what all had happened in their classes that day. They were really proud of their patron uses, and bet each other that just a little work and they could come up with a corporeal Patronus. They were sure they had the perfect memory to do it too. Then they went over history class again. They even thought about writing the minister and thanking him for taking the time to spend with their history class, and decided they would do so in the morning. In fact, they decided they would do so for each of their guest speakers. Although no one had asked them to do so, they felt that it was only proper. They would make it out to be like it came from the whole class and not just the two of them though. They would let Professor Lupin read the final drafts before they sent them off, though that way he would know what they had planned and make sure it was okay to do. With that in mind, the two went to sleep and were out before their heads hit their pillow, thinking of what to say in the letter and all that had happened in the last several weeks that had led up to them writing the letters. For weeks things had moved along perfectly for the four of them. Nothing major had happened. Well, nothing bad anyway. In Herbology class, Neville had done so well with repotting the immature venomous tentacula that Professor Sprout had given Neville his own sample plant to raise as a private project for the semester. He was so proud and so enamored with that silly plant it was pathetic. The little plant Neville was given was not deadly by any means, but its bite was still very dangerous, so Neville put it down in his greenhouse in his trunk to make sure that no one in the dorm upset the little thing, and caused it to bite them. Even though it was just now teething, it could still give you a nasty bite that would require you to go to the Medi ward. At least this way it was safe, and everyone in the dorm was safe as well. Madame Sprout completely approved. Professor Lupin had been thrilled with their letters and had wholeheartedly approved of them. And the boys had sent them off the very next day. Both Madame Bones and Madame Marchbanks wrote back stating that if they had any questions about either the Auror program or the Wisengamot, they need only ask, or if they wanted them to come back again at a later date and attend another class, to let them know the dates, and they would be happy to do so. This had the boys over the moon. The minister wrote back once again apologizing for his undersecretary's behavior and stated that due to his extremely difficult schedule that he would find it hard to attend another talk such as that, but if the class had further questions that they could send him a list and he would be happy to answer them at his earliest convenience. All in all, the letters were a hit. And lo and behold, Thunder and Storm got into a dominance battle, and of course Storm won, and he went through and picked out Tony True and Fulgura as well as Ventus to be his females, and Thunder gladly accepted Procella to be his female. Both males had wasted no time in mating with their new mates, and they now had 4 pregnant Darkhorns in their little herd. Procella didn't seem to have one single problem being the only one not picked by Storm. In fact, she quite literally strut around the paddock after Thunder, and she had mated. So proud of her big strong stallion. Now she spent much of her time leaning on him or rubbing up against him. It was adorable. Hermione thought that maybe Procella would have felt left out or something. But when she saw how her Darkhorn was constantly flirting with Thunder, she realized that there was no jealousy there. Just pure, unadulterated happiness. Her Procella couldn't be happier if she tried. She was pregnant by the Darkhorn of her dreams, and she was proud of it. Hermione was so relieved, and couldn't wait to see the little foal that would come from that pair. She knew one thing though, she would never sell the foal no matter what. She would keep the family together. In fact, they had all decided on that. Padma and Pavarti had decided the same thing, and of course Luna had no intention of letting her little foal go anywhere either. She had already picked out Aura as the name for the fowl. It was Latin for breeze. Though breeze was a little wind, so Aura should be a little ventus. And it was asexual, so it wouldn't matter if it was a male or a female foal that was born either. This got all the girls to thinking, and so Pavarti wanted to name her fowl Fatum, meaning destiny, which would mean that Padma's would be named Fides, for faith. And Hermione thought about naming her fowl Spes for hope, but found Cupido for wish or desire to be a much better fit. So once again Luna got to thinking, wanting to keep the foals' names somewhat similar, and came up with Amor for love. Now that they had picked out the names of their foals, all they had to do was wait impatiently for their Maras to birth their new additions, and the world would be perfect again. Harry had to remind each of them that the foals would one day look for new riders, and it was the new riders who would get to name them, not the girls. So they all decided to wait and see if their little angels picked a rider early or not. It was getting close to Christmas vacation, and the kids had found several things in the room of requirements for their friends and family. Harry and Neville had finally found the perfect piece of jewelry for Alice. It was a galleon-sized brooch that was made mother of pearl and ruby. It had a beautiful ruby as the centerpiece and surrounded by an inlay of mother of pearl in an almost stained glass pattern. It was exquisite. They were going to have it polished and put several charms on it just for her safety, mind you, like poison awareness, blocking minor curses, locator charm, things like that. They found several cauldrons in the room, but their eyes popped out when they realized one of them was real solid silver. The boys latched on to that one for Persephone to come from the 4 of them. All they had to do was get it polished now. They were still going to give her the old potions book, but this was too good to pass up. Broom-wise, Harry couldn't believe he found a moon trimmer. A real moon trimmer. He wasn't sure whether to give that one to Frank for his collection or to give it to Seamus. It was built in 1901, and it could fly higher than any other broom on the market, even today. They were created by Gladys Boothby, and each one had to be made by hand individually. So they are a true rare find nowadays. And it is for that reason the boys are hesitant at giving it to Seamus when they know that Frank would appreciate it much more. It took a while, and they decided to keep looking between the brooms in the room for something for Seamus and to give the moon trimmer to Frank. He had that collection of legacy brooms, and he would know how to keep this one looking as if was brand new. He would truly appreciate the broom for what it was. It only took 2 more days and they found a Comet 140. It was built back in 1929 and is listed as one of the premier broomsticks to come out of the Comet Broom Company. It was the first to be patented with the Horton Keach braking system. which later became the nationwide standard and is still used to this day. Because of its braking system, it became the standard for Quidditch players everywhere, since the brooms tended to not wander off their destination as much as other brooms. So they decided to give that one to Seamus. He would see that one as a true collector's broom. They then found a pair of Comet 180s, two of them leaning against the back wall, just leaning there as if they were just waiting for Harry and Neville to find them. They looked like they had just come off the showroom floor, not a twig out of place anywhere. If it wasn't for the braking system and steering system wanting it to be checked, the boys would have just wrapped them up and handed them over to the twins as is. They were in that good of a condition. But that marked Fred and George off the Yule present list as well. But the boys sent the 3 Comet brooms to the Comet Broom Company to have them looked over and upgraded if necessary. The Moon Trimmer they sent to a Rare Broom Company to have it looked after. The only problem was that the man that was doing the work on the Moon Trimmer kept trying to buy the broom and was stalling on sending the broom back. They told him no repeatedly, but he seemed most insistent, so they finally decided to tell Sirius about the problem they were having, and he went to see the man in person and have a talk with him. Apparently Sirius didn't have any problems with the man because he came home with the Moon Trimmer and an apology from the gentleman about his behavior, although Sirius stated he wouldn't trust him with any of their rare brooms again. When Sirius realized what broom he had in his hands, he almost fainted and he kept drooling over the package. But the boys insisted that it was Frank's Yule present. Sirius just sighed and handed the package over but watched it as the boys put the package away for later. Sirius didn't know about the really cool book they had found for him, so he was all googly-eyed over the broom that they had found in the room. Who knows, they may find another really cool broom, but the Moon Trimmer was going to go to Frank. No matter how big those puppy dog eyes of Sirius got. They then found a Hogwarts, a history that was written in 1550, and couldn't imagine Hermione not freaking out about it. She would either read it until she had to have the pages put all back together again and rebound, or else she would put it under the strongest preservation charms she could find and never touch it again. Chances are it would be somewhere in between, but the boys were thrilled with their find. They also decided to make it a gift from them all, so that she wouldn't be too upset that they didn't tell her about their really cool room yet. They found a book that was all about rare and forgotten magizoological species, which they decided to give to Xenophilius as a group. Luna just loved the book. It even had a drawing of her crumple-horned Snorcrack in it, that left Harry wondering if they were extinct and not just imaginary like everyone thought. Well, no matter, now they had a book they could show Hermione what one looked like, and it gave a brief history about the little creature and where it was last known to inhabit. Reading it kind of made Luna cry because she got to thinking the same thing that Harry did, that maybe they were extinct now and that was why they were so hard to find, especially since the book was written in 1794, so around 200 years ago, and they were classified as rare then. They also found a Transfigurations book called Transfigurations Through the Ages, that was written in 1910 that they figured Professor McGonagall would go nuts for. Since they were going to give Frank the Moon Trimmer for Yule, they decided to give Remus and Sirius a pair of matching swords and daggers they had found, complete with their sheaths. So as it was sitting right now, Harry needed to get Luna and Pavarti a gift, and he wanted to get Neville something special for his bonsai gardens and decided on a moon gate. He had it designed after the moon gate that is present at the Bonsai and Penjing Museum, National Arboretum in Washington, D.C. Harry thought that was fitting somehow. The moon gates were traditional entrances for the Chinese gardens and believed to bring good luck to whoever entered through there. He figured that with everything that Neville had in his bonsai garden, the one thing he needed was a proper entrance. And a moon gate was the perfect thing. So he sent away for it and had it constructed. They were going to have it shrunk for easy shipment. Thing they didn't realize was that the dimensions that he gave them for shipping was the dimensions he wished the permanent piece to be. Once it got here, he was going to have Sirius help him place a permanent transfiguration on it and make sure that it stayed that way, and his brother would have his perfect entrance to his bonsai garden. Harry decided to get Neville the field medic kit for the practical purposes, but the moon gate for more of a personal side, and so he was going to get them both. It might seem like a little bit much, he didn't care, his brother was worth it. As to Luna, Harry had decided on getting her both the hair barrettes and a ring to match the necklace he had already bought her. He wanted to get her the ring, but he didn't want it to be taken too seriously, so he thought the hair barrettes would also be a good idea. Those are useful and they would match everything else as well. For Pavarti, Harry thought about getting her a new saddle blanket and a matching one for the foal. He thought that she would find that adorable, but he didn't know if she would think that a little weird, so he was still on the fence about that. He was leaning towards seeing about getting her a big box selection of teas that came from India, ones that would be hard to find here but would be favorites back in her home country. He thought that is something she would definitely enjoy. So that is where he was leaning right now. He didn't want to get her any jewelry, especially since he knew what his brother intended to get her, and he didn't want to compete. So imported teas it was. He found one that had a variety of black teas and some chai teas varieties as well and decided on that one. It seemed to be the most popular at least. The chai tea sampler seemed to be the biggest seller that the store had at from what he could see, and it wasn't too expensive. He never realized that chai tea came in different flavors, but he guessed it did. Wow. So in the end he got her the Assam Loose Leaf India Special Chai and Black Tea Sampler from the Tea Spot. It had 14 different teas in it, and it was a pound of each tea, so it should last them quite a bit. It was a special made package and was on limited edition, so he grabbed 2 while they were available, one for her and one for her parents. He thought they might enjoy the teas as well. They were in the room of requirements looking for an outfit for Padma for Yule to give to her from everyone when lo and behold, beneath the skirt of one of the dress dummies Harry found it. He couldn't believe it. He had to look it over twice just to make sure he was really seeing what he was seeing, a true Nimbus sky scythe. It really was a sky scythe. How in the world could someone loose one of those and not go absolutely insane trying to find it? He would have. He decided immediately that he would give it to Sirius as his major Yule present from all of them. He had been so heartbroken over the moon trimmer. This would make him forget all about that broom and absolutely lose himself in this magnificent broom. And what was even more magnificent is that it was signed by the owner of Nimbus himself. This broom must be worth a small fortune. Hell, it might be worth a sizable fortune. For collectors, this broom would be one of the most sought-out brooms on the market, signed and all. Harry couldn't wait to see the look on Sirius' face when he opened his gift and saw his sky scythe. They were so rare that they were listed on the limited edition selections now. After that amazing discovery, finding the turn-of-the-century wedding gown that just so happened to be hidden in one of the trunks seemed like the most amazing luck in the world. Pavarti couldn't believe it. To say it was beyond beautiful would be an understatement. It was a combination of lace and satin, so delicate and precious. It was antique eggshell white with small natural pearls sewn into the lace all over it. It had dozens of pearl buttons down the back that would have been a hassle to work with, but hey, that's what magic was for. You could tell the lace was handmade, and the whole thing was wrapped in tissue, kept secure and safe from all harm for ages. Pavarti was sure her sister would just flip over the beautiful dress. As delicate and intricate the work on the gorgeous gown was. It even had a matching handbag. So they packed it all up in the original trunk and decided to have it professionally cleaned and put preservation charms on it just in case, then give it to her for Yule. Everyone was pleased with that find. It was the first week of the Christmas break that everyone decided they would make a trip into Diagon Alley and do a little shopping. Harry and Neville went back to the jewelry shop where they had originally gotten the necklaces for Luna and Pavarti. Harry picked out a ring, self-sizing of course, and hair barrettes to match the necklace and bracer that he had already gotten her. And Neville picked rings similar, although it had a ruby in the center of it instead of a sapphire like Luna's did. He also picked her up a bracer so that she had a complete set, similar to what Luna had. The boys also picked up Alice's brooch while they were there, since it was ready. The man had put all known poison detections on it, charms against minor hexes and curses, charms against mind control or memory alteration, and a location or tracking charm on it. They had it all attached to a ring that they set up to work with a ring they intended to give to Frank. They felt that he would be the best to have it in case of emergencies. One thing that really impressed Frank was that while the ring couldn't fight off the Imperious Curse, it would heat up and let him know that someone was trying to use it on Alice, and that same signal would go through to the mate ring and Frank would feel it in his ring, and of course he would come running. The ring could block most mind control spells and warn against most mind controlling potions by pulsing and heating up. But it again would send a signal to the mate ring, and Frank would know even if Alice was distracted and didn't notice the warning in time. When the boys told Frank about what all the brooch could do and the mate ring, he gave both boys a huge hug and thanked each one, telling each one how much he loved them. Frank tried to hide his tears, but they could see the moisture in his eyes, even if he didn't let the tears fall. Harry and Neville were both truly thrilled that Frank was so happy about the brooch. They knew that Alice would probably love the brooch as well, But the fact that Frank was so happy with it was a surprise, and they were so happy about it, it was a little surprising. They hadn't thought about how he would feel about the present when they had gotten it made for her, but apparently their idea was a good one. Neville blushed and smiled real big as his father hugged him and hissed his hair, telling him how much he loved him. Frank always made sure that he showed both boys that he loved them, but sometimes he forgot to say it. So for him to say it made Neville and Harry feel warm and kinda awkward really. But when he said he was proud of them, they both couldn't help but puff out their chests and blush again. This time, feeling all the love and happiness in the world that one body could feel. Wow, maybe that was enough for a Patronus. After that, they couldn't wait to give the girls their presents. Both Harry and Neville knew what the significance of giving a girl a ring meant, and they decided to tell each one that it was a friendship ring. At least for now. Anything further, time will tell. Although both boys knew that the girls meant more to them than just friends, they didn't yet understand where their relationship with the two girls would go. Harry knew that he hoped Luna would stay in his life forever, but to what place he was unsure. The same was true for Neville and Pavarti. Neville knew he wanted her to be in his life for as long as he lived, but as to what place, he wasn't sure yet. And neither boy wanted to hurt their friends in any fashion, so they decided to take things slow. They knew if the girls demanded something more, that they would have to think about it, but would probably agree to it in the end without a problem. But that is not something that they foresaw. It is more than likely it would be their fathers, or at least Pavarti's father, that would demand some form of permanent expression of intent towards his daughter that would happen. Especially after what happened last time, when Neville had given her the necklace. Pavarti's father might just flip when Neville gives her a ring after all. He may demand that it be more than for just friendship, and if he does, then Neville would clearly state that he had every intention of making sure that Pavarti has a permanent place by his side for the rest of his life, and that this ring is the first step. And hope that her father accepts the ring at that point. He knew that Pavarti would accept it, and that is all that mattered to him. Since the Maras were pregnant, everyone decided to stay at Hogwarts just like they had done last year again. Hermione's parents decided to take a short vacation for a few days, of just them, and then they would join them at Hogwarts before Christmas. The Patils would simply join the group from Hogwarts after the students left for Christmas holidays and stay until they students were ready to come back. It was all arranged. Pavarti's father had already taken time off from work to spend with his family as he did every year, and it didn't matter where he was to do so. And since her mother didn't work, this was no hardship on Pavarti's family to join them at Hogwarts for the duration of the Christmas break. Besides, it allowed them to have almost a vacation themselves, and they got to know their daughter's teachers and the school they were going to as well, so to them it was a win-win situation. For the Grangers, they would take a 4-day stay in Paris, sort of a second honeymoon if you will, and then they would join everyone else at Hogwarts for the remaining of the holiday season. So they got the best of both worlds. Pavarti's mother was completely overwhelmed when they went to Harrods though. Both Pavarti and Padma were showing her around, and she was going through the store trying to see everything. She was like a kid in a candy store. Ananya walked around the store handing all the things over to Ronick to carry, and he dutifully followed along behind her, trying hard not to think of the cost. Instead, he thought of how happy these things would make his wife and daughters. Once they were out of sight outside, they shrunk all their purchases down and put them into their bottomless bags. Padma put all her mother's purchases in her bag with her own purchases, that way her father wouldn't have to fill up his pockets with all the little packages and wouldn't have to worry about them. So next they headed over to the little New Age store that Padma had told her mother about. Ananya found several pieces of jewelry she liked there, and several gifts in there as well. In fact, she had Ronick trying on rings for quite a while until she found one that he really liked. A solid silver ring that had some beautiful engravings on the band. And she picked out some ruby stud earrings for Pavarti and some emerald studs for Padma, sure that the girls would enjoy them. For herself, she got herself a set of pearl earrings that matched some pearls that Ronick had given her years ago, and that she was going to wear for Yule this year. When they got back to Hogwarts, Harry and Neville decided to wrap up everything they were going to send out to other people and get it all sent off, to make sure everyone got it before Yule, that is. So they spent the better part of the evening wrapping presents and then headed over to the Orrery and sending off presents. Due to their value, Sirius demanded that the boys deliver the brooms personally. So they just wrapped them up and set them aside. They could make the trips over to the Weasleys' place on Christmas Day, if Sirius wouldn't mind taking them. and see if he wouldn't mind taking them to see Seamus as well. They figured he might be a little put off about everyone else getting these cool antique brooms, so they were going to give him his broom first before they asked him to take them over to see the others. Hopefully, he would be so thrilled with his present, he wouldn't mind the inconvenience of helping them out. This time Harry didn't wake up Sirius at the break of dawn. Instead he got up and organized the presents he wanted to give out. He was still working on putting bows and cards on each present when Sirius knocked on the door to his room. "Come in." Harry called out. "What's wrong? I thought you would be bouncing around on my bed as usual. You didn't even wake me up this morning. Is something wrong?" Sirius stuck his head into the room looking concerned. "Nope," Harry smiled. "I just have more presents this year and I wanted to make sure everything had its card addressed to the right person, and had their bows and everything on it." "Need help?" Sirius stepped into the room all smiles. "Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Just grab a package that doesn't have a bow on it and I will tell you who it goes to." Harry smiled back. They spent another half an hour putting bows and cards on everything. Harry couldn't believe he waited until now to get this done. Then they started moving all the packages to the common room of Sirius' apartment. They had just gotten the last of the packages moved into the main room when there was a knock at the door. Sirius went over to the door and let in Remus, who had his presents floating along behind him. It was almost 9 o'clock when they all gathered all their presents and headed down to the Longbottoms' apartment where everyone was gathering this year. Sure enough, everyone was already awake and drinking tea inside waiting for them to arrive. Shocked that they didn't arrive earlier, Sirius explained that Harry still had a bit to do with his presents and that it took a bit of time to take care of, and apologized for the delay, which made Harry blush of course. But Harry just glared at Sirius and threatened to give him his present last, which made Sirius break out the poor puppy dog eyes, making Harry laugh. Harry was stacking his presents when someone tapped him on the shoulder, causing him to turn around. Sure enough, it was Luna. It took him a minute to close his mouth once he saw her. She was in a sapphire blue gown that had small snowflakes all over it and tiny sparkling stones here and there that caught the light just right, making her sparkle whenever she moved. Her hair was pulled up behind her in a beautiful updo, and she looked so beautiful it took his breath away, and he didn't really know what to say for a minute or two. Even then, the first words out of his mouth were, "Wow, you're gorgeous, Luna." "Thank you," she giggled. "Do you need some help?" Well, no, not really. I just have so many things to give out that I wanted to put name tags on everything before I left this morning, and I really should have gotten that done last night, but I was busy wrapping everything last night, so didn't have a chance to do it. Now it is just handing everything out to everyone, which is kinda simple really. I have divided everything up by family, so hopefully it will make things easier. Plus I put each family stuff in the same color of wrapping paper, to make it where I could tell whose is whose. So I just stack like wrapping paper together. Harry said, "That was smart, that is going to make things so much easier. Do you want me to help you stack things in like piles?" Luna asked and gave Harry her dreamy smile. "Thank you. I would appreciate the help." Harry started stacking presents that were similar and Luna started doing the same, just picking the ones that had wrapping paper that was the same together. When they finished, Harry sat down on one of the couches and waited until everyone else had sat down to start. "Well, do we want to give out presents first or what?" Harry finally asked. Frank laughed. He knew it would either be Harry or Neville who asked about presents. It always was. "We can start handing out presents anytime you want to, Harry," Frank said. So Harry did. "Come on, brother," and he motioned for Neville to come over to help him with the presents that were supposed to be from them all and began to hand them out to all the adults in the room. "Now these are from Neville, Luna, Pavarti, and myself, so enjoy." He smiled real big as he handed the last one out. Sirius noticed the large box being handed to Frank by Neville and knew what it was. Harry could see the disappointment in his eyes, until Harry placed an equally large box in his hands and Sirius looked down at it, and then up in Harry's eyes and down at the box and up at Harry again. "Well, aren't you going to open it, Sirius?" Harry asked. Sirius didn't need any further encouragement, and like a little kid at Christmas, he ripped into the package and gasped as soon as he realized what he was looking at. A real true sky scythe. "Oh my dear God. Sweet Merlin, this can't be. How? This can't be what I think it is it?" Sirius whispered barely. "If you are thinking it is a sky scythe, then yeah, you're right, that is what it is." Neville grinned great big and said, Frank looked at the broom in Sirius' hand and then at the box of similar dimensions in his own hands and didn't have to be told twice. He was ripping through the wrapping paper as fast as he could, and he stood there with the package half unwrapped, trembling. No, it couldn't be. Where in the name of Merlin could the kids get such a broom? Was this real? Was it a real moon trimmer? There could only be like 24 of them left in commission at this point. How did the kids find one? And why were they giving it to him? What in the name of Merlin? What have those kids gone and done, Frank? Alice asked, getting way too curious now, especially with her husband standing there trembling next to her holding a half-unwrapped package. Frank gently finished unwrapping the broom and laid it out on the coffee table, and Sirius did the same, each one of them staring at the amazing brooms. The kids bought you new brooms? Alice asked, not sure what was so amazing about the new broom. Alice, love, that is a moon trimmer. It was originally built in 1901 by Gladys Boothby. She handmade each and every one of her brooms that sold. They are famed as being able to go higher than any broom on record to date, and remain controllable. There are less than 24 of them left in commission in the world at this time. That is one of the most rare brooms in existence. Frank stated slowly at barely a whisper, as if in reverence to the broom itself. And that one is a sky scythe. It was first commissioned in 1880. They were some of the first ever built for long-distance travel. They were designed for comfort and ease, and were the first to use the new and improved cushioning charms that later became common on all brooms. They are now considered a legacy broom and are only found in museums if they are found at all. To find one outside a museum is, well, a miracle, Sirius said as he reached over and caressed the sky scythe gently, as if it were a beautiful woman. Both Sirius and Frank looked at the boys and asked at the same time, where did you kids find these brooms? If you kids bought these broom, we are taking them back immediately. Both men were thinking of the money the kids had gotten from the basilisk and worried that the kids had spent the money they had gotten from the cell of the giant snake on them. Some stupid brooms. Fabulous stupid brooms, but they didn't need legacy brooms. Not with the kids' money, they didn't. Neville and I found them in the room and decided to have them sent out for a refitting, then gave them to you, since we knew that only the two of you would truly know the history and value of those two particular brooms. So don't worry, the only thing they cost us is the price to have them polished, and the braking and steering charms examined and updated. And to tell you the truth, that isn't even a tenth of the cost of these brooms. So don't worry, we all pitched in and took care of that together to pay to get the brooms updated, so that we could say that they came from us all. Harry stated with a smile. Frank looked at the boys with his eyes bugging out, and Sirius wasn't that much better off. You boys found these brooms in that room of junk? Sirius asked. Yes, and you said we could have anything we wanted from the room, so we wanted to give you these, which we did. Luna stated. Wow. Just wow. Sirius said, you boys should keep these brooms. And that was all that Sirius got out of his mouth before Neville spoke up. We knew that the two of you would appreciate these brooms more so than anyone else. That's why we gave them to you, so they are yours. Neville said. Harry continued. That's right, we don't want any legacy brooms. If we got a new broom, it would be a new broom that just come off the market, not a broom we are afraid to use, and just have to keep hidden in a vault somewhere. No, these brooms belong to the two of you. Now accept them and do whatever you want to with them. They are yours. Harry put on his serious face, just to make sure there were no more questions about the brooms. Both men looked at each other, then at the brooms, then at the kids. Then they picked up the brooms in reverence, and together they went over to the kids and gave each one a hug and a kiss, telling them thank you for the wonderful gifts. Next, Harry got the gift he had found for Alice. He handed it to Neville to give to his mother, which he smiled real big and handed it over to her. Alice had a rather curious look on her face, but she unwrapped the present and gasped when she saw that it was a beautiful necklace and ring set. Boys, she started. It has a purpose, they explained before she could even get going. What did those two do this time? Frank asked as he sat down his precious broom and turned toward his wife. Those two just handed me a very expensive necklace and ring set and say it has a purpose. Alice's voice was getting louder as she spoke. Mom, it has protections against poison and mind control, event against someone forcing you to use Imperius against you. It is matched with the ring so that we'll always know where the other is. That way if one gets taken the other will know where the other is, and it can be hidden once it is put on. You can hide it so no one will know you have it on and try to take it off you, plus no one but you or the wearer of the ring can ever remove it besides you're worth it to us. Neville said. Yeah, don't get upset. We are just trying to protect you and Frank. And we know you would have our heads if it was just some stupid piece of jewelry. Harry stated. Even if it is Yule. The ring? Frank asked. Yeah, it is for you to wear. Neville stated, smiling at Alice. And they are a matching set. The other piece is for Frank? Alice asked. Yeah, that way you know where he is at any time, and he has the same protections the necklace has too. Harry replied. Alice sat there caressing the beautiful necklace. It really was gorgeous and very tasteful still. The boys and made a good choice when they had picked it out for her. The ring was beautiful as well, not too big and clunky and not too showy. Something that even Frank would wear all the time. And it matched the necklace perfectly. It was easy to see the pieces as a set. How could she be mad at the boys when they had thought out this present so much? Yes, it was expensive, but they had gone in together and bought something practical and damn useful for her and Frank. She just couldn't say no to it. With a heavy sigh and a gentle sigh, she picked up the necklace and put it on. Immediately she felt it get warm and activate its security systems. Frank reached down and picked up the ring, and she felt the necklace warm again, and she felt a pull in the direction that the ring was, knowing that the location monitoring system was in effect now as well. With that, Persephone reached down to pick up the present they had set before her. This time it was a book, a potions book. With trembling hands she opened it carefully and read the date. It read 1652 was when it was published. She had been right, the original of the book she was holding had been written back centuries ago, and she was holding one in her hands right now. Potions from the Elders was the literal translation of the title. This book was a book of all the potions invented from the time of Merlin to the 16th century. Persephone flipped through the pages of the magnificent book and couldn't believe the condition. It was like it had just been published. She could tell there were preservation charms on it. She could feel them. But the pages were in perfect condition. No stains, no writing, no tears or damage anywhere. The room? She questioned again softly. Yeah, it was one of several potion books that I found there. It seemed to be the most interesting, and I thought you would like it, so there you go. Now you can look at any of the other ones you want any time you want to go through them. I have them all in my trunk under preservation charms. So they are being well taken care of. I got all of the potion books. But we are all sharing them when it comes to using them for school work. Harry said. You found more than this one? Persephone's eye lit up as she thought of what all he might have found. Yeah, and you can go through them later if you want. I don't mind at all. Harry grinned. Neville rolled his eyes. Potion nuts. They were all the same. Good grief. Next they handed a package over to Remus and watched his eyes bug out as he opened his book up. Kids, you can't just give away books. I mean, this is a valuable book. You need to keep this book. Who knows how much this book is worth? Who cares? We knew you would enjoy it, and so it is yours. Pavarti stated firmly, and she handed a package over to Sirius and one over to Frank, who both looked at the packages with some doubt in them. Both gasped at their presence. Frank found his book on battle magic to be unbelievable and was totally absorbed by it. And Sirius was lost in his book on Transfiguration. The boys knew they would be. Then Harry reached over to a different pile and picked up another package and handed it to Ananya and Ronick, who were looking at him very skeptically. But finally they opened the package and were thrilled with the package of teas from their home country. Ananya stated how it was so hard to find good tea in England, which seemed like it should be an impossibility, but it was true, and she thanked the kids profusely. This one is for you, Mrs. Granger. And Harry passed over a package to her as she sat on the couch quietly taking everything in. And here is yours, sir, he said to Mr. Granger, and passed him a similar package as well. The Grangers began to open their presents, then Jean gasped when she realized her present was an original first edition of Alice in Wonderland. Dan opened his present and his eyes got huge when he realized his present was a first edition of Sherlock Holmes, one of his favorite stories. Both the Grangers were thrilled with their presents, and said so, thanking the children profusely. Presents were passed around. Between the presents from the room and the presents from Harrods there were gasps, oohs and shrieks. especially from Hermione when she got that Hogwarts. A history. She shrieked loud enough to scare the babies and got reprimanded by Alice and Persephone for it too. After apologizing, she ran over and hugged the four responsible for her new treasure, and then rushed back to make sure her new gift hadn't disappeared on her while she was gone or something. Then she spent the next hour thumbing through it and gasping at things she found and showing it off to her mother and father, who were not quite as enamored with her gift as she was but were still impressed. Padma's favorite was the wedding dress they had found, and she had started crying when her sister presented it to her. At first Harry thought it had made her sad, but then he got a huge hug from Padma, so he assumed that she had liked it after all. Ananya was so taken back by the gown she started to cry as well. It was a beautiful gown after all. I guess it was the fact that she was seeing one of her girls in that gown that made her cry. At least Ronick didn't ask Harry or Neville what their intentions towards Padma were this time. Thankfully. Although that relief was short-lived when Neville finally gave Pavarti his present to her. She opened the box and gasped, as did Luna as she was opening the present from Harry at the same time. Harry reached over and plucked the ring from the box and placed it gently on Luna's outstretched finger, as did Neville for Pavarti. Harry was the one to say it, so that Neville would not get cornered by Ronick before he could even get the words out. These rings are to show you two how special you are to us, and to let you know that we hope you are in our lives for many, many years to come. As friends or whatever, time will tell. But for now we hope our friendship continues to grow and will be there forever. My sentiments exactly. Friendship forever. Neville slipped the ring on Pavarti's hand and watched her eyes sparkle with tears, and she fought hard not to cry with the pure happiness that was filling her heart right now. That did not stop her from hugging him as soon as he finished putting the ring on her finger though. Nor did it stop Luna from doing the same to Harry. Forever. Luna said it all in one word, but it held the world within it. The kids decided that the next best thing to presents was music, so everyone went and got their instruments and they all began to play, even Hermione and Padma. They played everything from some Christmas songs, which everyone enjoyed, to some contemporary rock, which brought about a lot of laughs. Then it was time for dinner down in the Great Hall, and everyone packed away their instruments and headed down to dinner, which was spectacular as always. The Great Hall was decorated as an ice castle and had a dozen beautiful Christmas trees all around the room full of fairy lights and decorations. Dinner was roast pork or goose, whichever you please, and of course all the fixings. After dinner the kids got out their instruments and played for those that had stayed behind and the professors, and everyone joined in on the singing. It was almost curfew by the time they finally stopped playing, but no one cared, they were having too much fun. The headmistress just smiled and wished everyone a Merry Yule and a Happy Christmas, then headed off to bed herself, without ushering everyone away. But then everyone got the hint and decided to call it a night. One round of hot cocoa and they all headed out, making it to their dorms just as the bell tolled for curfew that night. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The rest of the holiday was great. They kids even went to see 3 movies with Uncle Ted and Aunt Andy, and Tonks came along for Neville's pick, which was The 3 Ninjas. It was a kick-ass show about 3 boys and their grandfather. At first the kids didn't understand it a whole lot until Uncle Ted compared the crime boss to Death Eaters, then it made a whole lot more sense. 3 ninjas, young siblings Rocky, Michael Traynor, Colt, Max Elliott Slade, and Tum Tum Douglas, Chad Power, arrive for their summer stay with their ninjutsu master grandpa Victor Wong, who has passed down his vast knowledge of martial arts to the boys. But they're accosted by the criminal Snyder, Rand Kingsley, a rogue ex-student of Grandpa's who kidnaps the boys as part of a scheme to get to their FBI agent dad, Sam, Alan McRae. But Snyder doesn't know just how skilled his abductees are. Harry decided on Bram Stoker's Dracula. After he had read the description of what the story was about, it sounded real good to him. Besides, it had vampires in it, so it had to be interesting. They hadn't covered them in class yet, but he kind of wanted to see what non-magical thought vampires looked like and acted like. So they went to see the movie. Bram Stoker's Dracula, Count Dracula, a 15th century prince, is condemned to live off the injury of the living for eternity. Young lawyer Jonathan Harker is sent to Dracula's castle to finalize a land deal. But when the Count sees a photo of Harker's fiancée, Mina, the spitting image of his dead wife, he imprisons him and sets off for London to track her down. After the boys' picks, the girls decided to pick something a little more light-hearted, so they went with Aladdin, a cartoon version of the fairy tale of a young street urchin who finds a magic lamp and falls in love with a princess. Disney's Aladdin. Aladdin is a lovable street urchin who meets Princess Jasmine, the beautiful daughter of the Sultan of Agrabah. While visiting her exotic palace, Aladdin stumbles upon a magic oil lamp that unleashes a powerful, wisecracking, larger-than-life genie. As Aladdin and the genie start to become friends, they must soon embark on a dangerous mission to stop the evil sorcerer Jafar from overthrowing young Jasmine's kingdom. In the end, everyone was thrilled with their movie choices and couldn't wait until summer to see what else was coming up to watch. They also went to a few bookstores and a hobby store for Neville to see about getting a couple of new catalogs for his bonsai garden. Then they went out to dinner a couple of times as well, which was really neat. Pavarti got to have her first hamburger. She liked it, although she had to admit it wouldn't be something she would be adding to her diet as a regular occurrence. Although when they went out to Fish Central they had an amazing meal and everyone was thrilled with it. Sirius, Remus, Andy and Ted all got the Scottish lobster dinner. Then Alice and Frank tried the catch of the day. While the kids all got the cod and chips, the Grangers went for the smoked salmon, and Xenophilius and Persephone tried the rock salmon and scampi, and it was amaretto cream brulee all around. Of course it was wine to all the adults and tea to all the kids, but they didn't complain too much. Most of the time the kids weren't allowed wine anyway. It had to be a special occasion if they were. And simply going out to dinner didn't qualify. They loved the place and made plans on a return trip this summer. They went shopping at Diagon Alley to get restocked on a few things, although they didn't need much, mainly just quills, ink and parchment. But of course everyone wanted to see what new books had come out and check and see if any of the second-hand stores had any new books come in. All in all, the holiday turned out to be great. But all too soon it was time to get back to school. Google search about the movie. This time the kids were allowed to ride the train back to Hogwarts, since there was no more threat of Bad Kitty getting them or anything. They all met at the train station at 10 o'clock to make sure they had plenty of time to find a good compartment for everyone to sit in. Susan and Hannah got there a little early and saved them a compartment and were waiting for everyone when they stepped through the barrier. Susan started waving at Pavarti to get her attention and immediately did so. "Hey there! There is Susan, guys. It looks like she and Hannah are already on the train. Bet they already have a place for us. Come on." With that she led everyone over to the train and the boys helped the girls board. Of course they all had their trunks shrunk down and placed in their bottomless bags, so they didn't have any carry-on baggage except pet carriers, which the boys happily helped the girls with. When everyone got into the compartment and got settled, Susan shut the door and looked over to Harry and Neville and asked, "Have you guys heard about the attacks on Muggleborn homes?" Harry sat down next to Luna with Neville on his other side and Pavarti on Neville's other side. "Attacks? What attacks?" he asked. "I didn't think so. They are trying to keep it real hush, hush. There have been 3 attacks so far, all on Muggleborn households. So far only one person was killed, the father to one of the Muggleborn. The wife and family were at the movies watching some movie called Aladdin, and so they weren't hurt when it happened." Luna looked over to Harry and grasped his hand. "Oh, Harry, do you think they were in the same viewing we were in?" Harry squeezed her hand and gave her a sad but reassuring smile. "I doubt it, Luna. There were a lot of viewings of it. It could have been any one of them. Besides, it was being held at several theaters too, so chances are that they weren't even in the same theater." Luna sighed and leaned over onto Harry, resting her head on his shoulder, her eyes sad even with his encouraging words. "That poor family," she whispered. "Yeah. Was it anyone we know?" Neville asked, looking almost as sad as Luna. Susan shook her head. "No, so far the attacks have been centered around daytimers that go to St. George's Academy. But what happened if it does switch and they start hitting the families of kids that go to Hogwarts? Do they have any idea who is doing it?" Harry asked. "One witness said it was 4 men in dark capes with masks, but then they had to obliviate that witness, Muggle, you know. So they have nothing to go on really, except unsubstantiated facts. Nothing that would stand up in a court of law." Susan sighed. "My aunt has been run ragged trying to get ahead of this one. 3 attacks in 2 weeks. Trying to find the culprits and keep it out of the media has been pure hell. The paper got wind of the father of that girl dying and they were all over it, trying to find out anything they could. But the Aurors put such a blanket of smoke on top of it that they haven't been able to get through any of it, without running into doing something that might be illegal to break through. They aren't risking it at this point. Not for one single Muggleborn anyway. Now if they knew about it being 4 caped and masked men who did it, or that it was the third attack and not the first, things might be different. Yeah, way different. Then it would be a media circus, with Fudge as the head clown. Neville said with a smile. We have been telling them for years that they are still around, and no one listens to us. Maybe now they will listen. Harry shook his head. Not over some Muggleborns they won't. It would have to be at least a half injury or a pureblood killed for anyone to listen at all. Then they might take notice, but Muggleborns they are just cannon fodder to them. Collateral damage, as it were.
Luna nodded.
If 50 Muggleborns are killed in a firefight between two pureblood, I can guarantee the only ones that will be reported in the paper are the two pureblood. At least in the Daily Prophet, that is, in the Quibbler it would have all of their names equally. Luna stated with quite a bit of pride. While her father was teaching full-time now and didn't have as much time to spend on the Quibbler as he used to, it had lost none of its integrity, or morals that seemed to never have even been present to begin with the Prophet. True, too true. Neville agreed. Yeah, totally. Hannah nodded. I wonder if this is something that should make its way to the Quibbler, or if it would make Aunt Amelia's job harder if we said anything about it? Harry asked. He had been calling Amelia Bones. Aunt Amelia ever since he and Neville had saved Susan from falling from her broom that time. She had insisted. Susan thought for a moment then stated. I hate to say it, but I think it would make her job harder at this phase. People would start to panic, and that is the last thing she needs right now. Mobs of people panicking on top of Fudge screaming at her, the media going nuts, and trying to solve the cases. No, right now, I think it is better left as it is. If, or rather when more happens, I think that it should all be brought forward though. Susan looked a little let down. She really hated that no one knew what happened to that poor family, and that poor man. But right now it couldn't be helped. Timing was everything, and with this they had to wait until the timing was best to break the story to the press. Everyone just gave a mournful nod and sat there thinking for a while. Then, as if in mutual agreement, they began to play poker. It was about 3 games in when Hermione popped her head into the compartment. I have been looking for you guys everywhere. We have been right here. I'll take one. Harry laid down his discarded card and picked up his card, then laid down everything. Full house, beat that. Damn. Again. Neville slapped his cards on the table. How do you draw to a full house? How? He kept mumbling under his breath about how unfair it was as he passed over another stack of chocolate frogs and grumbled more as he grabbed the cards out of Susan's hand. It was his turn to deal now. I don't keep trying to go for the inside straight like you do, you idiot. That's how. Harry snickered as he gathered up his winnings and invited Hermione to sit down and join them in the next hand, which she did. She hauled out her chocolate frogs and every flavored beans. Texas Hold'em this round, folks. Neville announced and began to deal the cards. 5 beans to get in the pot, everyone. And everyone scooted their beans into the center of the table and the game was off. It was a hard battle that night to see who won the most hands, Harry or Hermione. It seemed about even, when it was all said and done, that it was an even match. No one could really say who won the most hands, and really no one cared. They just had fun playing cards and being with friends. It's time to get changed. Neville and I will step out while you girls get changed, Harry stated as he got up and headed to the door. Just let us know when you are finished and we will swap out, Neville stated. So Harry and Neville stepped out into the hallway and waited. So how far you down? Harry asked. 1.5 boxes. Damn it. And I was saving some of those for later too. Neville scuffed his shoe and stuck his hands in his pockets and looked down at his shoes. You need to quit going for those inside straights, man. They are gonna kill you. Everyone knows that's what you are trying to get. Or that you have it in your hand, so they bet around that. If you start mixing up your hands, then you will be able to keep people guessing. Confuse everyone. Especially now, that we are so used to you doing the same thing every time. Harry grinned at Neville, who blushed and nodded. He hated it, but his brother was, right? He liked his straights, but people were betting on him holding them in his hand and he wasn't getting anywhere playing like that. After a few minutes the girls came out and gave them access to the compartment. They all headed down to the little girls' room. Why do girls do that? Go in groups like that. Is it like some herd mentality or something? Harry's mind was wandering as he got changed into his school uniform. It didn't take very long at all for them to change, and they opened up the compartment door and allowed the girls back in. It was a few minutes before the girls actually came back, but Harry and Neville were waiting patiently for them when they showed back up. They were just putting their winnings in their bags when the girls showed up, and boy were they mad. Harry asked about it once the girls got into the compartment. It was Pansy Parkinson, you wouldn't believe what she said. We were waiting to use the bathroom, and she said she should be allowed to go first since we were injury traders, a half-breed and a mudblood, and she was a pure injury. She should go first. What nerve! How dare she! Susan ranted. Apparently being called an injury trader really upset her, especially by the likes of someone like Parkinson. I can't stand injury bigots, I hate them. They killed my parents and now they are out there starting up again. And here she is trying to bring it onto the train. Well, that is just not going to not work around here. Not if I have anything to say about it. She continued. Harry was a little taken aback by Susan's rant. He wasn't used to his mild manner, happy-go-lucky Hufflepuff friend being mad at anything. But apparently there were a few things that could indeed get her dander up. So what did you do about it? She punched her, Luna stated with a smile. Neville gasped. What? Yep. Gave her quite a shiner. I bet too.
Luna giggled,
apparently thinking the whole thing was quite funny. Luna always had an odd way of looking at things, and apparently she thought being called an injury trader was funny and not insulting, and when Susan punched Pansy over it, it suddenly became hilarious. How can you be giggling and think this is funny? Being called an injury trader is not a good thing, Luna. Hannah asked. The first rule of bullies is to take away their power. If they think that calling you names upsets you, then laugh at them and they lose that power. They lose the power they have over you. They fail, they are the laughingstock and therefore powerless and a fool. They become helpless and weak. They have no power over you. Luna simply smiled. Harry smiled and nodded. She was right. Like always. He loved her logic. No matter what, she saw things a different way, but in the end she was normally right about things. You're right, Luna. If they think they can't upset you, then they have no power over you and you have one already. That is what I do when people call me Loony Lovegood. I just laugh and go about my business. It makes them look stupid and helpless, and I have just won that round. Point to me. Luna smiled, normal dreamy smile. Susan looked at her friend with her mouth slightly agape and realized she was right. Bullies were almost always predictable. If you laugh at them when you are being picked on, either they won't know what to do and they will leave the situation embarrassed, or they will get mad and escalate the situation. It all depends on the type of bully you draw to yourself. Luna logic, who knew? Just about that time the train slowed and pulled into the station. Within a few minutes people were getting off the train and making their way to the carriages that were waiting for them. Harry and his group waited until the corridor cleared just a little to head out, not wanting to get squashed in the stampede. Then they too headed to the carriages. Dinner was magnificent as always. Roasted leg of lamb with mint sauce was the main dish. It was delicious. A hit all around. Harry couldn't help but notice that Pansy was getting the beginning of a real shiner on her left eye. Wow, Susan must have landed a good one on her. Wonder why didn't she glamour over it, since she is always so particular about her appearance. Probably going for the sympathy vote, knowing her. Especially since this is the one time that he has ever noticed Malfoy paying any attention to her. The way she craves Malfoy's attention, you might think she would go around insulting Susan more often. Miss Bones, I believe there was an incident on the train earlier that requires some satisfaction. I would say 20 points and a week's detention should do it. Headmistress McGonagall stated. I honestly think she should get more than that, Headmistress, responded Susan. She called myself Pavarti Patil and Luna Lovegood injury traders. She called Hannah Abbott a half-injury, and on top of that she called Hermione Granger a mudblood. She insulted the family lines of 3 ancient households, all of which could call an injury feud on her and her house if they so wished. And you are only giving her a week's detention. Susan looked at Headmistress McGonagall in question. That is not her punishment, Miss Bones. That is your punishment for attacking her. McGonagall stated. Oh, so you are rewarding her insulting 3 ancient houses and 2 others, including calling one new injury a mudblood, by punishing me. I see how it is. I now see which side of the fence you are on. That is very interesting. Good to know who I can trust in times such as these. Thanks for the heads up. With that, Susan got up and walked out of the dining hall, followed quickly by Hannah Abbott, Pavarti Patil, Hermione Granger, Luna Lovegood, Neville Longbottom, and yes, even Harry Black. At the entrance to the dining hall, Harry and Neville turned around as one and addressed Headmistress McGonagall. "And to think my parents trusted you," was all Harry said. Then they turned and headed towards Gryffindor and Hufflepuff Commons room. Headmistress McGonagall stood there in the middle of the dining hall with a hand on her neck, watching as the children left. After a few minutes, the silence of the dining hall was deafening and became too much for her, so she left and headed back up to her office. As soon as McGonagall was gone, the dining hall broke out in whispers and murmurs everywhere. No one could believe what Susan and Harry had said to the headmistress. What did it all mean? Was she going to dock them more points for their little demonstration of defiance? Was she really on the darker side? The question whispered around the dining hall were quite shocking, to say the least. "Don't you think you were being a little rough on the headmistress?" Hermione asked. After all, it was physical violence in response to a verbal assault, which is quite frowned upon. "Hermione, I realize that you are new to the magical world and were not around when the last war happened, but both Harry and Susan lost their parents and grandparents due to the people that stood up for those verbal assaults. People that believed that the things that she said were perfectly fine and acceptable. So what you just said was insulting to the highest degree," Luna said, looking at Hermione with some distaste. Neville just nodded and kept on walking, not saying a word, but throwing his arm around Harry's shoulder in a show of support to this brother. Harry paused, then looked at Neville and gave him a half-sad smile and continued on towards Gryffindor Commons room, neither saying a word. Susan and Hannah had headed toward the Hufflepuff Common rooms as soon as they left the dining hall. What they didn't see was the four shadows following them, staying hidden in the darkness. Before they knew what was happening, they were hit. Susan could feel that the curse hit her in the back. It felt like several blades racing across her skin at once, deep into her skin. Then she felt her injury running out of those cuts, deep cuts to be sure. She stumbled as she tried to run away, throwing curses over her shoulder. And then Hannah screamed. She was hit in the leg by the same cutting curse, and down she went. Susan reached down and grabbed her friend and pulled her back up and threw Hannah's arm around her shoulder and started towards the Hufflepuff house again. It was only 20 feet now. They could make it. 10 feet. Another curse. This time Susan's left shoulder. Thankfully, the opposite one that was holding up Hannah. 5 feet. The curse hit Hannah across the right hip. Again she screamed. The door to Hufflepuff opened and out came Cedric Diggory. He saw Susan almost carrying Hannah at this point and put up a shield on the other side of them and then pulled them into the Hufflepuff house. Once inside, he quickly took charge and shouted to Maxine O'Flaherty to call the Medi ward and get Madame Pomfrey here immediately. Heidi McAvoy grabbed some towels and tried to help Cedric stop the bleed. Once he carried each girl over to a couch, but it was no use. Nothing was stopping the bleed. And the girls were getting weaker by the minute. Madame Pomfrey came rushing up to the scene and took over first. She demanded to know what happened, and Diggory gave a brief of what he had seen while she worked, which wasn't a lot. Dear Merlin, she hadn't seen this curse used since the war. Thankfully, she knew the counter curse, and slowly, ever so slowly, the edges began to knit back together again. But it wasn't fast enough to save these two. What could she do? She raced over to the flue and made a call, emergency to St. Mongos. 2 coming through. And with Cedric's, Megan Jones, Wayne Hopkins, Kevin Whitby, Malcolm Priest and Rose Zeller's help, they managed to float the 2 girls on stretchers through the flue and get them to St. Mongos. As soon as they made it to St. Mongos, Madame Sprout popped out of the flue. Someone must have called her. Then right after here popped Amelia Bones. It must have been Lee and Moon. Their family had gotten close to the Bones over the holidays, and so of course she would contact Amelia immediately when she saw what happened. Shortly after Amelia exited the flue, the Abbotts also came through into the lobby of St. Mongos just as the girls were rushed into a room. What is going on here? I am Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and that is my niece they just took back there. I want to know what happened to her and how much danger she is in. Amelia demanded. I don't have any information for you yet, ma'am. They were just brought in. Right now they are trying to save their lives. Let's see if they manage that before we go in and ask them a bunch of questions. What do you say? The welcome witch said happily. Amelia turned her back on the woman and went over to the group of Hogwarts students that were standing nearby that were currently trying to scourgify the injury off their clothes and hands. She went up to Cedric Diggory, who was the oldest one of the group, and asked him if he knew what happened. "Not really, ma'am. I was getting ready to go to the library when I was heading out and saw Susan trying to practically carry Hannah down the hall to Hufflepuff. I put up a shield behind them and then grabbed Hannah and half-carried her into the commons. Susan managed to hobble her way and then she collapsed just as soon as she made it into past the entryway. There were still sounds of curses hitting my shield as I grabbed Susan and took her to a couch. I didn't see anyone specific, but I know it was multiple individuals. At least 3, I think. Then I told O'Flaherty to call for Madame Pomfrey and started basic first aid. I'm taking that class. I used clean towels to put pressure on the wounds since none of the spells I knew were having any effect on the cuts. When Madame Pomfrey got there a few moments later, she looked at the wounds and immediately started in on a counter curse which worked but not fast enough. So we put the 2 of them on stretchers and brought them here. They were bleed so badly, especially Susan. She is really bad off, I'm sorry, madam. Bones, Cedric stated, looking down at his already clean hands and trying to wipe away injury that wasn't there. Amelia put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Thank you. You did your best." Then she turned and made to head into the exam room where they were working on Susan and Hannah. At first they tried to kick her out, but then she flashed her badge at them. They reluctantly let her stay as long as she didn't get in the way. So she stayed over in the corner of the room and watched. She watched as they vanished the girls' outer clothing so they could get a better look at the damage, and then they started to work on trying to close the cuts, all the while magicking 2 vials of injury replenisher into their stomachs as quickly as possible, along with some pain reliever and dreamless sleep. They didn't want the girls to wake up while they were trying to work on them and tear open some of the new wounds. Susan had a lot more cuts and hers seemed to be deeper, so whoever hit her was out to kill, not just harm or scare. They wanted her to die. Whoever it was going to pay. It was nearly 40 minutes of touch and go, racing the clock and lots of injury replenisher. But they managed to save both girls. If the girls lived through the night, that is. They still had the problem of their bodies going into hypovolemic shock, which unfortunately is a very real possibility with how much injury these 2 lost. The biggest problem with this type of shock is even with the treatment recommended for hypovolemic shock, a patient can still have a heart attack and die quite easily. Even if they survive, the chances of vitals failure is also a high risk. If 2 or more vitals fail, then the chance that the shock will be fatal is even higher. The more the healer explained to Amelia, the paler she got. But she held on. Susan had made it this far. Susan was a strong girl. Suddenly she realized that no one had told the kids, Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti what was going on. They were probably worried sick. So as soon as the healer was finished and they got Susan and Hannah set up in the observation room, she went out to use the public flue to call Sirius and let him know what was going on. It was almost dinner time and no one had seen the kids since Sirius had told them what had happened to Susan and Hannah. They hadn't shown up for any of their afternoon classes. Something they never do was skip classes. And then they had missed lunch and now it was dinner time and they still hadn't shown. Frank and Sirius had decided if the kids didn't show up by the end of dinner, they were going to start searching the school and let Amelia know that the kids were missing. Hoping the kids were just off in a room somewhere and not trying to find a way down to St. Mongos to be with Susan and Hannah. About 5 minutes into dinner time they appeared, dressed in their full battle gear. Instead of walking over and sitting down, they walked up to the front of the dining hall and addressed the headmistress, or at least Harry did. Sirius couldn't help but notice that they were in their battle formation with Neville and Harry in the center, holding hands, Luna on Harry's right and Pavarti on Neville's left. Merlin, they looked like a powerhouse. What were these kids up to? It was Harry that spoke up. Headmistress McGonagall, I hope you are proud of yourself. You have managed to get 2 very intelligent, very talented students, attacked and hanging onto their very lives with very little prayer that they will live through the night. Your actions encouraged an attack on them where they were shot in the back by multiple Sectum Sempers, a curse that was invented during the last war by one of Voldemort's lieutenants and used only by people that were involved directly with the war back then, in other words, Death Eaters and their kin. Now you have shown them that not only can they use words against us and get rewarded, but now they can kill us and get a reward too. What are you going to do this time? Give them a trophy, a plaque perhaps. That is quite enough. Alice leapt to her feet. Harry's head lashed over and he glared at Alice, his mum, for the first time in his life. No, it is not. Tell that to my 2 friends that are dying in St. Mongos right now. 2 people that may only have mere moments to live. 2 people that never got a chance to graduate, date, get married, have children of their own. 2 12-year-old little girls. They never hurt anyone except for standing up to a bully, and you people punished her for it. Now they are dying. Well, congratulations. Alice blinked and blinked again, surprised that Harry, her sweet little Harry, would ever talk to her like that. Alice slowly sat back down, not knowing what to say. She realized that Harry was mad. But this wasn't just mad, this was furious. Half the hall was in tears, the other half was mad at the way that Harry was talking to the teachers. But right now not a word was spoken, or a fork lifted. Not a sound echoed through the dinning hall. I think it is about time we take this elsewhere, Sirius tried. This time it was Neville that spoke up. I don't think so. We won't be silenced or have points taken away in some office somewhere for our opinion. We have the right to be heard by all. Bullies are just the first step to out-and-out violence against innocent victims, and you saw it today. Shot in the back, no less. Bullies. Cowards. From the shadows where no one could see their faces. Just like the Death Eaters that created that curse that has my friends on death's door. Do any of you even care? Have any of you tried to find out how they are? Have any of you gone down there to watch the elves try and clean up the injury off the walls, the floors, the ceiling? Innocent injury. And it now decorates the hallowed halls of Hogwarts thanks to you people. And your policies of punishing the victim. Miss Bones was punished because she physically attacked another student. Headmistress McGonagall tried. Yes, but Pansy Parkinson had just verbally attacked 4, not 1 but 4 students using vicious racial slurs, with the full intention of inciting a violent response. And you rewarded her by making sure that the solitary person that defended themselves was punished for doing so. Teaching everyone else in this school that defending themselves against racists is bad. That no matter how disgusting or prejudicial their words are, how degrading or belittling the things they say are, if we defend ourselves in any manner we are to be punished and they are to be rewarded. Like Harry said, aren't you proud of yourselves? Pavarti asked. Since I doubt the Quibbler would write anything about this, Luna stated, glaring at her father. I think I shall write a letter to the Prophet and see what they think about your new policy about bullies around here is. Punish the victim and reward the bullies. Oh, and encourage things to escalate. It is always more fun when someone ends up in St. Mongos for a while. Or a morgue. Which one do you prefer, Headmistress? Now that is going too far. I have never wished any student's death. Nor do I wish to see Miss Bones or Miss Abbott pass on. Nor did I encourage any attack on them, but you did. When you refused to punish a bully for picking on them, you only encouraged the next bully to attack and use more and better weapons. Don't you understand it yet? Words are like weapons, and they can do just as much damage if you let them. So by letting Parkinson get away scot-free and punishing Susan Bones, you showed precedence that anyone can do whatever they want as far as bullying goes, and it won't matter, they won't get punished. You decided it, you made it quite clear, you made that choice, you did, not the rules, not any standard of behavior, since it clearly says bullying of any, and I repeat, any form is to be taken quite seriously and treated immediately as a true threat. You ignored the school's rules and wrote your own. You did, not the school board, not the teaching staff, not anyone else, you and you alone. Therefore you are responsible for Susan and Hannah's life hanging by a thread right now. No one else. You opened the door. They just merely stepped right on through. Luna stated at barely a whisper. But somehow the whole dining hall heard every word she had to say and uttered a collective gasp at her words. With that the 4 turned around and joined hands and attempted to leave the dining hall, but they were stopped when the whole of Hufflepuff House joined in and followed them, followed by Gryffindor House, and finally reluctantly even Ravenclaw House followed the students out of the dining hall. Harry led everyone down to the music hall, which was right beneath the dining hall, since it was one of the few rooms that everyone would fit into. Then he called Jeeves and asked him to go down to the kitchen and see if dinner could be brought down here to the Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw houses. Please. Which of course they did. They even rearranged things a little and put in some tables and set it up for everyone to eat at. They were not sure exactly what was going on, but when they heard that it was in protest against what had happened to Missy Bones's and Missy Abbott's, they immediately went about helping any way they could. They had all heard about the horror of the injury everywhere, from those elves that had to clean it up. Shiver. Dinner was a somber occasion, and while no one really wanted to go back to their dorms, they knew they all had homework to do, so finally they began to trickle out of the old music room and head back to their dorms. Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti were the last ones to leave because they were helping the elves clean everything up and put the room back to rights. Just as they got ready to leave, they were interrupted by Sirius, Remus, Frank, and Alice. "So this is where you were all hiding," Sirius stated. Harry looked right through Sirius and started heading out the door. "Hey, I'm talking to you. What's up?" Sirius reached over to put his hand on Harry's shoulder and jerked it back real fast as if it had been burned. When he looked at it, his hand was bright pink. Remus grabbed Sirius' hand and held it in his own and checked it over, then performed a mild healing spell which healed it right up. "What the hell?" Sirius glared at Harry. "What was the meaning of that?" "I believe that was Harry's way of saying, 'Don't touch me.'" Luna stated Harry was still not even looking at any of them. "Then why doesn't he say it and not try and hurt me? I have never hurt him in his life." "Why not say it?" Sirius asked. "You're not listening to what we are saying, so what difference would it make to whatever we say? You would just do whatever you want to do anyway." Luna continued. "You being here now proves it. You are here to get us to apologize for what we said, and to punish us for saying what is the truth, which proves you are not listening. Now we have homework to prepare, to get ready for tomorrow, if you will excuse us. You kids can't dictate the way adults treat you in school," Alice stated. "Actually, we can. By leaving. If you decide to support a school that supports bullying, then so be it. But we either have the choice of homeschooling or we can go to Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. We are all quite fluent in French, so it wouldn't be a challenge to make that shift," Luna explained. "Do not think this is an easy choice on our parts either. It would rip out hearts to shreds, missing seeing our siblings grow up. But there is only so much hypocrisy we can tolerate, and encouraging bullying is our limit. Dumbledore did it when you were going to school here, Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin. And now McGonagall is doing it at this time. We will not be another generation of victims. And we won't be punished for standing up for ourselves. Harmless name-calling is nothing until it ended up with 2 people on the verge of death. But no one cares. No one wants to admit it started with harmless name-calling. What is it that you want?" Remus tried. This was the first time that Harry actually looked at them as if they were in the same room as them. Almost as if he was in shock that Remus would even ask the question. But it was Pavarti that answered when someone finally did. "We want to see the words, half-injury, injury traitor and mudblood forbidden on Hogwarts property, and that includes the Hogwarts Express and the station. We want to see an adequate punishment given when someone does say those words, not just 10 points and a slap on the wrist. It has to be something that the individual will remember. We won't say what, but 20 points and a week's detention for punching someone in response to what was said." "Come on, a week? That was excessive for a first offense by a 12-year-old. Even for McGonagall that was excessive. She was trying to make a point. She wanted to say she was still in charge here and people better listen when she talks. If she wasn't trying to make a point, she could have given that over to Professor Sprout to handle, which is the proper protocol. But she chose not to. She chose to be the one to make the example out of Susan, and now Susan may die because of it. Now do you see why we are so upset? She stepped outside of school mandate, gave a punishment that was too harsh for the offense, and did not follow the proper chain of authority, all to make a point. And her point was, I'm still boss here, and it very may have gotten 2 girls killed. Shit, Sirius stated. When you put it all together like that, it does sound kind of bad, doesn't it? We are sorry for not listening more closely to your points earlier. Let's sit down and talk. Remus stated. 2 hours later with Pomona, Phileas, Alice, Persephone, Xenophilius, Remus, Sirius, and Frank all in tow with Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti headed up to the headmistress office. Once there they noticed she was a little paler than she usually is, and looking every one of her many years. Her head down in her hands, and she didn't appear to hear anyone come into her office when they arrived. She was so deep in thought. It was Sirius who cleared his neck that got her attention and made her jump when she realized that she was surrounded by an audience. What's this? Come to slander me some more? McGonagall asked, her held high as she stood up. To be slander, it must be false. Luna said simply and left it at that. Now see here.
No.
You see here, the fact that you punished Susan Bones was either out of spite or to prove a point. Which was it? Harry Potter asked. His stance gave no quarter. Neville Longbottom was once again on his left side and Luna Lovegood on his right, with Pavarti Patil on Neville's left side. And again they were dressed in their full battle garb. The only thing the boys didn't bring with them were their swords. Apparently they assumed they wouldn't need them. After a pause, Harry continued. According to school regulations, an offense of such magnitude, in other words a first offense with minor physical damage, should be handled by the head of house. Nowhere does it state that the headmistress or headmaster is to overshadow the head of house and dole out a punishment 7 times more strict than that individual would have given. That's right, 7 times. We asked Professor Sprout what she would have done, and she informed us she would have given Susan a single detention writing lines, and 20 points from Pansy Parkinson for each of the names she called each girl, so 80 points taken from Slytherin. Neville took up speaking at this point. So which is it, out of spite or to prove a point? We don't normally see you as a spiteful person, so you had to have done this to prove a point. And the only point we can think of is that you wish to prove that you are still the headmistress, and are still in control here. Which we don't know why you would need to prove at all. But we don't know what is running through your mind at this point, which is why we are asking. We are trying to give you the benefit of the doubt that maybe you made a mistake and don't realize how this looks. But honestly, you are a brilliant woman, you wouldn't make a mistake like that. You wouldn't miss something so simple as seeing this as an invitation to all those who wish to escalate this hatred and bullying to the next level as an open invitation. You opened the door for them, and they gladly took the invitation. 2 girls are in the hospital right now hanging on to life by a thread, and we would like an answer. Correction. A voice from the back of the room by the door stated, causing everyone to turn around. It was Amelia Bones. 1 girl is hanging on by a thread. Hannah Abbott died 15 minutes ago at St. Mungo's Hospital from massive vitals failure and an associated heart attack that was directly related to going into hypovolemic shock brought on by loss of injury. She hated that she sounded so cold and hollow, but that was kind of how she felt right then. She had known Hannah since she was born, hell before she was born. And to see her life wasted over something like school bullying, such a horrible, horrible waste. Luna Lovegood grabbed hold of Harry's arm as her knees went weak. Hannah died. No, it's not real. Can't be. She didn't do anything. She didn't do. Harry had to wrap his arms around Luna as before she sunk to the ground. He lifted her up and put her over on one of the couches, ignoring the headmistress, no matter what she said. It was as if she didn't exist in his world right now, which right now he was almost that upset. Hannah, poor, sweet, innocent Hannah, dead, and Luna out cold. This was getting to be almost more that he could bear. Xenophilius decided to pick Luna up and carry her down to the medi-ward and with others by his side. Once there they laid her down on one of the beds and Madame Pomfrey came over to on her. Harry informed her that Luna had fainted. When Madame Pomfrey asked if he knew what triggered the incident, he brushed the hair out of Luna's eyes and said, "She just found out a dear friend died for no reason at all." When asked to explain himself, he just looked into Luna's beautiful, helpless face and cried silent tears, shaking his head. Persephone came around the bed and put her head on his shoulder, and he rested his head on her chest and cried silently, both for Luna and for Hannah. Persephone wrapped her arms around Harry and whispered encouragingly in his ear. Everyone in the room was either in tears or on the verge of it. Harry pushed himself away from Persephone and reached into his bottomless bag. He suddenly remembered something. After a moment or two, he pulled out a shrunk, what looked like a child's violin. Harry turned to the chair and sat down and enlarged the violin, but it wasn't a violin at all, it was a cello. In fact, it was Hannah's cello. She had been showing Harry how to play a song on it and had let him borrow it to practice it. And in the medi-ward the slow rhythmic music started. Everyone held their breath as they tried to figure out what he was playing. After a chord or so, Neville reached into his bag and pulled out his violin and began playing with him. Then Pavarti was playing her clarinet, and soon there was the easy, sweet music of the flute joining in. And everyone realized that Luna was awake. But that didn't stop them playing. About that time Sirius and Remus recognized what the song was. It was We Are the Champions by Queen. And they began to sing with it low and soft, almost hauntingly. Soon everyone that could was singing with it too, soft and low. It was for Hannah. It was the song she had been showing Harry how to play, and it was dedicated to her. Harry played it with all the heart and soul that he could muster, just like she did, adding his magic to the music. The song took on a vibrato that almost sounded like two cellos playing simultaneously. It was eerie, yes, heart-lifting all the same. Somehow it felt like she was there with them playing along one last time. When they finished, not a dolt had a dry eye in the room. Even the big, strong Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had come in with Tonks and Amelia Bones, had been able to fight the tears. That music had hit something in their souls. It was about an hour later, when breakfast was to be served, that the whole group decided to gather in the dining hall with the rest, as requested by Madame Bones. Before breakfast was served, the doors were sealed and prefects were asked to do a count of heads to ensure each person was present. With the exception of the two injured girls, everyone was present. Then Amelia Bones got up in front of the assembly and waited until the room was quiet to speak. She pointed her wand at her neck. Sonorous. Last night Hannah Abbott died of complication due to the injuries she received after being attacked last night. She went into vitals failure and had a massive heart attack due to complications with hypovolemic shock, which was brought on by injury loss as a result of the curses that she received while trying to make it into Hufflepuff Commons room. She was 20 feet away from the door when she was hit with the first curse and 10 feet away when the second curse landed. We know this because a witness has come forward and named the 4 people that they saw in the shadows that night. And pensive memories have been taken, with parents' approval of course. We are here to do a comparison of the wands that made those curses with the residue that we retrieved from Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. Those individuals that match Hannah Abbott will be looking at murder in the first degree. Those that curse Susan Bones are still facing attempted murder at this point. Quietus, with that, she stepped off the podium and headed over to the Hufflepuff side of the room. Everyone in Hufflepuff was beside themselves. Cedric Diggory had some first-year girl in his lap, rocking her back and forth as she sobbed, unable to stop his own tears. Gabriel Truman was doing the same thing with another first-year girl. Megan Jones was holding Leon Moon, while Ernie Macmillan looked as if he was going to cry, and Wayne Hopkins was leaning on Zachariah Smith. Hannah's whole year was barely holding up, and none had a dry eye. Hannah had a habit of helping everyone with their homework, and spending at least 2 hours a day helping the younger years with theirs. So everyone knew and loved Hannah. Her giving personality, her gentle soul and attentive nature. She was always there for everyone and open-minded. Never a bad word to anyone came out of her mouth. Ever. Her motto was, if you can't say something good, don't say anything at all. I want everyone to put their wand on the table in front of them. When we come by, we will ask you to cast a spell with your wand. First, I would like to state that we have an expert here to state whether or not the wand you present is actually the wand that was sold to you, or belongs to someone else, so don't try out swapping wands or forcing someone to do so. Second, the doors will be locked until we are finished, so running for it would be futile. Mr. Ollivander, please go with my Aurors and begin scanning the hall. They started with the Hufflepuffs to get them over with, and then they made sleeping bags and bean bags and set them up in a corner together. Next came the Gryffindors. They were doing little better than the Hufflepuffs were. Those that knew her best, her year mates, looked so lost, totally uncertain of what to do. They had already cried their eyes out in the medical ward, and so they were almost kind of numb right now, you know? Then came Ravenclaw again. The older students were helping the younger students, who were all crying and holding on to each other, and the older students were just looking around to see if anyone knew what they should be doing. So everyone just followed the instructions from the Aurors and just did what they said, performed Lumos and Knocks, then sit their wand down and the Auror would move on. Finally, the Auror and Mr. Ollivander moved over to start going through the Slytherin students, and began with the lowest years. They made it up to the second years, and Mr. Ollivander stopped the Auror and stated, "That is not the wand I sold this young witch. I sold her a beech and dragon heart string. I remember it well, 12¼ inches, firm yet subtle." "You don't remember anything, old man. That's my wand, see?" She grabbed the wand from Auror Tonk's hand and shouted, "Lumos! Lumos! Lumos! Damn it!" Then she threw the wand down and started to try and run, but Shacklebolt stopped her. "That is the wand belonging to this young man. I believe. That is a elm and unicorn tail hair, 13½ inch, nice and swishy. This is the wand of one Greg Goyle." Mr. Ollivander took the other wand and placed it in Greg's hand, and he performed the Lumos without a problem. then handed the other wand to Pansy, but she refused to take it. Shacklebolt simply put the cuffs on her and lined her up with tonks. It was all Flint and Pusey, they said if I didn't, was all she got out before Marcus Flint and Adrian Pusey jumped to their feet and shouted Avarta Ka. But their voices stopped there. As they fell to the floor, Mr. Ollivander putting his wand back into its sheath. Apparently the old man not only knew how to make wands, but he could use them quite well as well. Or Shacklebolt, finish up with the rest of the Slytherins. It's about time we give the school back its dining hall, was all that she said, as she loaded the 2 unconscious Slytherin suspects on gurneys for travel, taking their wands and placing them in evidence bags after she had done so. While they were finishing up with the Slytherins, she went and collected Pansy Parkinson's wand and put it in an evidence bag as well. Madam, we have another match, and Felix Rosier, 5th year, Slytherin. Shacklebolt stated. That matches the list given by the witness and the pensive memory identification. Port those 2 on gurneys directly to a cell, then Tonks you take Miss Parkinson since she has already shown a perchance to running, stun her first and port her to a cell as well. Mr. Rosier, do you intend to run? Madam Bones asked. No, ma'am. He responded. Then you will come with me. She put the cuffs on him and escorted him out the gates of Hogwarts. Then they apparat to the Ministry, to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Well, they have all barristered up, trying to say we framed their little angels. And how dare we, etc., etc., etc. They are even going that. I am going to sue you for everything this ministry has bit as usual, Shacklebolt stated as he sat down in the chair across from Amelia Bones. She was sitting at a out-of-the-way table going over some case notes for her next case to come up that afternoon. What did you say to that? She asked with a smile, looking at her tall, bald, dark-skinned Auror friend and co-worker. Get in line. As usual. Shacklebolt grinned and sipped on his tea. Amelia chuckled. People never realize that that play doesn't work. In fact, it just makes the individual seem just that much more guilty. The innocent ones usually just wait for their day in court, quiet like. The guilty ones rant and rave and scream about it and make demands that they know they won't get. Or in these cases the parents do. They realize their kids were caught red-handed and they have no defense, so they are trying anything they can to get out of a bad situation. Thing is, I think Franklin Rosier may be willing to cut a deal in order to get Felix Rosier a deal. I may be reading it wrong, but that is the way it is looking right this moment. Maybe 5 years house arrest, for full disclosure, Shacklebolt asked. Amelia thought for a moment, considering no one knew it yet, but that was the wand that did the shoulder hit on Susan, practically inconsequential considering her other wounds at the time. Pansy had hit Hannah on the leg, that is the one that badly cut the artery, the kill shot. Flint got her in the hip, another bad hit. It was deep but not as detrimental as the leg shot. And Pusey had hit Susan in the back. The worst shot she had. The 24-hour window was over with and her fever was down, her injury levels were normal again, the kidney that had shut down had been replaced. That was a tricky bit of work, but it was successful. And thankfully no signs of hypovolemic shock. And the norm is that it shows up within the first 24 hours if it is going to show up at all. They are still keeping a close eye on her. She still isn't out of the woods yet, but she is doing better than she was doing yesterday. Thank Merlin. Gifford and Patricia Abbott were not going to be happy with that anything that we are going to do, so I want to try and get as much damage done as possible. We have to remember that the primary offender is only 12 years old, so the best we can do is house arrest until she is 17, then maximum security in Azkaban for life. Since she was the one that actually cast the killing shot, that should be an easy conviction. If we can get a plea bargain, all the better. That girl will never know life as a free person as long as she lives, if I have anything to say about it. Amelia stated, thinking out loud. Shacklebolt just nodded. He would rather see Rosier get away with a lighter sentence and see the other 3 convicted without a shadow of a doubt. Especially Parkinson, that one he had to agree, her age would be a problem and would trigger a sympathy vote from the Wisengamot if they went in there without a plea bargain in place. She would probably get a slap on the wrist and released. So he liked Amelia's idea much better. Well, let's go then. That offer isn't going to be on the table for long. Letting them take their chances with the jury sounds better and better by the moment. Amelia packed up her folders and they stopped at her office to drop the folders and pick up her folder on Felix Rosier and walk down to the holding cell he was in right this moment. They opened the door and went inside. Felix was handcuffed to the table and Franklin Rosier and Michael Harris of Harris, Hubris, and Humbrinkle were sitting there talking low and quiet. Gentlemen. Amelia sat her folder on the table and she pulled out some pictures, horribly graphic photos of the damage that had been done to the two girls. It being common practice to take pictures of the wounds before they are treated, mainly for the court cases. She laid the photos on the table in front of Felix and waited. She didn't have to wait long. The boy threw up all over the place. Amelia vanished the vomit and picked the pictures back up, not wishing to see them herself any longer. She placed the pictures back in the folder and closed the folder, then set it aside. Well, Mr. Rosier, you don't seem to have as much of a stomach for witnessing what your wand does after the fact than you did when you did it, Amelia stated. Now see here, that was a dirty trick. How dare you show those pictures to my son? He is innocent, the first tell you, Franklin stated. Mr. Rosier, we have a witness testimony, we have pensive memories of the incidents, we have his wand matching the wand signature on the wounds of one of the victims, and we have corroborating testimony from one of the other accomplices stating that he was indeed involved and did fire Sectum Sempta on the date in question in the halls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, approximately 10 feet outside of the Hufflepuff dormitories. What other evidence do you need to prove his guilt? For I assure you that is enough to prove his guilt beyond a shadow of a doubt in the Wisingamot. My son says he didn't do it and I believe him. Franklin Rosier, who was looking a little worried about now. Felix Rosier was looking pale with some greenish tones. Amelia could tell those pictures were still going through his head right now. This is what I am offering. 5 years house arrest, if and only if he gives a full confession to my satisfaction, and provides pensive memories of the attack as well. Amelia looked at her watch and then stated, you three talk about it. I will give you 1 hour. At the end of an hour I will come back, and if you haven't made up your mind by that time, the deal is off the table. I do have to let you know that if the deal is gone, that Felix is looking at minimum security in Azkaban until he is 17, then altering to a maximum security section for life. Amelia looked as if she were going to get up when Felix stopped her. Wait, I don't need an hour. I will take the deal. Felix whispered. Felix, no, Dad. This is my life we are talking about here. 5 years house arrest I can live through, Azkaban I can't survive. I know I can't. I would rather die now than go to that place. I will take the deal, Felix said tearfully. How do I do this? Amelia set up the ever-ready dictaquill and began to record his every word. She gave the introduction, then nodded that Felix should start. It was all Pansy Parkinson. She was infuriated about getting a black eye from Susan Bones. She didn't think that the week's detention and 20 points that Bones got was enough, so she was going around the Commons room shrieking about how unfair it was, that Bones was being shown favoritism, just because of who she was. Soon she had everyone up in arms. Marcus Flint was the first one on the join in her little rant. He started in on how we should teach them a lesson. Adrian Pusey soon followed. Flint told me if I didn't do what he wanted he would kick me off the Quidditch team, so I went along with it. I figured I could aim at them and not hit them, and nobody would know but me. I didn't want to hurt anyone. I have never even gotten a detention before, and I am a straight E student. I have a future before me. I would never mess that up with some schoolyard prank or anything. But Pusey hit my arm at the last minute and caused my aim to go slightly off. I think I hit Susan on the shoulder. I was aiming for just over her head. When they made it into the Hufflepuff Commons we took off, and ran back to Slytherin trying to come up with alibis. Flint ordered 2 others on the team to say that they were with us in the library or he would kick them off the team. So he thinks he has everything wrapped up. Felix finished, silently crying in his seat. Amelia thought for a moment, then stopped the quill. Thank you very much, Mr. Rosier, I would have that memory now. And if you could go all the way back to when Miss Parkinson began her rant, please. Amelia stated and showed the young man how to retrieve a memory, then placed it in a glass vial, and capped it, then placed it in an inner robe pocket of her robes. Thank you, Mr. Rosier. I will have an officer come by in a few moments. He will escort you home and put up a new ward on your home. This ward will allow anyone but Felix in or out. It will not interfere with any other ward you have in place, and it will cost you nothing to have the ward put in place. If the ward is tampered with in any way, we will be alerted to it immediately. and the deal is off and the original sentence will resume. At the end of 5 years we will have someone come out and remove the ward and Felix will be free to come and go as he pleases. Felix, the first do suggest you use your time wisely, study and get tutoring if possible to finish your newts. Then when you are free to leave, come down and take your newts, get your certification and maybe go for an apprenticeship or something like that. Don't let this one situation destroy your life. Amelia rose from the table and gathered up the testimony and her file folder and left the room. Then she headed over to Pansy Parkinson's interrogation room. Pansy was sitting there at the table griping about how tight the handcuffs were, but the Auror in the room was ignoring her, which was making her mad apparently. I want these things off right now, you understand me? Can't you hear what I am saying? They are too tight and they are chafing my wrists. I am in pain here. I am going to see you in prison if you don't remove these cuffs right this minute. She screamed. Her voice could put a harpy to shame. It was grating on her nerves and she had just entered the room. She had the Auror trade out with Shacklebolt and he immediately thanked her and left as quickly as possible. Amelia bet he was sporting a rather big migraine by now. She would have to do something nice for him later. Maybe patrolling Bloomsbury Park for a couple of days would be enough to make up for having him in here with this miniature banshee for 4 hours. Amelia could already feel a headache coming on, so she changed that to a week in Bloomsbury Park for Terence Whitaker. She marked that up in her mental book and sat down at the table with Pansy Parkinson and her father Percival Parkinson and their barrister Richard Grosse were waiting impatiently. Apparently her shrieking was getting to them as well. Miss Parkinson, no one is going to remove those cuffs. But if you don't quiet down we will place you in a holding cell and be done with it. Right now you have the option of sitting here and listening to what I have to say. In 2 minutes, if you continue shrieking like you are, that option will not be available to you. And you will be sitting in an 8 by 10 cell while I talk with your father and his barrister. Your time starts now. With that, Amelia looked at her watch and continued to listen to the 12-year-old shriek and scream for the 2 minutes, then motioned for the guard to take her from the room, and she really began to scream. Miss Parkinson, you were told if you did not be quiet what the consequences would be. Now you are going to go sit in a holding cell while I speak with your father and barrister. Goodbye. And motioned for the Auror to take her from the room. Wait. I'll be quiet. Wait, she screamed. Amelia held up her hand and motioned the Auror to put the little girl back in the chair and have her cuffed to the table again. Very well, I am here to offer you a one-time deal. This deal will be on the table for exactly 2 hours, and at that point if you do not agree to this offer, Miss Parkinson's case will go to trial and we will be trying for life in Azkaban with no possibility of parole, which means minimum security until she is 17, then transferring to maximum security at that point. So, the offer is quite simple. She is on house arrest until she turns 17, at which point she is placed in Azkaban prison maximum security section for the remaining of her natural life. You can't do that. You have no proof, Pansy shouted. Again with the shouting. Actually, we can quite easily too. One of the conditions of your deal is that you will make a complete confession, and you hand over a full memory of the incident in question. If you refuse, the deal is off. Amelia stated quite easily. Never. I will never confess to something I didn't do. I had nothing to do with all this. I was in the library, I tell you. Pansy ranted on. Miss Parkinson, first we have your wand, which has been verified by an expert to be one of the weapons that hit Miss Abbott. In fact, your wand was the one that caused the cuts on her leg, badly cut an artery and causing severe loss of injury, leading to the hypovolemic shock that she went into, her vitals failure and eventual severe heart attack that killed Miss Abbott. You will be facing first-degree murder charges, which is the most serious form of basic murder and is punished accordingly. It involves the premeditated murder or intentional murder of an individual. The fact that you are an adolescent is the only reason capital murder is not on the table, which is to a category of murder considered so heinous that the perpetrator faces the death sentence. The intentional terroristic manner in which you murdered a 12-year-old little girl and shot her from behind as she raced to get away from you, I think that qualifies as heinous, don't you? We also have sworn witness testimony of the events in question, and pensive memories of the event from the time you began firing off the Sectum Sempra curses and when you fled the corridor, and a secondary witness that has provided an expanded version of the same, with pensive memories as well. So you're looking at murder 1 at least. The only question is how you sped your time. Your 2 hours starts right now. Then Amelia gathered up her folder and left the room. When Amelia came back into the room, it was to a slightly different Pansy. The girl looked devastated. It looks like the magnitude of her actions had finally hit her, and the consequences she was facing were finally real. Percival Parkinson was whispering something to Mr. Gross, but he was just shaking his head and making hand gestures as he spoke. Apparently Mr. Parkinson wanted to try and negotiate something for his daughter, if Amelia's lip-reading skills were anything to go by, and Mr. Gross was basically telling him that with the evidence we already had, the girl could be looking at a capital case and he should drop it and take the plea. Mr. Gross wasn't the highest paid barrister out there, but then again he was definitely not one of the cheapest. He was just well known as being one of the best. And right now Mr. Parkinson should follow his barrister's advice. With that, Amelia opened the door and headed inside at exactly 2 hours. She went over and sat down and then placed her folders on the table again and looked at Mr. Parkinson to speak, since Pansy was crying too hard to speak right now. We accept your offer. House arrest until she turns 17. Then maximum security in Azkaban for life. Then he swallowed. With no possibility of parole. Now she knew what he had been hoping for, probably parole after 10 years or something like that. Or switch to minimum security after 10 years. Anything he could get to help his little girl whatsoever. But he finally accepted the plea bargain, and Pansy just sobbed harder when she heard him do so. Very well. Now does Miss Parkinson need a calming draught to give her testimony? Amelia asked. When Mr. Parkinson nodded, she had Shacklebolt ask the Auror outside to get one and hand it inside. She read the label and handed it to Mr. Gross, who looked at it, then handed it to Mr. Parkinson, who helped Pansy drink the potion since her hands were still cuffed. It took a few minutes for the potion to take full effect, and then they were ready to get started. Mr. Parkinson, the Aurors will follow you and your barrister and bring Miss Parkinson to your home. They will then set up wards that will allow anyone in or out with the exception of Miss Parkinson. She will be restricted to your home until her 17th birthday, at which time they will reappear and take her into custody to remove her from your home and transport her to Azkaban. Any attempt to alter or tamper with the ward, we will be alerted immediately, and the original sentence of minimum security in Azkaban until her 17th birthday and life imprisonment in maximum security after that point will be enacted. Is that understood? Amelia asked as she gathered up her paperwork and the memories together. Yes, Mr. Parkinson said sadly, placing his hand on his daughter's shoulder for the last time. Pansy was once again sobbing, staring at the vials of memories, and the paperwork that had just been signed. Her life had just been signed away. Her dream of becoming Lady Malfoy one day was gone. The idea of moving into the Malfoy mansion and having it remodeled, of buying fancy gowns, of having expensive jewelry, of bearing the next Lord Malfoy, was all dead now. It was like her whole world was dead now. Everything she ever wanted to be, wanted to do, the trips to Paris and Rome she dreamed of, it was all gone. There was nothing left. Your wand will of course be kept as evidence in the trial. You will be restricted from using magic while on house arrest. You have your choice of magic restraining cuffs, or you can have your magic bound. It is your choice. Which would you prefer, Miss Parkinson? Amelia asked. At that point it all seemed a little too much for Pansy, and she passed out. Even with the cuffs keeping her attached to the table, she began to slip down the chair and slide into the floor. Mr. Parkinson grabbed his daughter and put her back into her chair, and then had Amelia perform an enervate on her to wake her up, which worked immediately. What is going on? Pansy asked. We will take the cuffs. I don't think she would survive without her magic. And if she ever got sick, she would need what magic is within her to help make the potions work and all that, wouldn't she? He asked Amelia. I honestly don't know, Mr. Parkinson. I am not an expert in potions, and the only reason I am even asking you that question is because it is a stipulation of your plea agreement. The only way to guarantee that Miss Parkinson does not commit a further crime by the use of a wand is to take away her ability to use a wand. You have agreed to magic suppressive cuffs. Those will be placed on immediately. They are self-cleaning and waterproof, so you don't have to worry about maintenance. Or if you would. Amelia motioned for Shacklebolt to place the cuffs on Pansy, which he did. They were metal just like the regular cuffs, so they couldn't be cut off. By the way, Miss Parkinson, trying to remove those cuffs or altering them in any manner will also send an alarm to us and will invalidate your plea agreement. Just to let you know. There went Pansy's idea of maybe being able to soap up her wrist and slipping the disgusting things off. It seems they had her by the neck with that plea agreement that her idiot of a father signed. She could have gone to court and acted all terrified to be there, cried her eyes out and been let off with a mere warning if anything at all. But no, he had to do the stupid plea. He was an idiot. He had destroyed her life. All she had done was tried to teach a couple of injury traders a lesson, and then her father goes and destroys it all. Everything. Well, she was never going to forgive him for this. By the time she is 17 he will wish he was the one going to Azkaban and not her. Just you wait and see. Amelia was pleased with the results of her interviews and was sorting and storing away the pensive memories when she received a message from a Mr. Hathaway, the Pusey barrister if she wasn't mistaken. So she took her file folders with her and headed down to the interrogations room where he was being held to see what they had to say. This time she let Shacklebolt take the lead. That way they couldn't say she was interfering or too close to the case due to the fact that Adrian Pusey that had hit her niece, Susan, in the back with such force as to almost be considered a kill shot. It had been so close, so close. Shacklebolt walked into the interrogation room and with Amelia nowhere in sight. Since they didn't want to say that she influenced the circumstances in any way. So she was on the other side of an enchanted mirror, one that she could see and hear everything that was going on in the room adjoining the interrogation room. So she went in there and waited to see what would happen. "My name is Kingsley Shacklebolt. You wish to speak to who is in charge of your son's case?" he asked. "We asked for Bones." George Pusey started. "Yes, sir, and I am sure you are aware that anything associated with the attack on Susan Bones herself would be considered prejudicial and unfortunately might be a problem in a court of law. Therefore I will be representing the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at this time." "Now you wish to speak to me?" Shacklebolt inquired. "HMMPT. Well, I don't like this. I would rather speak with her. She has the pull to see something done to help my son. Where you don't." Mr. Pusey tried again. "Mr. Pusey, we have won traces of your son using to shoot a 12-year-old little girl in the back with Sectum Sempta." Then Shacklebolt took the pictures out and laid them on the table and noticed how Adrian closed his eyes immediately. George Pusey cringed, then looked away, and Mr. Hathaway proceeded to throw up on his own shoes. Shacklebolt vanished the vomit and put the pictures back in the folder. Then when confronted with one of his accomplices trying to accuse him of it being all him and Mr. Flint, as it were he tried to Avarta Kedavra her in a dining hall full of witnesses. We have 3 witness statements at this time as to his involvement into the attack on the night in question. The only thing Adrian has going for him right now is that his shot hit Susan Bones instead of the Hannah Abbott, so the charges will attempted murder instead of murder in the first degree, although we do still have a case for capital murder since this crime was done during the commission of a second crime, that being murder in the first degree. Also, since Adrian is going to be 17 in 4 months, we are going to request that he be charged as an adult, which means that he is facing life in Azkaban in minimum security at best, or if it is seen as a capital offense, then it can be sought the death sentence. Shacklebolt summed it up quite nicely. Adrian Pusey looked a little more pale than he did a few moments ago. He hadn't even considered the death sentence as a possibility. Well, honestly, neither had his father, but they were beginning to see that as a fact now. Mr. Hathaway had tried to say how serious this all looked, but George thought if he could speak to Bones he could clear things up a little. Maybe get her to see reason or something. His son was an idiot and made a bad choice. He knew that and his son knew that, but he didn't deserve to die for it. "Okay. What do you have to offer?" George Pusey licked his lips and wiped his brow, looking at Shacklebolt in desperation. "Offer? You must be mistaken, sir. I have a rock-solid case for capital murder, sir, and intend to preset it as such. 3 witnesses with pensive memories of your son committing the crime knowingly and willingly, of him attempting to murder another student later in a crowded dining hall, wand signature proof, and sworn witness testimony. I have no intention of cutting a deal with your son. I have no need to." Shacklebolt stated. Then he started to get up from his chair. "Life in Azkaban, minimum security. For my testimony and memories. I can help you get the others, please," Adrian Pusey begged. "Adrian," George Pusey began. "You realize what you are stating?" Shacklebolt asked. "Yes, it means I don't die. I will take it. If I go to court they will kill me. I know it. I was involved in the murder of that little girl. It was only meant to scare them, maybe give them a good scar to remember the whole thing about, but never kill one of them. It was a stupid idea. We shouldn't have done it. It was Pansy who wanted to do it, but Flint who decided what spell to use. I didn't even know how to do the damn thing to start with. He had me practice on pillows until I got it right, That was the reason it was overpowered. I didn't know how strong I was doing it. I had never used it on a real person before. I don't want to die because Parkinson and Flint are idiots. I will take life in prison, minimum security. Just let me live. Adrian begged. Shacklebolt appeared to be thinking for a moment, then nodded. He went and got the dictate quill set up to take down the boy's testimony, and they began. Well, that is 3 out of 4. Should we try for 4 or leave it there? She asked. I think we should try for it. Who knows, maybe he is an idiot and will ask for life in prison as well. Shacklebolt stated, smiling about the fact he had just gotten the boy that had shot Susan to plea to life in prison for Amelia. Okay, let's see what we can do. Come on. With that, they headed into the final interrogation room and to Marcus Flint, Orion Flint and their barrister and brother-in-law, Sayers Burke. Orion Flint was the one to speak up first. All right, let's hear it. What offer do you have for my boy here? I am a busy man and I have an important meeting to be at in a little over an hour. So let's get this over with, shall we? Offer? I don't know why you think I have come in here now, Mr. Flint. But I assure you it was not to offer Marcus a deal of some form. I don't have to. You see, I have him dead to rights. His wand signature matches the wand used to help kill Hannah Abbott, which means he will be facing murder 1 charges. I have 4 eyewitness testimonies with pensive memories, including him threatening on at least 3 separate occasions, 2 of which was to try and buy an alibi for said crime. He chose what spell would be used, he trained his accomplices on how to use the spell, he chose where to attack from, he chose when to attack, he formulated the whole thing, Mr. Flint. There is no deal here. None whatsoever. Now if that is what you are looking for, I thank you for your time. Have a pleasant day. And with that she began to get up and to leave the room. Life in Azkaban, maximum security, no chance of parole. If he confesses to it all. Orion stated just as she got to the door. Father, shut up, you idiot. Didn't you hear what Sayers was saying a few minutes ago? That since you're an adult already that this will be viewed as a capital offense. Because the victims were just 12 years old and because you killed a little girl while in the process of committing another crime, which was the attempted murder of another little girl. Don't you get it? It is either life in max or you die. Which one do you want? Are you really that stupid? Did I raise an total idiot? I realize you took a lot of your mother in there somewhere, but I was hoping you took after me in there somewhere. Death or max? Which one? I'll confess the whole thing, I guess. Marcus reluctantly stated. Orion looked at Amelia with pleading eyes and said, Maximum security in Azkaban for life? Amelia paused at the door for a moment, then sat back down and set up the dictaquill and began to take his testimony. She then gathered his memories and set up the agreement and they signed the paperwork. They will come and get him in 2 hours. You might want to let Asla know, so she can come say her goodbyes before he is gathered up and shipped over to maximum security. Once there he is only allowed visits from his lawyer, other than once a year on a day of your choosing, and that is a 1-hour visit. If I were you I would pick his birthday, so at least he has that to look forward to. With that Amelia got up and left the room with Shacklebolt following close behind. She then turned and looked at him. I wish all cases were this easy to resolve. Tell me about it. They all wanted to rat each other out to save their own hide. Shacklebolt agreed. Do you think we did the right thing, mainly with Parkinson, really? I mean, she is just 12, so I think we got the best we could have gotten. She gets the ease of 5 years of house arrest for 5 years before she has to face maximum security at Azkaban, but she is still heading there for the rest of her life. So that is something, right? I think if she got up in front of the Wisengamot she would have cried those crocodile tears of hers, and she would have gotten off scot-free, and she would never see a day in prison at all. I think her short stint of house arrest will be nothing at all compared to maximum security. The Dementors will eat that spoiled little girl alive, with vinegar and relish. Yeah, and it keeps her from committing any further crimes, or hurting anyone else in the meantime. So I guess it is for the best. Come on, I want to tell Gifford and Patricia Abbott about the end result. They may not like them, but they are quick and neither of them have to worry about court or anything lengthy. They went into waiting room 1 where the Abbotts just so happened to be waiting. They had been for about 3 hours, refusing to leave until they heard something about the boys that murdered their little girl. Gifford, Patricia, I am sorry to keep you waiting like this. I hope my people have met your every need. Amelia asked gently. Gifford nodded sadly. That have been wonderful, Amelia, and I hate that we have to be here when we have places we should be at instead. But this is far more important. What can you tell us? Some of you may not like, but I will try and give it to you as gentle as possible. First, it wasn't one of the boys that hit Hannah in the leg, what we believe is the fatal shot. It was Pansy Parkinson. And due to her age, primarily we set up a plea bargain with her for her to remain on house arrest until she turns 17. Then she will be relocated to Azkaban prison, where she will serve out the remainder of a lifetime sentence in maximum security, which would be the section of the prison that houses the most Dementors and has the least amount of creature comforts. She is what now, 12 years old, just like Hannah was? How can a 12-year-old do this? But then again, she is the daughter of a Death Eater, so maybe I shouldn't be too surprised. Patricia stated, sobbing. She gets 5 years of luxury and my daughter gets a grave. That is hardly fair. Gifford growled. I understand your feelings, I honestly do, but due to her age, this is the best I could get. If she would have gone before the Wisengamot, they would have only seen the tear-streaked, frightened face of a 12-year-old little girl in pigtails and ruffles that looked just like their daughters and granddaughters, and she would have gotten off without so much as a strong warning. This way she ends up with life in maximum security at Azkaban, even if we do have to wait 5 years to see justice prevail. Gifford finally just nodded and motioned with his hand for her to continue. The second shot, which was to Hannah's hip, was done by Marcus Flint, and we have him for life in Azkaban maximum security with no chance of parole. He was the mastermind to it all. He was the one who chose what spell to use, forced Felix Rosier, whom we will discuss in a moment, to join. He was the one that decided where they would ambush the girls, when it would happen, everything. He was in charge. Parkinson was the instigator, but Flint was the ringleader. There were 4 of them. I am assuming the other 2 hit Susan? Patricia asked. Amelia nodded. The first was Felix Rosier. He was threatened by Flint to join them or else he would be kicked off the Quidditch team. He stated he intended to aim off and just fire in their direction and that no one would know, but Pusey hit his arm at the last moment and caused his arm to jerk, and he hit Susan high on the shoulder. This was all verified through pensive memories. He was given 5 years house arrest. 5 years? That's nothing. For attacking our girls. How could you? Gifford shouted. Did you not hear that he was threatened into participating? And the wound he accidentally inflicted was also verified, had minimal effect at best. The boy could barely cut paper if he tried. The one that actually did the damage to Susan was Adrian Pusey, and I got him for life in Azkaban minimum security. And before you ask, it would have been attempted murder, and he is 15. It would probably be the best we could get. Chances are they would have given him 10 years at best otherwise. So I think we ended up with a win-win all around. Also, we have pensive memories all around from each one of them verifying their part in the crimes, so they can't come back later and change their minds or say coercion or anything otherwise. It is a done deal. It is over with. Now you 2 can go home, be with your family and loved ones, and try to move on as best as you can. I know I am asking the impossible. I still have Susan in the hospital after all, so I know exactly what I am saying. I will be there for you every step you take, in any manner that I can be, and I know once she is better so will Sue. While it isn't exactly Auror procedure or anything, she hugged both of them, then seen them out with escorts to the private flue in her office, as if they were a visiting dignitary or something. Well, they took it all rather well, I thought. Shacklebolt stated after the Abbotts had left Amelia's office by flue. I know, and I am thankful that they were realistic about things and realized that I did the best for Hannah's memory that I could. I hate that we had to go the route we did, but honestly we are working with children here, and I think we got the best possible solutions that we could get. I mean, sure, I would love to have seen something more dramatic for Parkinson than those first 5 years of house arrest. But get real, she is 12 years old. No one is going to let us put a 12-year-old in Azkaban, plain and simple. Now when she gets to be 17, yes. But by then who knows what trouble she could have gotten into by then, so I think we got the best bargain we could have gotten out of it. She can't hurt anyone any longer. She is away from everyone else. She is restricted from leaving her home, and we have her in Azkaban when she reaches 17. So we eventually have her anyway. She started all of this while we are finishing it. She will eventually pay for her actions one way or another. Amelia signed the final paperwork to get the other kids transferred over to Azkaban and handed the files over to Shacklebolt to start the transfer process. Thankfully, it was now a time to heal. The next 2 weeks crawled by so slow for some and sped by far too quickly for others. Harry honestly didn't remember much of those 2 weeks, if truth be known. He spent most of his time going through his books in his personal library, and everyone pretty much left him to grieve in the way that he felt he needed to. Susan had pulled through just like the trooper that she was, but she had practically had a mental breakdown when she found out about Hannah. If it hadn't been for the other kids, she would have sank into a deep depression so far that maybe she never would have come back out of it. Today was her first day back at school, and all of Hufflepuff House was forming a living wall around her to protect her from prying eyes and those with less than welcome questions, especially those in her year. They were letting her go nowhere alone. Cedric Diggory had taken a special interest in Susan, which seemed to irritate Cho Chang, who had been after Diggory since she was in first year. Cedric had become very protective over Susan, and was insisting on escorting her to classes whenever he could and walking her to and from the dining hall each meal. It was as if you could almost see the smoke coming out of Cho Chang's ears. That is until Hermione Granger had a little one-on-one with her and explained the facts of life to her, new Marauder style. Basically she said if she didn't cool it they would be picking up pieces of Cho off the schoolyard for months to come. Although not in so many words, mind you. Since that discussion, Cho Chang had stayed as far away from Diggory as humanly possible while still going to the same school as him. She rarely spoke to him, and to be quite honest, he probably didn't even notice. His mind was on other things. Like how mature and intelligent Susan honestly was. He knew she played violin from the band and had always liked her from that, but he had seen her as sort of a surrogate little sister. Now it was more along the lines of something else, what was yet to be seen. After all, she was only 12 after all. Everyone managed to shuffle into Charm's class without incident and take a seat quietly. Although the four of them couldn't help but worry about how Susan was doing right now in her first class since the incident Transfiguration. Leon Moon, who had never really had a partner to speak of, asked her this morning if she would be offended if she sit with her, and she accepted, although reluctantly. She sort of felt like she was replacing Hannah, and no one could replace Hannah in her heart. But she had to allow herself to slowly move forward with her life somehow. The first charm we will be working on today will be Colloportus. Now this is a locking spell. On each set of desks is a small chest, and I want each pair to try this charm on the chest until you get it correct, then raise your hand as soon as you do. Flitwick wrote on the board how to pronounce the charm and where the stress should be. Within a few moments, both Harry and Neville raised their hands and Flitwick came over to test their chest, and sure enough they were locked tight. Then he taught them System Asperio can be used to open a chest or box. And with 1 or 2 tries they had that one down too. They then passes the little chests over to the girls and let the girls try, and sure enough after watching the boys do it, it was a breeze for them. Flitwick had no more than gotten back to his desk than he had seen their hands in the air. This time he had them open the chest, then lock the chest and open it up again. Just in case they were clowning around behind his back and he had failed to see it. And sure enough the girls did it without a problem. He then had them reading the assigned reading on the 2 charms and working on the questions at the end of the reading. They all had study hall until potions, so they thought they would read up on the strength potion that she was going to assign them today. Professor Lovegood had warned them last week about it, but most of them were kinda in their own little world last week and not really paying too much attention, so they might as well get it done now. Today, in potions, they were going to work on the strength solution. Alright, everyone take your seats. If you will notice that there is a lot of red on the board today, I want everyone to spend the first 30 minutes of the class reading the section on the strength solution. I want everyone to read the questions that are at the end of the section and answer them before you even try and start on this potion. If you try and start on this potion before you hand in those answers to me, I will stop you and mark your work as an incomplete until you go back and finish doing so you might as well as do it right the first time. Professor Lovegood stated as everyone was sitting down in their seats. The potion instructions and the pages they were to go to in their books were the only other things that were on the boards. Harry didn't even bother taking out his equipment. Neither did Neville, Luna, or Pavarti. They each just pulled out their books and writing equipment and continued to read. After about 20 minutes they were writing the answers to the questions at the end of the reading, and soon Harry was taking all 4 of their scrolls up to the professor for them with his own. All right, you 4 may begin. Professor Lovegood stated after she gave each scroll a quick once-over and nodded. Draco Malfoy was the next one to finish and again got an approval to go ahead and start. Then Blaise Zabini and Daphne Greengrass, followed by Theo Knott and Tracy Davis, Millicent Bulstrode and Dean Thomas, with Lavender Brown and Seamus Finnegan tying for being last as to handing in the correct answers. Mainly because Lavender Brown had to go back and redo her answers twice before she was allowed to start her potion. And by that time it was almost an hour into the time allotted. Harry began by going into the ingredients closet and getting everyone's ingredients while they were setting up their scales and equipment. The potion itself didn't have that many ingredients in it, but it was one that if you missed a step you could end up with a minor explosion that might just set off a chain reaction to several individuals' potions in the room and several students getting injured. This was one of the reasons that Professor Lovegood was walking continuously between Finnegan and Brown Station and keeping close eye on each stage in the potion they were at. She had demanded they not move on to the next step unless she was there to help them, and so far, no mistakes had been made. Although it was a close call with the black beetle eyes, when Lavender almost put 2 tablespoons into her potion and it called for 2 teaspoons. What a mess that would have been. As strong as this potion is, they would have been scrapping little pieces of lavender off the ceiling all night. It was little mix-ups like that Professor Lovegood had everyone read the section on this potion and do the questions at the end of the section. Apparently, Lavender didn't learn anything from what she read, or else she didn't retain anything that she had read since she almost made that mistake. Or it could have been just an honest mistake, who knows? Tablespoon, teaspoon, maybe she just read it wrong or something. Alright people, that is time. I am going to put everyone who hasn't finished their potion under a stasis charm, and you will be able to finish it on Wednesday. So review that section one more time folks, and goodbye. That one was actually a little hard to work with. The level of concentration cutting those shrivel figs is unnerving. Pavarti stated. Not if you stretch the skin taunt and then start cutting. It keeps the skin from expanding and moving about all over the place. Makes it so much easier. I hate shrivel figs fruits too, they are a pain, but after a while you get used to them. Luna stated as she packed up the last of her equipment. Stretching the skin, why didn't I think of that? Thanks, Luna. Pavarti smiled at her as she packed away her scales. To tell you the truth, it took me years to learn that little secret. I was almost 10 years old before I figured out how to work with shrivel figs. And before you say that that is young, you should remember that I am the daughter of a potions genius and have been working on potions since I was 6, so no, it isn't young. Luna smiled her normal dreamy smile at Pavarti, then headed out the door behind Neville. Harry, Neville, Pavarti, and Luna were all sitting around the fireplace in the Gryffindor Commons playing poker kinda half-heartedly. Tomorrow was the day that Sirius said the person who he had gotten to come help with the whole passing of a close friend was supposed to come, but Harry didn't think he could talk to a complete stranger about his feelings where Hannah and her death were concerned. They were just too personal somehow to private. Harry sighed. He would try tough. He hated this feeling, as if his world was on hold right now and everything he loved or enjoyed reminded him of Hannah, so he hated to do it because he didn't want the pain of being reminded that he would never see her again, so he was slowly sucking every bit of happiness out of his life. Even going down and seeing his storm was becoming difficult. He could barely play his music anymore, or play poker, or hell even visit with Susan, and it definitely wasn't Susan's fault, but he would always sit there forcing a smile while inside he was breaking apart thinking, when was Hannah going to walk into the room, or where was Hannah? And suddenly he would remember, and all the pain and hurt would rush right back in, and he would feel like crying instead of smiling. But he had to be the strong one for everybody else. He had to be the strong one. The one everyone looked to, took their feelings to, took their pain to, took their hurt to, took their confusion to. He was the one everyone looked to him for support, but who was he supposed to go to when he needed someone? He hoped this person would be worth it, but he doubted it. With a sigh, Harry played his hand and laid down to an inside straight that had Neville on his feet hoping and bouncing around. How could he? He took his hand and used it against him. The snook! Harry gave him a half smile and said, I said for you to quit doing it. I didn't say for me to quit doing it, you big doofus. But that's my hand. Neville said. Yeah, but I only needed 1 card and I thought what the hell, might as well try. Harry grinned. You jerk. Neville glared at him. Luna giggled and Pavarti was laughing outright at those two. Stronger than brothers, those two. This is what Harry had needed to get his mind off of Hannah for a second, at least she thought. All right, but I am dealing next, you jerk, and Texas hold up, no wilds. Neville was still glaring at Harry as he dealt the cards. This time Harry pulled to a full house, kings over 4s, and Neville pulled 3 of a kind, deuces. So the world was happy again, if only for that moment, since Luna trumped them all with a royal straight flush. She could be so fun to have around sometimes. Well, there goes a huge pot of chocolate frogs. Harry couldn't help but laugh his ass off. Then it was Pavarti's turn to deal, and they played 7 card, and again Luna won. It looks like it is going to be her night tonight. But it seemed like everyone was having fun at least, and the boys were back to normal for the moment at least. Before long it was time for everyone to head to bed, and for the first time in 3 days Harry was able to sleep without dreaming of Hannah. Was this healing or forgetting a friend? One way it was painful, the other way it was more painful than that. Sigh. Transfiguration class was interesting. They were going to turn a rock into a turtle. Any rock, it didn't matter which one. Oh well, to a normal person it didn't matter, but to Luna it did. She had to have the right rock, it had to speak to her. And she had to hear what it wanted to be. Luna had a way of being oddly brilliant at times. Apparently she had studied up on turtles when she heard that turtles were going to be on our list today and had read up on which turtles would make good pets. Her first turtle was a Eastern box turtle, which she made a little aquarium for it and all. "Caudus testudo," she called out, and there was this beautiful, colorful turtle just as she envisioned it. "Excellent, Luna. 20 points to Gryffindor. She is the first to get this one down," Professor Black stated. This is one transfiguration that no one had ever tried before, so everyone got treated the same on. Pavarti decided to do a plain wood turtle. It was plain but still colorful all the same. She closed her eyes and focused for a moment, then opened them, pointed her wand at the rock and Caudus testudo, and sure enough a colorful wood turtle was in its place. Harry was thinking and thinking some more and decided what he wanted. He closed his eyes and focused. When he opened his eyes he pointed his wand and Caudus testudo. This time it was a painted turtle popular in Midland Canadian regions. Then it was Neville's turn. Apparently he remembered seeing a turtle when they had gone to the zoo a long time ago that had caught his interest and stuck in his memory because Caudus testudo, and there was a map turtle in the place of the rock that had been there before, with all its bright yellow lines that looks like a map on it. Wow, look at those fingernails. Better be careful, those things can hurt. Sirius was thrilled and gave each one 10 points for their interesting turtles and showed each one off to the class, showing the differences and types of turtles they could make. Then they started having turtle races in the middle of the room just for fun, mind you. All the while Luna was working on a secondary one. She had stuck to realistic long enough as far as she was concerned and picked a regular box turtle but made it quite unique. Caudus testudo. Okay, who said it had to be realistic? Never met our dear, sweet Luna. All right people, Miss Lovegood has let her imagination go a little, and here we have a pink and purple box turtle. I hope for its sake it is a female turtle. I would hate to see the ego bruise this would bring to a male turtle to be pink. She is a female, her name is Torty, Luna stated. Ah, for tortoise, I get it. Sirius gave her a half smile. Then Malfoy finally came up with something interesting, Caudus testudo, and an albino red-eared slider. That's right folks, solid white except for those distinct red patches where its ears would be. Great for beauty, bad for camouflage. But then again the pink and purple masterpiece of Luna's wasn't exactly any better. Malfoy of course got 10 points to Slytherin and a lot of praise for his actually very beautiful turtle, and he put it down with the others to see if it would win the turtle race. So far it looked like Torty was doing the best. But then again Luna smacked Neville when he said it was because the poor thing was trying to outrun its bright purple shell but couldn't. So Harry thought better than mention anything about it. He just chuckled and nodded with poor sore-armed Neville, who was giggling and laughing at that poor innocent pink turtle. Then apparently he had an idea. So Neville closed his eyes and focused, then Caudus testudo, and there appeared a standard box turtle that had a painted shell that was made to look like grass. See, that one doesn't need to go anywhere, it is its own camouflage, Neville stated chuckling, and he got smacked again by Luna. Then it was Pavarti's turn. She thought of something as well. This time she made a standard box turtle that had military-style camouflage on its shell. For those especially good turtle hunters, hers would have a real hard time finding her turtle when looking in the wetlands with a mossy oak shell on its back. Nature made camouflage magic style. She giggled. Then Harry got into it. And Caudus testudo. And there was a standard box turtle with an autumn forest shell design on its back. Who knew the little guys could be so designer? 20 minutes later the floor of the Transfigurations room was filled with camouflage turtles of all kinds. Mainly standard box turtles, but each had a unique type of woodland or grassland or even swampland camouflage on its shell. It was a unique way to look at things and it was a hit. Neville's idea could go so wild. By the time they manages to count all the turtles and find them all and box them all up in aquariums for everyone else to look at, the bell rung and it was time for History of Magic class already. The last 2 weeks they had been going over rare and unusual laws that were still on the books. Apparently it was Professor Lupin's way of getting the students to focus on something other than Hannah. The law to be thought of as the most bizarre or most weird that day got the student a bar of Honeyduke's finest. And boy was the competition rough, there were some pretty strange ones out there still. But today they were starting in on the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy Law, more commonly known as the Statute of Secrecy, enacted in 1689. Although it wasn't fully ratified until 1692. The Statute of Secrecy was enacted by the International Confederation of Wizards to help hide the wizarding world from the non-wizarding world on a whole in 1692 due to the continuation of witch burnings and witch prosecutions that had started during the 14th through the 17th centuries. Their very own Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington in 1492 was one of such wizard. When they immediately took his wand, then he was killed by 45 hacks to the neck with a dull axe. It was this brutal act that staved off such killings for a while, but not for long. By the 16th and 17th century, witch burnings were all the rage again. And anyone could be labeled a witch for any reason. Professor Lupin began.